1 2 1 2 1 2. Let me just call one of these guys. So we need a podium pale mbele. Uliza kina Ernest, kina nani, tunahitaji podium almost immediately. Yeah, for Gado. Hi, good morning. I can't hear you. Good morning. So tell your neighbor good morning, because I'm sure you want to welcome. So your master of ceremony, the captain. much. Can all have our seats? So welcome to this year's IAD, International Animation Day. I'm not hearing claps, huh? Thank you very much. So our theme for this year is what? I'm sure you've read. What is the theme? Oh, okay. What is our theme? A rising what? IAD 2025, I want to say a rising tide, okay? IAD 2025. Let's do this for the cameras. They're watching, and we are live streaming. So let's get, it's a tide. Let it be a tide. So IAD 2025. Thank you. So crisis and opportunity in the animation industry. That is our theme for this year. Now, the IAD this year is being taken forward by A3K. What does A3K stand for? Yeah, we need to shorten that. Association of Animation Artists Kenya. So it's an association of animation artists within Kenya, and not just animation artists, all sorts of people who plug in to the animation industry. It brings all artists together in a place whereby we can have our voices heard, we can have discussions as we're going to be able to do today, and just be able to push this industry forward. So the purpose of this is to be able just to bring the artists together, just to be able to have a voice, just to be able to conglomerate together and just look for these opportunities and this rising tide that I'm hearing. I really want to know what this rising tide is all about, and we're going to be hearing all about it. We know when a tide rises, either you're swept off or you're in a boat and it brings in fish and you feed, so it depends on where you are. So today, at the end of the day, we should know this rising tide and these opportunities are what they are all about. Now, as we're seated in this wonderful, beautiful auditorium, which has hosted that several times before, okay, I would want to actually invite, okay, part of the Alliance Française. I hope I said that right. It's Alliance Française. Yeah. I'm actually I'm learning French this year. I am. So Alliance Française, so that we can have a comment or two, okay, from the Alliance Française. So I think I'll invite Maurice, or Olivia. Oh, Olivia. Thank you. So that she can welcome us to this wonderful place. Okay.
Hello, bienvenue, bonjour. Well, I'm the director of Alliance Française, Olivia Derouin. It's always a pleasure and an honor to host this kind of event, and I'm really glad about the program and of our Monsieur Loyal, our animator, who explained everything very well. But the professional focus of this day is very important to you, I know, and to us too, because really the objectives of Alliance Française are to foster as much as we can the launching of new creations. And if we talk about launching, there's a business part which we can't, avoid. So have nice talks, and I let the mic to Maurice this time, le audiovisuel attaché of the French Embassy.
Hello, good morning everyone. There are some familiar faces in the room today. Thank you for joining us at Alliance Française. Thank you, Olivia, for hosting us. So for those of you who might not know who I am, so as Olivia was saying, I worked at the French Embassy as a film and media attaché for Eastern Africa. So basically working across the different creative sectors, animation inclusive, to help the structuration of the ecosystem and generally foster collaboration across the region and with France. So just a quick word as an introduction today. Animation actually is one of the sector I probably dived into first when I came here for the first time a year ago. I remember visiting Pungulupa Studio with Steve, Sarah, the team. And that was like a week after I just landed in Nairobi. So everything was very new. We started having conversation about sending a delegation of Kenyan delegates to Annecy Festival in France. And the conversation unfolded a little bit, and we ended up sending not just Kenyan animators, but also East African animators, like 10 of them, to Annecy in last June. That was a really, really exciting time, I think, for the industry as a region as well, because it was the opportunity for those 10 studios to actually meet each other and learn from one another, be exposed to a big international market that ANSI is, which is also a really accessible one, I would say, in the sense that people are really friendly and eager to engage, and it really shows, I think, the power of community when it comes to animation. Yeah, and so last month, actually in September, we hosted as well a distribution lab for those same 10 studios, and we had some sessions as well where we were able to welcome some other studios from Kenya. And this was really insightful because obviously distribution is one of the big challenges of the industry. And well, I'm looking forward to speaking a little more about this. I know, Sarah, we have a panel later on and going to touch on those subjects. I'll be around all morning, so I'm looking forward to engage with you later on as well. And well, have a great day, guys. Thank you. Oh, and just one more thing. Sorry for the evening tonight. I don't know. Somebody probably is going to talk about it some more, but we have a wonderful film that will be the East African premiere. Actually, Allah n'est pas obligé, by Xavier Najar. He's a French director, and the movie is a beautiful adaptation of a book by the same name. Allah is not obliged. By I don't remember the writer, but yeah, we had a glimpse last month, and I'm really looking forward to that. So if you can stick with us until then, that would be great. You have a great time. Thank you very much. There is a cocktail as well. Oh, so you really do not have any excuse not to leave before that. Thank you very much, guys.
All right. Movies, cocktails. What can't get any better, can it? All this stuff. So next, I would want to introduce. Now the owner of the home has spoken. You know, the African culture. Now I want to bring in Chief A3K Chairman, so that he can have a word or two in terms of our sponsors and partners. Welcome him. Welcome. Come on. Round of applause. Round of applause. Come on.
Asante sana Benza. Hey, karibuni sana, bienvenue, welcome to International Animation Day 2025. A round of applause. Could you please pull this down a little bit so that people can read International Animation Day? Just pull it down a bit. It's important. Why is International Animation Day important? It's the time of year that we celebrate how far this industry has come, globally as well as locally here in Kenya. Yeah, animation is over a century old. It's older than film itself. Yeah, when we had the first device, what do you call that? Who said that? Zoetrope. Hey, what's your name? Sam. Thank you, Sam. You can see the ones who are doing their homework. Yeah, yeah. From the first use of Zoetrope, all the innovation that you see happening in film, a lot of it happened first in animation. The first use of color was in animation. First use of sound, all these innovations happening. The whole growth of visual effects, a lot of those things get prototyped in animation. So I remember speaking with Yvonne Mwinde, who also did an event here called, what is it called? Visage, yeah, about visual effects artists. And she said to me, the way we speak about animation actually puts off would-be participants in our industry. It puts off people who would otherwise join our industry because we focus so much on the software. We focus so much on just one narrow aspect of it. We ignore the music, we ignore the producers, we ignore all the other parts of the pipeline. And that makes people feel like they're not welcome. So we want to very much broaden that scope. And that's why sponsors like ADMI are very important, who have been sponsors this year. And yeah, so actually part of my task up here is to recognize all those people. ADMI, who have provided also streaming and videography, Asanteni Sana, Creation Africa, of course, Embassy of France, Alliance Française, strong partners. Maurice has already mentioned all the things that we've done together this year, from the lab, the distribution lab. You know, we've always been talking about how we can't just, you know, keep students coming into the industry. You have students coming in constantly, and there's no destination of where they're going. You know, parents make the investment for their kids to become surgeons and doctors because they know that at the end of it, there's a hospital for our children to work in. We have to make the same guarantee to parents who are making this investment, or even students themselves who are sponsoring themselves. So that's why the distribution discussion has been so important. Also, Yakwetu as well, who have provided registration. Thank you very much for Yakwetu. Chomoka Studios, Pungulupa, Senare Studios, thank you, Shani, and Jose Animation, all the people who provided communication graphics, and the whole committee that prepared internet. Oh, it's still not visible. We need to see International Animation Day. It's important. Yeah. So there's a lot that has happened this year. It's the second time that we're doing International Animation Day as since I got elected together with the office, and this has been our push, figuring out distribution, figuring out the business of animation. And to that end, we've also had partnerships with groups like Africalia as well. I don't know if there's anyone from Africalia here today. All right, we'll say hi when you come. And we did something called Cartoon Safari. Jogu and Jose were part of it, taking animation outside of its current bubble, you know, taking it to all the neighborhoods and kids who might not have heard anything about animation, or that animation gets made in Kenya. Jogu will tell us a lot more about that today, so stay tuned for that one. And yeah, I just want to recognize all our honored guests. Mr. Hiroshi, yes, please stand up. From the play a video later, and you know, we are discussing on how we can start more active collaboration with Japan, with Nippon, and the Cots, the other company that would be managing that. We'll speak a bit more about that. Celine Bejar from the Embassy of Celine. Hi. And also we have been doing more collaboration with my brain is cracking. Yeah, and this is the future of our animation industry. We have to broaden our scope. We have to broaden our scope and see all the interesting things that are happening. Another is the highest box office grossing. Sam, this one is for you. Highest box office grossing animation ever made. Money-wise, just dollars. Alvin.
Nesha too from China.
Yes, Niza too. Yeah, Niza. Niza did over 2 billion, yeah? Most of us would assume that it's a Pixar animation, Frozen or something. It's Niza too. So that tells you where the gravitational force of our industry is going, yeah? So all those are the things that we need to be talking about when we talk about rising tide. What is the hype? What is reality? You know, all this talk about AI, is that what you're seeing in your pipelines? Are you literally kicking out all your animators and replacing it with AI? Or is it a lot of, you know, hype also? Is our perspective as Kenyan animators or East African animators the same perspective as somebody working in Pixar where they have 3,000 people in their team? You know? So we have different perspectives. We'll talk about that. Anyway, without further ado, my last purpose up on this stage is to introduce our guest of honor, who is sitting next to me here today. Gado. Gado is an institution, yeah? There are very few people, very few artists as celebrated, as well known as Gado. We don't even care about his government name, you know? I know it, but I don't bother with it. I don't use it. Godfrey Mwapemba. Gado has been working, has had one of the longest and most prolific careers as an illustrator, graphic novelist, editorial cartoonist, and he has a unique vantage point in that he's seen the evolution of our art form, you know, over a long period of time. Started doing editorial cartoons in the early 90s, you know, brushed up against the state, you know, doing very provocative cartoons. Was the first person while the state was quite repressive, you know, he represented the president with a gap in the tooth and, you know, the stick. And he made it, he broke the taboo against, you know, challenging state power through art. Anytime people question and tell you that what we do is not powerful, what we do is not important, you can look to his career. But not only was he an individual artist, he also, with Ross and with, I forget her name, Marie Laura, they started Buni Media. And so he also has a rich knowledge about pipelines and the challenges that we face. So he's seen our interline perspective as well as an individual creator over a long period of time. So it gives me great honor to welcome Gado to give us a keynote for today. So thank you very much. The stairs are blocked. Karibu sana.
So this is the first time that the guest of honor arrived before the podium, because I was promised a podium, so it's not there. So should I just sit or? I can hold the mic. No. I can, okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. This is it's a pleasure to be here amongst you guys, and I always enjoy meeting students because it's always my way of giving back. And so thank you for coming. But thanks a lot, Chief, for the invitation and for inviting me to speak today. Thanks, Alliance Française. I have a very long relationship with Alliance Française. I think our first exhibitions, I did it at Alliance Française in the early 90s. So I've worked here with my colleagues. Aussi, je suis un ancien étudiant de l'Alliance Française. J'ai pris mon français ici, à l'Alliance Française, à Nairobi. So I know when I find myself in Paris, I can't get lost, which has happened a couple of times. So I have, it's great to be here because it's always a place which I feel like, it feels like home here. Today I was asked to speak about the rising tide. So it's rather, the subtitle to that is Crisis and Opportunities in Animation. Now, there's a saying that, you shouldn't let a good crisis go to waste. And also, there are many versions that, whenever there is a crisis, there is also an opportunity. And it is so much so also in our industry and the creative sector today, whether you would like to call it a crisis. I don't think I would call it a crisis. But the rise of technology, the challenges that we are having with funding and investment in the animation industry, one can say yes, they pose a challenge. And but I think there's also, these are times when there is great opportunity. There are great opportunities in the animation sector and also in the animation industry. And it will be upon you guys to take on that challenge. I think I have probably a little bit unique background, but also, you know, a bit lucky in my background. Just I'll give you, you know, before today Chief was very categorical, and I was happy about that I should speak to the students, to animators, to filmmakers, to the creatives who are here, and I'm happy about that, because I'm always comfortable with that. And I feel that I'm you know, we are in this together. So I was happy about that, and actually that's also the reason why I also accepted to come, and you know, to speak about it. Because you know, ideally I'll be speaking to you guys. Now I'll give probably of where we are and what I feel about it. And I will run through probably that also, you know, through my career as an editorial cartoonist and as a television producer. I started working as an editorial cartoonist in 1992. So probably some of you were not born then. As an editorial cartoonist, and those were quite heady days. I think we were changing things. Political environment was changing in Kenya, getting into the multi-party era and so forth. And so that was I was given rather a front row seat to the political events happening in Kenya, and in the real manner of participating in it. And so I was also lucky, and I did a Nation back then, and in mid-90s, 1996, I also took a break. I went to study in Italy, Treviso, at a research communication center, and I spent a year studying there. And actually, I did my first animated film, a short film, about 1 minute on racism while in Italy. And back then, you know, you had to do everything by yourself. So you had to do create the characters, do the in-betweening and all the movement and everything. And so after that, I came back. I continued with my work, you know, at Nation, and then in 2000, I also spent 2000 and 2001. I spent time at Vancouver Film School, where I studied animation and film. And so I'm a classic, and I think that's where I really learned also about animation and film, and I was very excited. I spent time there, wonderful school. I think that was one of the best classical animation schools. So after that I came back, and when I came back, I formed a company I co-founded a company, Buni Media, with my co-founder Marie Laura Mungai, who was a journalist then, and we did produce the XYZ show. This was basically with the XYZ show. It was a vehicle to produce the XYZ show. Now, probably many of you also have not seen it. It was a puppet show. And actually, we also did. We got the help of the Alliance Française, the French embassy, that helped us actually to produce it, especially the pilot, because I had actually we had one of our guys also who traveled to France, to Paris, to learn puppet making, and then he had to come back. So we had actually, and then we built a team around it, where we ended up actually producing a puppet show. Now, it was very difficult. Later on, we were joined by my colleague who's here, Ross, you know, from Germany, and became part of our producing team. And today he was, you know, the CEO of Buni Media. So at the moment, I'm actually, interestingly enough, I'm working on a graphic novel. A bit of a break from my editorial work, but why I was again excited to come today was basically also to come so that actually I can meet some of you, because my hope is once I'm done with my novel, I can come, you know, I can convince some of you probably to animate it. And so I was very keen to come so that I can meet some of you. because of that. And so that's briefly that's my my career. So, but before I appeal to you, one of the things that I want to give is a brief overview. Where are we at as just briefly as we probably have around 10 studios, correct me if I'm wrong, that are doing animation, but and probably they, you know, unless they have a project, they have you have probably very they would employ less than 5 people in terms of, you know, day to day. So that is not very good. We have probably about, again, not many institutions also producing animators, but so probably we have 7. Again, they might have probably grown. The number has grown. Institutions that are teaching animation courses here, but to put it in context, I mean, I think Pixar employs over 3,000 animators. There's one company in the US, and if they have a bigger project, probably they employ even more people. Canada, in its own, I think it pumps in about 4,000 people for, you know, in animation industry every year. India today employs thousands of animators. And in 10 years ago, India probably 20 years ago, you had probably a lot of companies were going to India to do in-betweening and the initial rough work for animation. Today, India produces quite a number of projects, and India has also partners. You have a lot of studios partnering with foreign studios in Europe and US, you know, producing very solid projects. I think Super Sema was done in India, if I'm not correct, and it is actually a co-production they co-produce it with Pryan Studio and Disney. I think Pryan from India is one of them, and they are handling much bigger projects. Now, so I was giving that overview in the sense to say, okay, so to give a fairly a fair picture to look at where we are as an industry and what, you know, probably we can do. More importantly, what you can do as animators, as filmmakers, as people in the creative sector. Now, again, I'll give a quick overview. If you are to look at all this, so it's important we also, as a people, as a country, as a community, to learn from others, to learn from different countries what has been done, to take the lessons and also learn. And they are broad, and apply those lessons and see what we can do in our industry. Because that is always a miss. And actually, quite frankly, that is exactly what I did. And for me to do the animation projects and projects that I've done here is simply because I actually learned, you know, from where I learned, and then I saw how we can apply here. When we started, you know, when we were doing the XYZ, we had probably about 80 team members, from writers, from puppeteers, from voice talents and others. We had 80, and we had actually at one point we realized actually to get somebody we had to get puppeteers, people to make puppeteers here. And we had to get some of the expertise so that then we could train our people, and then we were able now to do more. So we had actually to incorporate a lot of training that we had, you know, that were needed for the project. In fact, one of the interesting thing about actually, you know, the XYZ show, I actually did, the earlier pilot project had actually a segment of 2D animation. And I actually did I did animation, and I worked, I think, with Victor, but I did the storyboard, and I did, you know, the character designing, And so we had a whole session, I think it was 5 minutes, of animation as part of the pilot, because that was the idea. But then when I took it to my producers, I think they just said, no, this is just too much work. We don't have the expertise then. So we ended up actually doing just the puppet show, and the animation bit was dropped. But my point was that, it's important to know that you have to incorporate the lessons that that are needed. Now, it is difficult. I mean, you guys are at a very difficult point, and I think that probably would lean to the crisis. But also, there are also great opportunities. If you look at actually, all these lessons from other countries and so forth, what you see is that there are concerted effort in this industry to build their industries. And the players involved in the industry have put a broad and rather vision about the animation industry, about the creative industry. And then you had actually investors who have actually also come in there to put money so that actually you can grow the industry. And my hope is actually, I don't know if we have policymakers here, we have people from the government, but partners in this. I think that is always my cry, in the sense that there is a need for investors, partners, people who are doing training, people who are in the universities and the institutions, to see how actually they can come together and create a vision in which actually you can actually have a vision, an industry in which actually not only you have investment, not only you have students, but also it's a long-term vision. You have the supply side of the industry, that is institutions, students. There is investment there, but also there is investment in actually in the demand side, in the people who are doing the real work. And so that's important. That is always missing. There's always a disconnect. I mean, there are wonderful studios that, for me, I know that they're doing great work. They have actually a fair good structures of actually that they can absorb some of the students who are actually coming out. But what is lacking is always a proper visionary plan that actually can act as a foundation, but also can push these studios further. I mean, I know studios like Ponglupa, Buni Studios. They have that. They have that experience. It's a little experience, but it is there. What is lacking is actually a concerted effort by the broader players in the industry to invest, to see that you have internship programs, to see that you have productions that are there, to see that also you can bring in people from India, people from France, who actually can partner and work in projects with these studios, because that's the only way that you can build the industry. So I'm not going to dwell on that. I just wanted to give a bigger picture about that. But it's crucial that we are aware of where we are as an industry. Now, so what should you do, or what can be done? One of the things that another challenging thing that is always there, it is the technical aspect of it. And I think Chief mentioned it when he said that there's always a confusion about in animation. You find a lot of students. You find a lot of young people who get in there. They get a little bit because of the rapid technological changes that are happening. You have AI. You have and people are confused. confused about it, because the technology is always going to be faster, and sometimes I've spoken to animators. Animators are trying to cope with that. They are trying to figure out what to do. But for me, it's pretty simple. There are no two ways about it. Technology will always aid you, will always be a tool, depending on how you use it. Animation it needs skill set. Animation is a medium in which you have to understand. It's a film media in which you have to understand the film. So AI can only help you if to produce your short film or your production, if actually you have a good understanding, a good knowledge of animation, if you are a good animator. So that is one area. Now, one of the things is also, I go back to the training, for example. There have been a lot of institutions, a lot of other training animators, and I hear this, and I've been part of this. Sometimes you find that, there is people are training animators for 1 month, and then, there's an animation training for 1 month, there's animation training for 2 months. One of the things I insist that is it's important that the training of animation there is seriousness in that. My colleague, Ross, one day just he reminded him. He said, it's funny, and I think in animation this is the challenge, because you have institutions that are doing that, and for whatever reason, I'm not sure, but he said, where on earth did you hear that people train electricians for 1 month? No. Where did you hear engineers are trained for 1 month? Where did you hear that plumbers are trained for 1 month? Animation is a skill that needs also time. Whether you like it or not, you need, for you to be trained to be a good animator, you need to be trained. You need to go through that training. Now, there are, of course, always a few individuals who actually can excel and they can train it, and that's wonderful. That is wonderful, and it's important that there are institutions that actually there are people who actually can they're very much self-trained. I was very much a self-trained person, but I also had to receive trained. I had to get training. So it's important that that we remember that we acknowledge that, and again the sad thing with that is because there is scarcity of proper funding, and there is scarcity in terms of actually there is scarcity of projects. There is scarcity of, you can say, even institution. So you have this happening all over the place, and it's very demoralizing for animators. It is demoralizing for young artists that are working in the industry, because also you don't have clarity, and you don't have actually institutions that can actually absorb animators. Now, earlier on, there was a mention that why animation? So, number one, animation is important. You are very important. And I'll tell you why animation is very important. You see, as a film medium, animation is very important, because as growing up, as a kid, your association with film medium, with cartoons, is through animation. It's basically through animation. That leaves an indelible mark in your brain. You grow up with these characters. You all have characters that you grew up. So it's a very important, unlike other film mediums of film, in which actually they are not necessarily, they are not less important. But my point is, animation is unique in that sense. It's a very unique in that sense that you grow up with this, with these characters in your head. They leave an indelible mark, and so you have these pictures. It is the medium that you engage, very early on in your childhood, in your life, and of course growing up, then that actually leaves a mark in you. I think a lot of you probably you would remember, Super Striker. You grew up with Super Striker. You grew up with Ben 10. All manners of characters. Those, they remind you of something. Those where you communicated with, through them. Secondly, for me, as somebody who has spent his life in newsrooms and as an editorial cartoonist with various being kicked out of newsrooms, sacked from my newspapers, and lawsuits. By the way, I've been sued several times. In fact, some of this, I don't think if they've been dropped. So, having somebody who actually have defended freedom of speech, I've always treated animation as defending freedom of speech. And so it's very important that you understand that. Animation also, it's a medium that allows you to say things that other mediums cannot say. And that has to be defended, particularly now when actually free speech is under attack. I think you guys probably also know of South Park. So when South Park came, I was actually in school when it came, and I didn't like it very much because I actually thought, well, the drawings are not that sophisticated. But the writing is wonderful, and the style, sort of like just, gets into you. Now, South Park speaks about free speech. It speaks about defending free speech. That's where it's a refuge for you to say things cannot be said. It's a refuge for you to express yourself. So it's important, again, that, animation is defended, but also it's important for you to understand that why animation is important, why you are important, why it matters. Even in all this confusion of technology and AI and all that, no, you as an individual. It's not an AI that matters. It is you as an individual. So you should actually have that and understand that actually you have actually far much greater responsibility. You have far more opportunities as an animator than actually, myriad of disciplines out there. And then third, it's important because it's also a medium that you can tell a story. Tell your story. Nobody should tell you, actually, your story is less important. One of the things that as an individual that actually has always carried me through is the ability to, rather the urge to tell a story, to say something. And there are countless, even as we speak, even with AI. I mean, we, especially in these parts of the world and in Africa, we have countless of stories that have not even been explored. I think a lot of stories, they are, we see, they are told by others and so forth. That's the story for another day. But the truth of the matter is that there are actually countless and countless of stories, and it's upon you to tell those stories. So again, I go back to the idea, to what I mentioned, that you as an animator, you are very important. You have an important responsibility, you yourself, to tell your story. Imagine yourself today, just you as an individual, and 50 years from today, or 50 100 years from today, you are no longer there. Somebody tells you a story and distort it, and he tells something else completely. And on top of that, he's going to make money out of it. So tell your story. Another element that I would like to speak, and I care deeply about this, is for you as an animator, is the collaboration. Now, collaboration is a bastardized word. I mean, people talk about it, they say, but you know, I've worked with a lot of artists. It's a very challenging word, and having worked with many, you know, animators, it's artists. We are also very difficult. We want to work with ourselves. We think our ideas are great. We think that we are the only one who we can do. No, not really. I think you are better off collaborating with others. Now, it doesn't mean that you should not collaborate. You should not work on your own, but learn to collaborate. Because one of the ideas, one of the fact about animation is a team sport. It has pipeline. You can be good in 2 things, 3 things, and that's fine. You can be a good character designer, and so forth. But I implore you to learn to collaborate among yourselves, to collaborate with other players in the industry, collaborate with musicians, collaborate with writers, collaborate with fashion designers. Learn in your way, in your students, to share and so forth and so forth. And more importantly, many of you will go ahead and probably create your own studios and so forth, but also collaborate among studios. One of the things that throughout my career I've done, I've never wanted to do things I don't want to do. Whenever I had a project, I would look for a voice, a studio to record. I would not try to, we would go to another studio that is doing other things. I would go to, I worked with actually hair salonists. So work with other people to create, your goal, to achieve your goal. That is also very important. Amongst yourselves, but also, and this is an appeal also to studios, because even big studios here don't have actually they don't do that. And last but not least, I've had here, people, they talk about, you people probably know about Studio Ghibli and all other studios. In Japan, I had the pleasure of visiting Japan, I think in 2008, and I visited, some animation projects, including Studio Ghibli. The success of Japanese industry, it's again, as I said, we need to take lessons. One of the things that they do very well is that there is a huge collaborations among studios in Japan, that they work closely. Whereas there is competition, but also there is also collaborations, because you can always grow stronger as a team, but not actually as individuals. You can create big projects. You can achieve big projects. You can attract more funding if actually you team as a team. And this has been throughout history. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Another round of applause for Gado. It's good to know where we are from so that we can know where we are going. And at least when I see him, I know at least I can make a living out of this art. Okay. The next one, he's talked about vision. He's talked about opportunities and things like that. So in the next panel, I'm going to be introducing Sarah to come with the next panel, so that they can tell us about these opportunities, challenges in animation in Kenya, and even globally, so that we get more insights into that. It's a panel discussion, so let's just pay attention. And I know more nuggets are coming. I wish we had more time. I think you need to start a podcast. We need to hear these things. So welcome, welcome. Hands of applause for my...
It's not only me talking about it. I'm introducing a whole panel of people, which is great. Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing? Has it been informative so far? I'm very happy to see that most of the seats have been filled. So yes, I will be leading 2 conversations today, and this is the first one. The animation industry is something that I'm very passionate about. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Pungulupa Productions and Freehand Studios. But this year, I've taken on a bit of a new role other than running my studio. And I've become very involved with the association, which I'm very thankful for. And through the association, I ran the program Road to Annecy and the distribution lab, the animation distribution lab for East African artists. I've also been involved as a mentor. I've also moderated many channels, and I think that for us studios and studio owners to come together and build this industry is incredibly important. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Gado for speaking about collaboration. This is the time for us to come together and try and build this industry, and the association is a really important platform for that. And I also want to thank the French Embassy and Alliance Française for, you know, really giving us a boost and pushing us to this direction. But we also need to come together as studio owners and also, you know, contribute to our industry, because that's the only way that we will succeed long term. So this is where I will introduce the first panel for today. And we are going to explore the opportunities and challenges in our animation industry. I will start to introduce our very distinguished panel. Firstly, Maurice Chapeau, from the film and media attaché from the French Embassy in Kenya. Karibu sana. Caroline Sila, who is head of school at ADMI. Karibu. Then we have Charity Torut from the Kenya Film Commission. Hi, Charity. Karibu. All very important people in our industry, you can see. Then there's Olivia Okech as well, who is involved in the We4D program at GIZ. And they'll all speak to you a little bit more about what they've done now this year. And then we have Brian Afande, CEO of Black Rhino VR. I've called everyone. Are we 5? We are 5. I'm like, why are there 3? Hello, all, welcome. Thank you for making it here today. You've been called onto this stage because you all have great insights into the opportunities and challenges in our animation industry. Maybe we can do a very quick introduction by everyone before I go into my questions, just so everybody knows who you are and what you do. Not very long, quick.
I should go again. I did, but what else to say? Yeah, basically, I'm working together with partners on ground, whether it is in Kenya or across Eastern Africa, to co-design and build projects, the kind that Sarah mentioned, the Road to Annecy program, the distribution lab. Yeah, so always working hand in hand with partners, because without our partners, we can't do anything. So yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Caroline Silla. I go by Silla mostly, and I'm from ADMI, which is the Africa Digital Media Institute. And at ADMI, we believe in the power of storytelling to transform the creative economy. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that. And I am the head of school.
Good morning and happy International Animators Day to each and every one of you.
Yes!
Yes. My name is Charity Torut from the Kenya Film Commission. I'm the Capacity Development Officer there. And a fun fact, when I walked in and I saw my first real boss, Gado, on stage. Yeah, I was his video editor for a couple of years, and I worked with a lot of animators. And just to give honor where honor is due, and producer as well, and I produced for him as well. So just to give him honor and a big shout out that he's one of the best bosses. If you ever get to work for someone in the industry, Gado is number one.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Olivia. I work with GIZ. I specifically work for a project that focuses on employment promotion for women. It's called We4D. I'll not get into the full acronym. And one of the projects that we work with is a partnership with Triggerfish Foundation that's based in South Africa that is supporting women entrepreneurs, women animators here in Kenya. So I'm looking forward to today to interact with you all and just to experience and share this day with you. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Brian Afande. Sometimes, listen, I feel like this CEO thing doesn't work for me personally. So I'll just say I'm head of creative at Black Rhino VR. We are what you call an extended reality technology company. By the way, we are self-taught, graduated from the prestigious School of YouTube Premium. So I run a team of creative technologists, and what we do is we build solutions and content around AR, VR, and of course, because it's digital technology, animation as well. So thank you so much for making time for this panel.
Thank you, Brian. We know your age when you say the University of YouTube. You're a cohort. Amazing. Morris, I would like to start with you. Has anybody in the audience ever heard of Savannah Creatives? Put up your hand. I'm shocked. So Savannah Creatives is a newsletter that is run by Morris, and I think it's one of the most important newsletters in, and with his wife, Love. Maybe don't forget Love. It's one of the most important newsletters for the audiovisual industry in Africa, on the continent, I would say. You're trying. Yes. So please, first of all, follow his podcast. Follow his newsletter. The podcast is coming soon, I think, right? Morris, you've worked on the Creation Africa program. You have this incredible newsletter which provides really, really important updates and insights into our audiovisual industry. From your vantage point, I want you to share with the audience what is the current state of the animation industry in Kenya and beyond. I know it's a very big question, but I know you can handle it.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah, for this. I was, as we were discussing earlier, you told me about the question. I started making up my answer, taking it out a little bit. I think the first place where we need to start from, and that is not just Kenya, that is for the continent as well, is how young this industry is. Because when you compare it, most studios are below 10 years old, maybe 20, 25, maybe 30 for the oldest ones across the continent, and that is a stretch. So when you compare to Western animation industry, whether France or Japan or the US, which spans like a century, we are really at a different stage, and it's very normal. And because of that, we also face a number of structural challenges. And basically, I was saying that like the animation studios in Africa are fighting all the battles all at once. Because you have a talent problem, like there is a shortage of talent, shortage of trainings for talents. In Kenya, we are really lucky to have a higher education institution that is teaching animation with ADMI. I can tell you it's very rare. In Nigeria, there is no such thing. So YouTube University is a great way to learn, obviously. Studios as well are building capacity, training talents. But then once you have trained talents, another question is how do we retain them? So retainership is another challenge. So talent shortage, obviously there is a distribution infrastructure problem on the continent. Just to give you an idea, like that is on the number of cinema room we have on the continent. Very roughly is basically 1 for 1 million people. Is a little more, but in France is 1 for 10,000 people. It gives you an understanding of the gap that is there. And obviously we speak of distribution infrastructure challenge. We are also speaking of market size, because if you have a lesser amount of screens, there is less money you can make. So that's why distribution is such a big thing, such a big problem. But there are obviously opportunities there as well, and the informal sector here is very rich in, is a real laboratory and something that we need to explore as an industry. Not just animation, it's also film, but funding problems and I mean, there is already not so much money for film, but when it comes to animation, it's like, it's another thing. So I mean, I think you know the picture, lots of challenges, but the industry is also facing a new paradigm shift as well, because so AI obviously is coming in, that is redefining a lot of the way films are produced. Audience as well, audience attention and the audience in general are more scattered across different social media, different formats. So this is another opportunity that can be tapped into. And also another thing that COVID highlighted as well is for like Western studio used to be strong and powerful, but with COVID they had to lay off a lot of people, and now we are maybe coming back towards a more agile and leaner structuration, organization for the studios, which AI is also facilitating. So those ecosystem revolutions that are ongoing are really opportunities for all of us to tap into. And I think I would like to mention 4 as well, because during the distribution lab we had last month, we had really, really insightful conversations with colleagues from Nigeria, from South Africa, from all the region here. And I think four things were discussed that I think are really worth exploring for animation studios willing to keep growing and survive in this economy. Some of those strategies or pivots are not necessarily something that everybody is ready for, but I will take first example is the internationalization. Sorry. So Triggerfish, Vanessa Sindon from Triggerfish was explaining us how, so Triggerfish obviously was born in South Africa in Cape Town, but now the studio has offices in the UK, in Ireland, and they have their whole legal structure based in Mauritius. So they have grown to access new opportunities as well. In Ireland, they access co-production opportunities with Europe. In the UK, they access opportunities over there. So tax incentives, exactly. But obviously, that is a more advanced situation. We are speaking of the most advanced studio on the continent. But this is one thing that's, I think, a route that is worth exploring as well if your studio is willing to really go to the next route. So maybe some of you here are actually planning that or thinking about it. Another thing as well, I think that was quite important is service work. It was mentioned on multiple occasions. So servicing other studios or companies, putting your skills on the table, not just developing IPs. Because IP development obviously is very important. It's a long-term thinking, which also costs a lot of money, and it doesn't bring revenues before some time. And so service work has really been a way to keep your studio afloat, and I believe is a really good way as well to keep your staff engaged, to keep training them. And one thing, sorry, maybe I'm a bit long, so I will try to. On this service work thing, we had a conversation with Raymond Malinga from Uganda a couple of months back in Nancy. And if you want to be able to take up international client deals, you also have to meet industry standards. And some of the conversation was revolving around, of course, so speaking the same language of having your books in order, but also it is also about using the right tools, paying licenses for those tools, and being also able to ensure that you're going to handle the IP of your clients properly. And there is a security dimension here that also comes into play. And so, yeah, if you want to go on tap and tap it to more like larger clients, you need to actually show that you can be a credible service provider, which means using the right tools once again, paying these licenses, securing whatever contents you are working on, and it's not easy, but it's very critical. And I think Gulupa, you guys are offering, and you guys are doing that very well. So if you have questions, ask Chief and Sarah.
It's very expensive.
Yeah.
But there also are actually like options in softwares that are not as expensive. So if you look at Moho as opposed to Toon Boom, hope there's no one from Toon Boom in here. Toon Boom is really expensive. It's good to know how to use it because a lot of international productions use it. But Moho, you pay $400 and it's a one-time, lifetime fee that you can use for a long time. So making that investment is quite important. Yes, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Maurice, I knew you would cover it quite well. My next question is for you, Sila. Wow, half of the people we've trained at Bugulupa have been from ADMI. We've had a very successful in-studio training program for the last 2 years. I can see some of our interns in the stage. Some of them continue to work for us as well. Even department heads that started out as interns, some of them from ADMI had continued, right? So my question, Sila, for you is, as one of Kenya's leading institutions that offers, good quality, high standard animation courses, what are you doing to ensure that the students that leave from your institution have the skills to work in these studios such as ours, and that they have pathways to employment?
Thank you very much for the question. There are various things that we do as ADMI to ensure that the graduates that come out of our institution are able to fit in the economy, or specifically animation economy. So one of the things that we do is a curriculum review. I'll just mention 3 very main ones, yeah? For curriculum, we make sure that we are industry aligned. What does this mean? It means that annually we have to review our curriculum. We incorporate international standards to make sure that we're not just teaching what is available here, but teaching them and preparing them for even international. So we have experts that we work with at an international level who are able to help us review our curriculum. So we are making sure that we are teaching international standards. That's first. 2, we make sure we have the tools, like you mentioned. We have the software, we have the equipment, not cheap, but we make sure that it is available. We make sure we have the software that the students need to be able to do both, because we do both 3D and 2D animation in campus, both at diploma level. So yeah, that as well, just making sure that the students are able to interact. When they get into the field, they are not surprised by any equipment or software. They have hands-on experience. That's more of the technical tool that we provide to the students. In addition to that, we make sure that we hire industry experts to deliver the training. So this is immersion, industry immersion. So what do we do? You'll find most of the members of Animation Association, for instance, are part of our faculty. So we have these experts who are in the field actually delivering the training. So they're providing hands-on, all students learn by work. So that's what we believe. We give them real experience where they're able to interact with the work, immerse themselves with the industry. And this is on a day-to-day. From day one when you join ADMI, that's what we do, and that's what we promise, and that's what we deliver. In addition to that, we do have experiences, like for instance, where we take students to experience, like this, for instance, if you'll notice, most of the video production, for instance, is ADMI. Most of the people who are covering, so this is what we call industry exposure. So we take students for that frequently, where we are able to give them opportunity to interact with experts in the field. And then also, we have something we call the Career Launchpad. And this is where we teach them on the soft skills. So we've taught them the technical skills, we've immersed them in the industry. We also want to make sure they can communicate, you know, they can fit well in an environment, they can collaborate. So they're not surprised again when they go to work, and this is something that you have to do now. So we have Career Launchpad, which is a course that all students go through in 2 semesters, and this is employability skills, and we get them ready. By the time they're done with the soft skills, by the time they're done with their training, they're able to have their own portfolios. We train them on how to pitch, so they're able to present themselves in front of investors, in front of employers, and all this makes sure, basically, that we are producing all-rounded graduates. When they come out of ADMI, they're able to fit in any work environment, both locally and international.
And just one comment as well. You were mentioning international partners, and your guys are partnering with Rubica, which is one of the biggest animation and video game design school in France.
Yes.
So yeah, I think it was worth noting.
Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Celia. It's encouraging when I travel to other countries on the continent. It's really encouraging to see that Kenya does have, you know, quite a few animation courses. Yeah, so we really need to tap into that. And that leads me to my next question, right? Because what I have seen is actually interns who come to our studio and are working on a pipeline adapt very fast. And I think they also adapt very fast because they have that educational kind of underpinning. So in line to what Gado was saying earlier, I think distribution is becoming one of our biggest challenges as a continent. And actually, during the distribution lab in Nairobi, you know, some of the leading animation studios were selected, and we don't necessarily need more training. We need pathways to distribution and monetization. So my next question is for you, Charity, and seeing that distribution is one of our main bottlenecks, and of course policy becomes very important when it comes to distribution. What steps are the Kenya Film Commission doing to ensure that animators have these pathways, and that we're positioned now as a hub for animation that can take on service work, because you have studios that can take on service work? And also, how can the association help, you know, in this policy landscape as well? Because the association are, what's the word I'm looking for? They're the link, right, between the animation community in Kenya and government institutions like the Kenya Film Commission.
Thank you for that very elaborate question. Yeah, thank you for that. And because distribution is one of you're speaking to the heart of what many animators face, not only in Kenya or Africa, but even globally. So it's a thing that is affecting beyond just Kenya. And for us at the Kenya Film Commission, I hope everybody has heard about the Kenya Film Commission.
Hands up.
Or
head of the
to
Kenya
project
Film
our
Commission?
mandate on the screen. Yeah, so Kenya KFC, not the chicken place, but the Kenya Film Commission. We are a state agency, and we are under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. And our mandate is quite simple: to support and develop the film industry in Kenya. And so in matters distribution, for us as a commission, we aim to empower the entire value chain or the entire ecosystem of content creation, development, and distribution, not only in Kenya, but so that Kenyan products can go both regional and international to the global stage. And how do we do this? We do it in a couple of ways. First, of course, is capacity building and infrastructure. For us, talent identification is quite critical. And so we hope to we have programs that help us in talent identification and nurturing. And because we are not a training institution like ADMI, for us is the infrastructure that is built around this talent development. And so we have developed film hubs across the country, and these hubs are accessible spaces which are equipped for creatives to go and to create their own content. And so if you're a young animator and maybe you're in the region where the film hub is, you are at liberty to access this facility. It's equipped with computers, green screen softwares, cameras, light equipment, sound studios, and you can use all these facilities for free. You just need to book with the commission. So for us, that is one step through infrastructure, and we hope that in those spaces, you can do experimental work with your animation. You can do more learning and refining of your skill in animation. And then hopefully you can transition from learning to earning, because we don't want you to be learning for 20 years. No, at some point you have to move to the earning section so that the next crop of animators can start learning. So one is through infrastructure and talent development. The second thing we do is grant financing through our film empowerment program. So the commission has a film empowerment program where we provide grant financing for animators and of course other creatives. And this is done in 3 ways, actually 4. The first way is through production funding, development, where we fund the development of your script or your research for a documentary, and this can even be scripting for animation. It doesn't have to be for a feature film only that is acted. And that is one. The second one is production, where now you have your script ready and now you want to go into active production. And this involves animating. So we fund you to animate your project once the script writing is done. The third phase is marketing and distribution. So you have written your script, you have produced your content, now you want to take it to a local and an international market. We also give you grant financing to enable your project travel around the country and even outside if that's where you wish. And then fourth is the emerging filmmakers category. This is a category for young and emerging filmmakers because we understand that sometimes it is difficult for you to compete against GADO if GADO ever decides to apply for funding. So you need one that the competition is at least balanced. So we have an emerging filmmakers category, and this is for students who are about to clear from learning institutions or are self-taught. I'm looking at Brian, or are self-taught. You can access this funding, and you would need to have been in the industry for at least 1 to at least 4 years. So within that window, you can access our emerging filmmakers category. However, that does not exempt you from participating in these other categories if you trust your level of skill and to battle it out in the circle with everybody else. So we do give grant financing in that aspect to enable you complete your project and also distribute your project globally. Other than funding, we also have our creative industry database. Why? We want to expose the talent and the skills so that it's visible and accessible, both locally and internationally, such that when we get requests, even from international producers who are maybe looking for animators in Kenya, they can refer to our creative industry database and they can reach out to the animator with the skill that they desire from that database. So registering in our creative industry database makes you visible and accessible to not only other creatives locally, but also internationally. And then the final thing that we're doing for distribution, of course, is enhancing policy and regulation. For example, I don't know if you've heard of the KICA Act. The KICA Act is where the broadcasting houses are supposed to air 40% of local content. So for us, it's to push for that, for the enforcement of that law, such that whenever any broadcasting station is on, at least 40% of its content is local, and that would make our creative works fit into those spaces through policy. Another thing we're doing is incentives for post-production for animators to make Kenya attractive, so that when international filmmakers come, the incentives that we give them makes it attractive to work with yourselves as local creators and animators. What can the association do and what can members do? Participate. Whenever we are having these conversations around policy and regulation, we call for active participation. It is always good when we have the voice of the animators, so that we don't create policy that is so far and impractical from what you're facing on the day-to-day basis. So currently, of course, we are working on the film bill and the creative economy policy. So whenever we have those forums, we always send it out to the association and guilds. And so it would be in your best interest to actively participate. And also, maybe a call to the emerging filmmakers. If you're yet to join an association or guild, I think it's a moment for you to consider. Why? Because that is the only way we can hear your voice as a state agency. We can only work through associations and guilds. And so join these associations and guilds and actively participate and put your case or your needs forward. For example, we are working on a program that focuses on retirement for creatives. And we are designing this policy around how, why is it that when creatives or animators retire, why do we always have to go for fundraisings? Why do we always have to, when they are sick, why do we always have to, mchangos here and there? We want to get away from that. And so we are working with organizations such as Lab Fund to see that we create a program that is just for creatives, where you're able to save for your retirement, and also your health is covered. Your healthcare is also covered. And we do away with all this fundraising that we have. But how will you be able to access it? Through an association or guild when the time comes. So it is to your best interest, one, to have a collective voice, and also two, for us to be able to address your needs. And the only way the government can address your needs is if you join an association or guild. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charity. I actually have two quick questions for you. So number one, Uli and Tata was a beneficiary of the Film Empowerment Grant, and we were so proud that our development funding came from the Kenya Film Commission. But although it's been a while since we've seen it, when is it coming back?
Soon.
It's coming back soon?
It's coming back soon, yes.
Okay.
So
I'll take your word for it.
So thank you for bringing that up again, Sarah, because yes, we did not have the Film Empowerment Program last year. However, we are rolling it out in bits, and currently the call that is currently running is the co-production funding. And the co-production funding is if you have an animation project or a film project that you're doing as a Kenyan producer with a producer from a different country. The call runs till the 20th of November.
It's out at the moment.
It's currently out at the moment. Please go to our website, apply. Of course, we never give 100% funding, we give part funding. And for us, it's just a nudge towards the right direction. So please, please, please apply before 20th November. If you have any questions, we are here. We'll be able to guide and answer any questions that you might have.
Charity, also, maybe you can speak a little bit about co-production treaties, because I know that Kenya has signed co-production treaties with South Africa. I don't know if it's finalized, but it's also good for us to know like these opportunities. What do these treaties mean?
Yeah, so currently we have a co-production treaty with South Africa that is signed, and we are currently pursuing one with Germany and a couple of other countries. And a couple of other countries, but the ones I actively know about is the German one and the South African one. And the reason we do co-productions are good because it helps us to have funding and, of course, accessibility to markets. And, of course, culture exchange and skills exchange, all these things, all these good things that come with co-production. And so for us, the frameworks are currently developed, for example, with countries like South Africa. And how it works is for something to qualify as a co-production, there is the 20/80 rule, where you can't invest in a project less than 20%, and you can't invest in a project more than 80%. So for example, if I was working with a producer from France, the minimum investment I can put in is 20%, and the most the France producer can put into the project is 80%. That is what qualifies as a co-production. So it can be quantified in terms of expertise, it can be quantified in terms of financing, and and the work that will go into there. And of course, there are things that have to be aligned, like the composition of above the line jobs. What is the percentage that is going to Kenya? What is the percentage going to the other producer? Such things, and such co-production frameworks help to safeguard you as a Kenyan filmmaker, such that you're not doing a co-production and then the only jobs you're doing are below the line, and then all the decisions are being made through a producer from a different country. No. So the reason for this co-production is one, to bring, what is it called, facilities or resources pool that you might not have as a creative, and also to safeguard you and your rights. So yes, the co-productions are there. Currently, we're handling it on a case-by-case basis. If you have a co-production, you can write to us as a commission, and we will be able to reach to our South African counterpart and align on the co-production. There are incentives that come with co-production. So depending on the total economic spend that you're going to do in Kenya, or the total economic spend that you're going to do in the other country. So yes, these frameworks are there, they're accessible. All you have to do, just come to the commission. Don't sign the final contract before running it. Let's do it as a team where you come, we hear what you want to do, give you guidance if needed, and if it doesn't come from us, connect you to other sister agencies, for example, the Kenya Copyright Board, the Classification Board, any agency that is within the creative economy space that is there to support you and facilitate you. So yes, we do facilitate co-productions, government to government, some are signed, but we also facilitate individual to individual. Yes.
Thank you for that. Okay. Yes, that's very interesting and very, very helpful. Great. Animation is, as you mentioned, Boris, is not the most fundable audiovisual medium, right? But there's been a very interesting project that has been happening for the last year, I would say, Olivia. And recently, through the association, I had the pleasure of collaborating on this project, which is the We4D project. And we organized a film screening of Kizazi Moto. Two of the directors were in Nairobi, and one of the producers was in Nairobi as well. So we took the opportunity to organize a screening for the paid members of the Animation Association of Kenya. That is a bit of encouragement to get your paid membership, because there are incentives and there are opportunities that are that are being offered to you. So yes, I want you to speak a little bit more about this particular very interesting project, and also from a funder's perspective, what makes animation worth supporting?
All right, thank you so much for that, Sarah. So first, let me just give the perspective of GIZ. In GIZ, we have two separate film projects, for example. We have a main film program that also is working very closely with KFC, and I guess with the co-production treaties that you're talking about. And then we have the We4D program, which is our women empowerment program that focuses on, what opportunities can we have for women to get better jobs, to be employed, and also just to remove the gender barriers. Are there any gender barriers in the creative animation industry? Are there any gender barriers in animation? Yeah. So, so that's what we are doing at We4D. And so we partnered with Triggerfish Foundation, as has been mentioned. It's a project that has been running for about 2 years now. Well, the first year was mainly on just laying the ground. And so we started honestly implementing this year. And it was a project that was also birthed from a partnership that we had with GIZ South Africa, with Triggerfish, where the Kizazi Moto Generation series was birthed and developed. So we wanted to bring it to Kenya and see then how can women animators in Kenya also benefit from such a partnership. So yeah, when you talk about what does a funder look when they want to fund animation projects, I think 3 things come to mind. The first one would be creativity, and of course I don't have to say anything about that because this room is full of creatives. The second bit is impact. Yeah, it's not just about compelling storytelling, it's about do your stories have impact? What impact do we want to showcase? And for GIZ and for We4D, the impact that we want to showcase should be around job creation, should be around inclusion, and should be around sustainability. And when you talk about sustainability, it's also dichotomous. Sustainability both in the production processes, are we using eco-friendly methods to produce the animation films, but also in the stories that we are telling. Are we telling stories that speak to sustainability measures? Do they like protecting the climate, protecting the earth, etc.? This morning, Ngado talked about growing up and remembering stories or animations or cartoons that we used to watch as we grew up. And as he was speaking, one vividly came to mind. Maybe I might expose my age here a little bit, but in the 90s, there was a film, there was a cartoon, an animation that was called Captain Planet and the Planeteers. I don't know if the power is yours, exactly. And so when Ngado was speaking, I vividly remembered that. And it wasn't just the animation that came to mind, it's about the stories. I remember that it was about the spirit of the earth, the woman who was called Gaia, and she gave power to 5 teenagers in, in different continents of the earth to protect the earth in different ways. I think there was one for fire, water, earth, heart, and wind. Yeah, so these teenagers would fight eco-villains left, right, and center just to protect the planet. And you see, at that point, for me, it was just entertainment. Yeah, it was just, Captain Planet, we're in front of the TV, we're watching. But thinking about it now is, what are the impact that it had on protecting the environment. And so this is me 30 years, and I can remember some of the stories and the importance of protecting the environment. And this is what we talk about when we talk about creating stories that have an impact, yeah? So you choose a topic and see what story can you tell that resonates now, but also in future. And sustainability, protecting of the planet, of the earth, these are topics that will be important several years to come. Yeah, so I mean, that's what we talk about when we talk about sustainability. And then what do we look for when we want to fund projects on animation? Of course, African storytelling. I think we're in Africa, and we are told that Africa still has several stories that need to be told. So African storytelling, but that can resonate globally, You don't just think within the African ecosystem, but do we tell stories that can resonate globally? And I think the other thing that we look at also is how do we do the story, how do we promote the marketing of the products that we show? I think it's been talked a lot about what ADMI does in terms of market access, how do creatives present themselves, how do they pitch their products? And so for us, we come in and see, is this a project that we can take and showcase, for example, to an international film festival, for example. Germany has one annually that's in Stuttgart, an international film festival. So when we look at a project, is this something that we can take over and can the creatives, speak about it confidently, pitch it to our funders, and hopefully something comes out of it. So those are some of the things that we look at. And you mentioned that animation is not very fundable, and that's true. We fight at GIZ to keep projects such as these alive, because it's through projects such as these that you can really tell the important stories. If you want to, for example, we have several projects in agriculture, but can we tell stories through animation that focuses on the objectives and the impact that we want to achieve through the various projects that we are implementing at GIZ? So it's not very fundable, but there are people behind the scenes that are trying to fight for projects such as this to keep them alive, to keep them going, and to use animation and creativity as a tool, really, to showcase some of these very important topics that they say in the world. So. So that's maybe what I can say for now about why GIZ is still in this space and why we want to support creatives in the animation industry. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add something to what she said, and there's an audience survey that we did some years, I think like 3 or 4 years ago, and that is what led us into doing that's why the third cycle. No, the second cycle. The second cycle was children focused. It's because at the time we were just coming out of COVID, and the research just happened to be after COVID, and children are the biggest consumers of content in Kenya. Children are watching between 6 to 9 hours. And the question we asked ourselves is, what we're watching? And unfortunately, most of the content that was coming on our screens for children was animations that were not created by African animators. It was Western animations that were airing on our screens. And when we asked why, they said because there are not enough children animations that are currently on our screen. And so that is why we focused on the development of children's content through Uli and Tata and Shoelace and all these other projects. So one thing that for us, even in subsequent film empowerment programs, even the one that we are working on now that is gladly funded by, is we are looking for stories that do not mimic Western culture. Stories that are authentically Kenyan. I know the word authentic is sometimes overused or misused, or I don't know how, there's a way we play around with the word authentic. But we need to learn how to do animations that tell Kenyan stories and Kenyan culture. And if you see now the stories that are currently being, for example, in our scriptwriters residency, when we share this content with international agencies, they always pick the stories that are authentically Kenyan. For example, they'll take something that is about polygamy and the good aspects of polygamy. Things like, I never used to look for a babysitter. Now, a community is raising their children. But you see, from other cultures, they would look at polygamy as a thing of, this is something that is not from their culture. And so looking for the positives in our culture, and that is our heritage. That is the intangible thing that we can export out there, and for it to be ours, and that nobody can ever buy or devalue. So one of the things that is critical in financing of projects, even animation projects, is something that is not westernized or does not mimic another person's culture, something that is truly a reflection of the culture that you're trying to export. So if it is Kenyan, we look for authentic Kenyan stories that can have cultural and heritage export. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Charity. That was extremely valuable, as well as your contributions, Olivia. And thank you for continuing to support the animation industry. Animation can employ a lot of people. We had 40 people working on Uli and Tata. We employed 40 people. We trained, I think we trained like 30 interns, half of which we employed, 60% plus were women. So I also want to say that I want to just appreciate studio owners. I want to appreciate the Animation Association of Kenya as well in the recent years. 5 years ago, when you walked into an animation studio, it was just men. when you would come to events around animation, everybody on the panel were men. But it's really, really changed in the last 5 years, and due to the talent of women. So over 50% of when we make internship calls, over 50% are women, and they're good applications. It's not like we are picking, but they're just good. And yeah, and also the inclusivity of studios at A3K as well, who have really been making not even making an effort, I wouldn't say, but have really taken it upon themselves, you know, to ensure that there is representation. But I'm really positive of what the future looks like. We may not have so many women in the department roles, or because a lot of them are juniors, right? There are very few women in animation who have been in the industry for a long time. But that is going to change very soon, and I'm very excited about that. Now, for my final question to Brian, I'm going to go on a bit of a segue. I'm really happy. We looked at the animation industry kind of from a bird's eye view. We've looked at education. We've looked at policy. We've looked at funding. But now, I want to look at games, VR, AR, and AI. The animation industry globally is in a crisis, okay? We may not feel it as much, but internationally in the West, it is in a crisis due to a post-COVID bubble that has burst. I think AI has also had a bit of an effect on that. However, games and VR are thriving, I would say. Okay, let me say games are thriving.
I was just going to say those statistics.
Okay, but games are doing very well. And somebody came up to me recently and said, I know how gamers make money. I don't understand how you animators make money. But yes, we are seeing a shift in how people interact with content, right? People are interacting with content in a more immersive way. And I just want to explore with you, Brian, what opportunities are there for people in this audience, a number of who are animators, to tap into more immersive digital content?
Thank you so much. Disclaimer, I'm not an expert of all those technologies, FYI. But just because I'm a creative technologist, it's really allowed me to oscillate across the different technologies and subsectors that exist. For the record, I want to say that these technologies are just not tools. These are what you call storytelling languages. So depending on how you start to look at them, then you start understanding the power of what these technologies are. So let me first address the white elephant in the room around AI and how it's going to take your jobs and stuff like that. 15 years ago, young people were being told, and 15 years ago I was a young person, and we were being told you need to code. And now we realize that a lot of the jobs that were taken, literally taken by AI, were guys who were coding, right? And now we look at this whole new skill set, and AI is this technology that can be able to either generate content for you, can be able to be, can create an extension of the ideas that you have. But I want to tell you right now that it's been said before, but I'll remind you, just in case you've never heard it, that artificial intelligence, you would personally not lose your job to artificial intelligence, you will lose your job to someone who's leveraging on it. And this is the harsh reality of it. Because there's an adoption curve of the technology. So what is the adoption curve? How many people are using it to augment some of their stories? So when I say these are storytelling languages, by all means, I feel like it's an opportunity for us to reframe how we tell our stories, leveraging on these technologies. So let me also say something about the opportunities. Opportunities are gaps. And gaps exist because probably we've been doing something over and over and expecting different results, which is insanity, right? So I feel like probably in the ecosystem, looking at digital technology, by all means, in leaps and bounds, that there's a certain disservice that we've been doing. Maybe we did it inadvertently, maybe we did it by design, but I believe that, and this is something that I've seen in the ecosystem, that we're using an artisan approach on how we are creating talent, creating a talent pipeline. We're using an artisan approach where you're building talent, you're constantly building talent, but you're not looking at the whole value chain. So what happens is when you build this pool of talent, and there's this huge competition, but as you go out, there's a funnel. Because the funnel is, I would audaciously say this, that we're looking at these technologies or even animation, VR and AR as projects and not as products. When you start looking at it as a product, you start looking at the value of it as a product. When you start demystifying the value chains of how people are making money from games, VR and AR, it's just not based on sales. There are certain auxiliaries, certain peripherals on the side that support this particular game for it to become commercially viable. So my thing is the gap that exists right now is not a talent gap. The gap that exists is how do we tap into the business of animation? How do we tap into the business of digital technologies? How do we tap into the opportunity of being an intermediary? For those of you who don't know this word, an intermediary is like, it's a bridge. Let's say it's a bridge. Do you have a better definition of that?
Middle. Yours is so much better than mine.
Yeah, it's a bridge. And this bridge allows information to flow towards other peripherals that are supporting an industry. So we have a huge gap when it comes to intermediaries. We're always talking about distribution, but there's also building commercial value for projects. There's looking at the IP framework. How do we're going into co-production agreements and we are doing this stuff. What does it mean? Remember, if you're going into a co-production agreement of an 80-20 share, by the way, that share also, as much as it's creating value, there's people who are looking at it as my percent is 80%. I'm going to detect the terms. He who feeds you controls you. So my thing is literally, there's first a gap for us not to say we are all going to be content creators. We want to go into the development of the business models behind it. And when I audaciously say I'm self-taught, I started as music. I did music for very many years. I transitioned into radio. I did radio for many years. And now when I started a studio, I started a very small studio. We were two guys in my business partner's house in the servants' quarter. And we started from there. But we've worked extensively within the continent. And the only reason why we did that is my business partner was always the creative in the business. I was always the businessman in the business. So you need to probably look at the whole value chain and see where your talents are. Not all of us can be animators. Not all of us can be, musicians and create the score. Why I like video games is one of the best value chains ever because it gives employment to so many people, from musicians to not just animators, guys who are actually drafting, illustrating. There's a whole value chain. So my thing is try to figure out. So for young people, there's something we call a critical separation. So let me explain what this concept is. You walk into a room and there's 20 other animators. And you all have different, visual styles, visual affinities, visual skills. But what is the critical separation that separates you from this other person? You're all talented. You've all developed really cool stuff. So what is your critical separation? Now, I would like to say that your critical separation could be something that distinguishes you from the rest. Maybe you have a better understanding of business of the animation industry. Maybe you did a course. Also for ADMI, one of the things I would challenge, because you guys have resources, how do you just look at a holistic approach? And I know you cannot do everything, but how do you look at how you can be able to get these young people and introduce that critical USP? So another word is a USP. It's a unique selling proposition. I walk into a room. What's my USP? My USP is I have a protracted skill set, but I focus into the business. I would look at an animated piece and say, okay, this is how I can make money out of it. When you're busy illustrating, you can go to Coca-Cola and talk to them about product placement and say all the beverages that are going to be in this animation are going to be Coke cans. And they pay you for that. There's merchandising. And when we say merchandising in Kenya, please, t-shirts and hats are not merch. Please, let's also demystify that, right? So there's a whole way on how we can be able to address this. But I believe that the role of intermediaries is so important, number one. Let's empower those platforms. And not just local, not just international platforms, local platforms. Remember, the world has become smaller because of democratization of the internet, right? Now, because the world has become smaller, your attention span has also become smaller. That's why YouTube had long formats, and now they have short formats. Because they know you guys, they know us. So if the world is becoming smaller and there's all these technologies, for instance, I'm a big fan of augmented reality. Because augmented reality is the only technology that exists that can transform this space into a narrative. I can have characters running around, just leveraging on my mobile phone. And for us, I want to also say that the mobile phone, there's an opportunity for the mobile phone for you young people. And it's just not a tool to look pretty on Instagram. It's really a tool for liberation. Back in the day, I studied computer engineering. Back in the day, we used to run machines called a 386. I'm talking before the Pentiums. Some of you don't even know what Pentiums are. This was a 386. We had I was going to cuss. We had like a big floppy disk. You had to put it in. We had to call. You remember that stuff? I mean, and now, with my phone, it's a gazillion times faster in terms of processing, in terms of audio fidelity, visual fidelity. So every day you're working with a powerful computer. And you still want to take pretty pictures on Instagram. So my thing is, look at how you can create a critical separation for you. We don't all have to be artisans. There's a business model in the value chain. And when you start owning that value chain and saying, for me, I believe as a Christian, my talents will always bring me before kings. It's not what I know particularly. It's the extension of what I know I have as a talent, and I build upon it as a business. So these are just some of the opportunities that I've seen that are existing. And because we are in this talent pool, sometimes we forget that we can really get into how we can start making money. And by therefore the Kenya Film Commission, I'm a beneficiary of the Kenya Film Commission. The first time I went to the Cannes Film Festival, you guys paid for my air ticket. I mean, I went to a hotel, they were charging 400 euros a night, which looked like a shoebox. But I was like, it's KFC that sent me here. I'm an ambassador of the country. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank you and Tim and all the work that you guys are doing, because it's really dope stuff. One last thing I just wanted to say on the opportunities. Let's start dissolving these silos. Man, we need to change our mentalities. Yeah.
Key word for today.
Please, we need to start changing our mentalities. We need to start partnering locally. Don't wait for money from GIZ. It's good though. I'm a beneficiary, thank you. It's good though. But let's also start changing our mentalities on how we can start to work across studios. I was very happy to see James. James hit me up. He's like, yo, Brian, let's do A, B, and C. I'm like, all right, James, let's do it. But I should have. This is how we start building. For instance, let me give you guys a personal story. One day, I got 1 million shillings. So 1 million shillings, cash. And I was like, what do I do with this 1 million shillings? Do I buy a fancy car? Because I want a fancy car. I said, you know what? I can sell my car, add this, and get a dope ride. Then I said, you know what? Let me invest in a mocap suit to help the ecosystem. So I invested in a mocap suit. My brother Chief, he came to my studio, my lab. He's like, yo, you have a mocap suit? I'm like, yes. People who are building games, all this stuff. I have this thing. I'm not charging. It's for free. Let's build the ecosystem. I put 1 million shillings, not my neighbor, me. 1 million shillings. To date, I don't have any single person. Maybe there's Eduji, whose background is in film. There's Sharama, who's an artist from Ukoflani Mau Mau, who came to see me about using the mocap suit. There's no single person who's actually come and said, I'm a game developer. We all know what a mocap suit can do when it comes to your pipeline. And I'm not charging. I'm like, guys, come and access it. Maurice was at my XR lab, and I told him I've built a place, infrastructure. So one of the challenges, again, is contextual infrastructure. The business models that work in the West, by all means, might not work here because we have our own unique challenges, our own unique opportunities. So contextual infrastructure is so important, looking at the current context we have in the country. What are the challenges and gaps? If I can get access to a mocap suit and use it to build games, use it to build 3D animation, and the person is not charging you, it's a no-brainer. So let's dissolve the silos. Let's dissolve our egos, because the egos are EPs. They're enemies of progress, right? Let's dissolve the egos. Walk to Westlands, go to see Chief, call him, send an email to ADMI. Don't have an ego, because that's how you learn. And that's an opportunity for you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brian. And I'm really happy that this conversation is going to continue into the afternoon. We're going to have a fireside chat around the business of animation, my favorite topic. Well, it's what keeps me up at night as well. I lose a lot of sleep around thoughts like this. But yes, let's also speak about how do we build our industry locally. Thank you to all the panelists. They were great, right? Was that insightful? It was, right? Asante Sana for your time, for your knowledge. Never underestimate, what this information does to everybody in the audience. I'm really sorry I've not opened it up for Q&A. We have a super packed, amazing schedule, but we will have time to speak during lunch breaks and during the networking cocktail tonight. Asante.
Thank you, Sam.
Another round of applause, another round of applause. We are hearing all these things, collaboration, vision and all this stuff. And I guess what they're saying is very true. Initially, when I started this whole animation thing, I'm not going to mention the year because you'll know how old I am anyway. But Captain America, yes, I watched that one. All these captains and stuff like that. So, still, collaboration has been a thorn in our flesh, so let's collaborate. Please, let's collaborate and have a vision. Now, in the next segment, we are going to have Ernest. I don't know where Ernest is hiding. We're going to have Ernest, and we're going to be looking at some animation, some screenings, because we've talked a lot about a lot of other things, the business of animation. And I'm seeing a lot of animators. How many of you are animators in the room? Animators. Yeah, lots and lots of animators. And as we've heard, we are missing a lot of the intermediaries. So in short, we are all farmers. We have a farm. We've grown oranges, but nobody knows how to market these oranges. So we need to have a part whereby we get somebody to market this for us. Funding from KFC, you've heard all that. Please show up there, KFC. Look for the money, GIZ, don't be afraid. If you're learning, I've heard, by the way, yesterday I was at ADMI. They have a beautiful campus, by the way. I think I'll go back there next week. Beautiful place. Please just show up there, and they have a booth out there. Just see what they're doing. Learn. Get all these certifications and all that. There's a lot more. I'm sure if ADMI had time, they would have spoken a lot more about what we do. So please visit the campus and just go out there and also see what we are doing. So Ernest, to be able to help us with that. So welcome, Ernest. So clap for this guy. Yeah. I know he looks smaller than me. It's because he's been running around during the committee and he's lost a lot of weight, but he's doing a good job. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You've been here so long. Pakata Mesao. You've forgotten what time it is. All right? I just want us to rise up and stretch a bit. I know you've been seated, yeah? Yeah. Okay? And while you're at that, I want us to appreciate the panelists, okay? This is how we are going to do it. Do like this. Maua ya blue. And then when I say, shika mosquito ua. Okay? To the great panelists, maua ya blue, weka ya yellow, weka ya orange, shika mosquito ua. Hapo. Kwa watu wenye wanapika lunch, maua ya blue, maua ya yellow, ya orange, shika mosquito ua. Na nyinyi je wenye mmeattend, attendees, maua ya blue, ya purple, ya yellow, shika mosquito ua. Very good. think you're good students. You can now sit. Now, those who have not been clapping, you won't have lunch. All right? So I believe you are now stretched up. We're going to really run with this. So there are two things that are going to happen. Now, I'm currently holding this fort for our vice chair called Jeff. Jeff was supposed to be with us here, but he got into a medical emergency, but all is sorted. So Jeff Mandela is our vice chair, but he will be able to join us later on in the day. So it's a segment about just showcasing what we've done as A3K. And I would like to, first and foremost, bring some greetings from the East. We are bringing some greetings from the East, from Japan to be specific. So I'm currently, A3K is in talks with the Japanese embassy, and they're trying to connect us to various companies in Japan. So right now, the video that you're going to see is from Mr. Ito, from a company called Nippon in Japan. It's one of the biggest animation studios in Japan. And we are having discussions on how animators can work from Kenya with Japan. Will that be great? Yeah, so if you're an anime person, manga, vitu kaizo, we'll be working there soon. Okay? That would be great. Any people are not happy? Aya, makofi ya brew kwa Japan, makofi ya brew kwa Japan. Shika mosquito wa. Apo. Aya, now let's roll the video written Japan. Sauti ndege wangu. Woo! Woo! Did you just see that message? He said that we hope we can work out something with the Kenyan community. Have an anime made from Kenya. Okay? So this video will be posted on our social media. If you don't follow our A3K account, you are not having lunch because you won't see the video. So you have to follow our A3K account and then you'll see the video there. So that's what we have. And actually, by the way, Mr. Ito was very graceful to send representatives from Japan. Just like them to stand. And also, there. Just say, they're shy, you Kenyans. Yeah. So we can just 1 minute, can say a word, and let's.
You should come with me.
Just 1 minute, we are running a bit.
Hi everyone. I'm Minori from Kotsukotsu in what? Kotsukotsu, Uganda. Yeah. So I'm here. I'm usually based in Uganda, but we also have department. I mean, we have headquarters in Japan, and we are closely working with Nippon.
and I'm sent here to represent Kotskotu today, but I also have a representative from Kenya side, who is Dominic. He can talk.
Okay. So I'm Chris Dominic. When I was organizing the studio visits for Nippon, I was just doing it out of professional courtesy. I've joined Kots, of which it's a restaurant in Uganda, but just for the context, in Japan, food and anime goes together. It's part of it. So I'm the Kenyan representative. So some of you have met me when I was organizing the studio visits, and hopefully, yeah, we'll work together. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Greetings from Japan. Ni hao. Oh, ni hao is Chinese. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to start a World War III. Okay. I did not say that. Hope me edit team. Kata mbio yo. All right. So we are going to another segment. Cartoon Safari. Woo! That was hot. Cartoon Safari. Cartoon Safari. Yani, there were people who were taking cartoons to safari. Can you imagine? And you are here in Nairobi, sitting in your bed sitter. Aya, mawaya bru, shikaumbua. For Cartoon Safari crew, they're just going to share some 5 minutes and probably share a small video of what they have done. They have done amazing stuff. Grab your handkerchief because they're going to make you cry. Because of the, heartwarming things they have done. So on stage with me here are two gentlemen. They've been running a co-production called Cartoon Safari with us. So they're just going to share what they have done. And I hope we can plug in as well. All right? Yeah. Great. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Njogu Masharia, and this is my partner right now. So we've been running a program called Cartoon Safari. It's been an amazing program that's been funded by Africalia through the Kingdom of Belgium, in partnership with Pungulupa Productions, and of course run under the Association of Animation Artists Kenya. And what we've been doing is that we've been going to areas in and around Nairobi. And the mission of the program was to first to do a bit of training and expose people within local communities to what animation is. And then our second mandate was to actually go with animations that have been made in Kenya, all locally made by Kenyan creators, and actually screen them in these areas. And then our last mandate was to do creative talks. And that was to bring creators of that content, of those animated films, of those series, to these areas and actually have them engage with the people and ask questions. So it's really been a capacity building program and a kind of marketing program. We've had a lot of great insights. We have some of the people who have participated in the program here. You can raise your hand or shout if you've been in Cartoon Safari. Cartoon Safari, hoye! Cartoon Safari, hoye! Yeah, so those are Cartoon Safari people. So it's been an amazing experience. I'd advise any creative. We have 2 left. One is in Kino, end of this week. And then we have another in Gong. Please feel free to participate and come to the screenings. All of it is free. So you come, there's no cost barrier. So we're very excited about that. So maybe I'll let Trainer say one last thing, and then we'll play you a small video to show you some of our activities in the different regions.
Woza. Hey, Miss. Stories admin. See, me Lule Msewa Grau. I'm so happy to see that we have participants for Cartoon Safari all the way from Kitengela. I saw some person mwenye ametoka Kitengela. Ako wapi? Ako wapi wa Kite? Hey, makofi kwa hao wase. Makofi kwa hao. This melts my heart. This melts my heart to see how animation can bring people together despite their distance from each other. Kizungu hapana, acha nibaki na Swahili. So, like these guys wametoka, they didn't have a way to connect with the animation industry, but through Cartoon Safari, they managed to attend International Animation Day, which you know is a very big event for animators. And I'm so grateful to A3K, Africalia, Pungulupa, and all the team that have been supporting us through this journey. I don't have much to say. Ni hiyo tu, alafu wase wa Cartoon Safari. Oh, we've been to a lot of places. Tumekuwa tukiwa Safari, tumekuwa Kibera, tumekuwa Kayole, tumekuwa Kawangware, tumekuwa Kitengela, tumekuwa Ngong, and we Kasarani, we are now going to Kino. Those are a lot of places. So next week tutakuwa Kino, and then we'll finish up with Ngong. So hizo ndo places tumekuwa so far. Wase wa Cartoon Safari, hoye! I hope you guys are networking. This is a chance for you to shine, because we went to these places. They are so remote, and the talent that we found there, it's so good, so good. These people are talented. They only need a person to mentor them and to show them the light to get into the industry. Thank you.
So the last thing I'll say is to people who are making your content out there, you need to spread it out across the country. We've been fortunate that we got over 1,000 people to come and view like locally made animations. Like in Kibera, we had 270 people. In Kasarani, we had 200 people in one day. So people also need mnafaa kwenda kwa grao and spread the word about your content, really create awareness. And that's the final thing I'd say about Cartoon Safari. Please enjoy the video.
All right, we're going down to the video. We're going to watch a video here. It's called Cartoon Safari, but mbona tujasikia kileleshwa and stuff.
This project is close to my heart.
Oh, by the way, just a segue about that. Yesterday, somebody called me about Cartoon Safari. They work at the group of schools called Makini, and they were like, "Yo, we like what Cartoon Safari is doing. We want to bring Cartoon Safari to a group of schools in partnership with A3K." Aye. Hata DJ usicheze hiyo video. Maua ya bro, shikaumbua. Now let's play the video.
This project is close to my heart because I'm very keen on hearing the stories of the people. You know, Kenya is going through a very intense time right now, as I'm sure we're all experiencing. And it's good for especially young people to have many avenues of self-expression.
We must plant trees.
I think what makes animation exciting as a medium, particularly a medium that can be used by African storytellers, is the breadth and depth that you can get in how you represent the stories, the kinds of stories you can tell, and how you can present them visually.
The moment I realized wow, that gave meaning to training is when I walked into this room. Storyboards are images, quick images that show you everything you need, and found willing participants. I mean, just that alone shows there's something worth giving. Yeah. So I just want you to do that, and then we see.
The program was of help because I got to understand a lot of things about animation, because animation is a very big field. For me, it was very helpful because I got to understand the choice of colors, the shapes, so that I can consider which, for a specific project, which selection of a shape should I take, the color should I choose. Yeah, it was of help.
I joined Cartoon Safari because I've had passion in terms of teaching, and as much as I've been teaching in college, ADMI, I also wanted the opportunity to teach in more remote areas where education might not be as accessible, especially when it comes to animation.
So we are going to come up with short stories today, and then we are going to animate just 2 or 3 seconds of them using sticky notes. So hizi ni pages 6. That's a cartoon version. That's a cartoon version of him. If you were can give us a
like
very
you?
short story.
Do it look like you? Is it you?
I think this project is changing minds, lives, and futures because one small step goes a very long way. And even if two people leave the workshop feeling like they've seen something they've never seen before, that is great progress. During the screenings, it reaches so many more people, and a lot didn't even know animation is in this country. So it's one conversation leads to 10 conversations, and there have been thousands so far. So I believe this is quite a ripple effect that we'll be seeing in the years to come.
Those are real cartoons. You've seen them. I don't know what they were doing there. Aya, to our sponsor for Cartoon Safari. They are not here, but we'd like to give them a shout out. Haya, maua ya blue, maua ya blue, maua ya yellow to Africalia, shika wambua. Fisha. Now, I'm now here to do my duty as office bearer. I like now to be serious because the vice chair should be watching me here and wondering what am I doing with this speech. Just a little bit, 2 minutes, and then we can watch one sweet short film to appetize you for the lunch. I hear that bado sufuria zinapangwa huko, so let's wait kidogo. Just, the short film is about 5 minutes. It was done here in Kenya. No AI, all done with 3D Blender. And the person who did it will actually, you'll find him to speak with him. He cannot come here. He's somewhere else. So I'm going to read the speech from our chair, our vice chair. He said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our special International Animation Day screening, proudly presented by the Association of Animators Kenya. This afternoon, we invite you on a visual journey through time, a celebration of our growth and in the industry and the community. Each short film you'll see feels a part of our story, from the early pioneers to those who built it, to the foundation, to our collaborations with neighboring countries, to the bold technical leaps that define our present, and finally, to the deep cultural roots that ground us. Through these films, we celebrate creativity, resilience, and spirit of collaboration that continues to drive animation in Kenya. I welcome you to watch these films and enjoy. Over and out, Jeff Mandela, Vice Chair, A3K. That's the speech. Sasa nimesoma yake, wacha niseme yangu. Now DJ, there is a short film to view. Let me not go to so much speech. So short films to be screened. There is one short film there by Jose on that laptop. Jose, what's the name? Where? You see, I told you he's not here. Where is he? It's a very, very short film. Jose, please read for me the names. Here it is, here it is. Oh, Death Valley. Sorry. Simu ilikuwa imezima kidogo. Death Valley. Yes. So that's the guy who did it. I just wanted him to come up so that you can see him. He had his crew. Wewe usikuje hapa, kaa hapo masaa kidogo. If you want to ask him any questions, you can go to him. Jose Freina. Thank you. Enjoy the show. Have some popcorns.
Real cute. Onesimus, and the others. It's hunting season.
Allah. Wow. That's made in Kenya. What do you think? Great stuff, great stuff, great stuff. Now, Jose was part of this crew. He's there. I know we are way past. Are we here to eat lunch? Yeah, we should. But that's amazing stuff. Huh? So we have some more lined up for you. We'll be doing them as it goes. And some more to show. And we'll be having some more sweet things as well to watch. Just more stuff, good stuff. But Jose, big up, man. Big up. Jose have been through, 3D. He did it in 2 weeks. Yes. Go and ask him how. 2 weeks. No AI. Just sitting there and doing stuff in 2 weeks. That guy is a genius. Anyway, so we're going to the last segment, which is lunch, before we go to the afternoon session. I will invite our MC. Then I can let you guys go for lunch. Sindio? Tutaonana. So tufanyaje? MC anasema ati 1:30 bado atisema muongeleshe Jose kidogo. Sindio? We can make more screenings. Okay. One more screening. Let me pick. Picky ponky. Father had a donkey. Hiyo ilikuwa inasemanga aje? Kai ilikuwa mbaya. Death Valley tumeona. Where? This one is going to be hot. Maveka. You remember that? Hey. Right now they went to the mountain. Murima. Woo. I don't know even the name. Actually, if you are watching it today, you are the first people to watch it. It has not been seen anywhere. Even me, I have not seen it. I have just seen, it's called Mount Kenya. Ngosho. You know, my wife is a Kikuyu. I don't know how to pronounce that. Ngosho. Yes. Ngosho from, it's Uli and Tata, a nursery rhyme, Mount Kenya. Be ready to dance. Wear your dancing shoes. Then we can watch something nice and tantalizing. See you. All right. Up and out. Let's go.
But we want to see for ourselves. Is it really the biggest thing in Kenya?
Oh, yes. Mount Kenya is so tall that its peak goes beyond the clouds, where you will find snow.
Real snow? In Africa?
Yes. And the mountain is very special to those who live around it, including the Agikuyu people, who call it Kirinyaga.
Kirinyaga?
Kere meaning mountain, and Nyaga meaning ostrich, because the snow resembles the white feathers of an ostrich.
An ostrich mountain.
Let's go and see it for ourselves.
Yay! Let's go to Mount Kenya!
Allah, wewe. Woo. Hapo. DJ ameshikilia. Pungulupa production. Pungulupa. Kuchekulola bana. Let's go and see. That's what they say. We still have 10 more minutes. But makofi ya blue, kapunguru pashi kaumbua. I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Kelvin. Oh, Kelvin watu wanaanza kujishuku. No, Kennedy Kialo, who co-created with Jose Death Valley. Now, I have synopses for these films, which the vice chair actually wrote them. But what we are going to do very nice screenshots and then put the synopsis there so that you can, when you follow us on Instagram, you will read about them. Okay? Yeah. So if you may allow me to take you to Ethiopia. Nani alisema tuvuki border? Lazima tuvuke border. We cross borders, right? This one I have to say is from a studio called Bahagralage. You have to say it with a swagger. Watukazi wenye tunakunywanga uji ngumu. The submission was made by Zarem Arbegna, right? So this next film is from Ethiopia. We're going to enjoy it because let's see what Ethiopia has. Yeah? I know we are used to Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, but Ethiopia also has some gem. Let's get to screen one more. Then niende ku make sure maji ya kunawa mikono iko ready. We go eat, right? So, welcome, DJ.
ለጁም ይሙት ግድ የለም እናቱ ወለደ
What? Wow. Let's watch the credits, huh? Allah?
They're actually watching right now. Beher Galich and our friends Menace Teferi, who directed this, they're watching currently from Addis. So if you can just give them a big wave. Now, the film that they made is about the Battle of Adwa. For those of you who know history, it's a very important battle that happened toward the end of the 19th century during the scramble for Africa. And it was very important because it put a halt on the advance of the European countries that were currently drawing up the borders that we live in today. And Ethiopia was going to be one of those countries that were going to get eaten up. But they got stopped at the Battle of Adwa. So it's the first time that I'm personally seeing that story, and it's a very important story. If you don't already know about it, please read your history, learn about it. I believe it was the Emperor Menelik who was running Ethiopia at the time, and yeah, it's an important story. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Well, you know, Chief here, when every time he gives us speech during our meetings, he's like, he gives us first the history, goes. Yeah, he can give you history but Chief is a good student of that breakdown. We really like it. Okay. That one, by the way, I was with these guys having Arabuca coffee today morning. I just landed. Arabuca, is it not Arabica? Arabica? Me, I had Arabuca. You people are not heard well. Okay. So, they told me they did that in 1 week. 1 week. If you want their telephone number, I have it in my phone book. I can give it to you and you talk to them after lunch. Follow them on their Instagram, ask them how they did it. All right? Yeah, we'll be having 2 more screenings later on after lunch, before or after we do our lunch. And one thing I like about you people, we've really kept time. 12:30 sharp, 1:30 sharp, we are going for lunch. Aye? You see, I came with my water, yeah? I've already taken my water. There is my soda there, and there is food. So I know the MC will give you protocol of after what I've said. Now we have a nice cafe set there. You can get some food. Share now. Oh, our beautiful secretary Hilda has our announcement. Give it up to Hilda. Woo! Hilda. Aya. She ran away. Hilda had an announcement. She said that you can go to the cafe there, buy lunch. It's very affordable. They have friendly prices. Or you can walk around and get lunch. But let's keep time. Come back at 1:59. 1:59. So that we can continue with the sessions for the afternoon. And the MC, do you have something to say? You're good. That's it. That's what we have. Let's come back at 1:59 sharp. We sit, and then we enjoy the rest of the show. Asante. Aya, twendeni. Lunch.
This project is close to my heart because I'm very keen on hearing the stories of the people. You know, Kenya is going through a very intense time right now, as I'm sure we're all experiencing. And it's good for especially young people to have many avenues of self-expression.
In Turkey, we must plant trees.
I think what makes animation exciting as a medium, particularly a medium that can be used by African storytellers, is the breadth and depth that you can get in how you represent the stories, the kinds of stories you can tell, and how you can present them visually.
This project is close to my heart because I'm very keen on hearing the stories of the people. You know, Kenya is going through a very intense time right now, as I'm sure we're all experiencing. And it's good for especially young people to have many avenues of self-expression.
In Turkey, we must plant trees.
I think what makes animation exciting as a medium, particularly a medium that can be used by African storytellers, is the breadth and depth that you can get in how you represent the stories, the kinds of stories you can tell, and how you can present them visually.
This project is close to my heart because I'm very keen on hearing the stories of the people. You know, Kenya is going through a very intense time right now, as I'm sure we're all experiencing. And it's good for especially young people to have many avenues of self-expression.
In Turkey, we must plant trees.
I think what makes animation exciting as a medium, particularly a medium that can be used by African storytellers, is the breadth and depth that you can get in how you represent the stories, the kinds of stories you can tell, and how you can present them visually.
The moment like I realized like wow, that gave meaning to like training is when I walked into this room. Like storyboards are images, quick images that show you everything you need, and found willing participants. I mean, just that alone shows like there's something worth giving. Yeah. So I just want you to do that, and then we see.
The program was of help because I got to understand a lot of things about animation, because animation is a very big field. For me, it was very helpful because I got to understand the choice of colors, the shapes, so that I can consider which, like for a specific project, which selection of a shape should I take, the color should I choose. Yeah, it was of help.
I joined Cartoon Safari because I've had passion in terms of teaching, and as much as I've been teaching in college, ADMI, I also wanted the opportunity to teach in more remote areas where education might not be as accessible, especially when it comes to animation.
So we are going to come up with short stories today, and then we are going to animate just 2 or 3 seconds of them using sticky notes. So hizi ni pages 6.
That's a cartoon version.
That's a cartoon version of him. If you were...
Okay. You can give us a very short story.
Do it look like you? Is it you? I think this project is changing minds, lives, and futures, because one small step goes a very long way. And even if 2 people leave the workshop feeling like they've seen something they've never seen before, that is great progress. During the screenings, it reaches so many more people, and a lot didn't even know animation is in this country. So it's one conversation leads to 10 conversations, and there have been thousands so far. So I believe this is quite a ripple effect that will be seen in the years to come.
This project is close to my heart because I'm very keen on hearing the stories of the people. You know, Kenya is going through a very intense time right now, as I'm sure we're all experiencing. And it's good for especially young people to have many avenues of self-expression.
In Turkey, we must plant trees.
I think what makes animation exciting as a medium, particularly a medium that can be used by African storytellers, is the breadth and depth that you can get in how you represent the stories, the kinds of stories you can tell, and how you can present them visually.
The moment like I realized like wow, that gave meaning to like training is when I walked into this room. Like storyboards are images, quick images that show you everything you need, and found willing participants. I mean, just that alone shows like there's something worth giving. Yeah. So I just want you to do that, and then we see.
The program was of help because I got to understand a lot of things about animation, because animation is a very big field. For me, it was very helpful because I got to understand the choice of colors, the shapes, so that I can consider which, like for a specific project, which selection of a shape should I take, the color should I choose. Yeah, it was of help.
I joined Cartoon Safari because I've had passion in terms of teaching, and as much as I've been teaching in college, ADMI, I also wanted the opportunity to teach in more remote areas where education might not be as accessible, especially when it comes to animation.
So we are going to come up with short stories today, and then we are going to animate just 2 or 3 seconds of them using sticky notes. So hizi ni pages 6.
That's a cartoon version.
That's a cartoon version of him. If you are...
You can give us like you?
Do it look like you? Is it you? I think this project is changing minds, lives, and futures, because one small step goes a very long way. And even if 2 people leave the workshop feeling like they've seen something they've never seen before, that is great progress. During the screenings, it reaches so many more people, and a lot didn't even know animation is in this country. So it's one conversation leads to 10 conversations, and there have been thousands so far. So I believe this is quite a ripple effect that will be seen in the years to come.
Where? 3D animation. I'm not a 3D animator. But I don't do 3D animation, by the way. I do 1D. I write things. But that's true. Okay, if you catch me eating, I'll give you employment. Not today, in another place. All right? Because I want to go and have my lunch as you people are dozing off and listening to the exciting information that. But you won't doze off. Cindy, you're amazing people, right? Should we just close and go home? We should, eh? And you leave me all the cocktails. By the way, a public announcement as our MC prepares his notes. Do you see these t-shirts that I'm wearing? This one. They're giving them away out there. You go ask them. Me, they gave me for free in the morning. So I was like, why not just pick it? But you can talk to some very nice ladies over there. They smile a lot. They talk very nicely. They'll tell you how the t-shirt is made. I was told this cotton was due from Arabuca. I was told it's Arabica, eh? Arabica, yeah. So you can go ask them. The t-shirts, they can sell it to you or give it to you based on the trivia questions that they will ask. And if you answer, all right? So there are some trivia questions they ask you. And if you answer, they'll give you a t-shirt like this. We have our mascot here and we don't have a name for him. So you might be giving the name and then giving a t-shirt. How many will go for the t-shirt? Go ask, yeah? Mi niko nayo saa tayari. All right, so I'll give the MC the time. He's now ready. Mr. Benjamin Waithaka, give it up to him. Good.
Good afternoon. Who is still hungry? Oh, at least 1, 2, 3. Saw a few more people in Kenya, so in solidarity, that's good. Thank you. Everyone else is full. Are we sleepy? No, you're sleepy, yeah? All right, okay. So are so many other people. Now, future.
Keep my questions brief to give you guys the opportunity. I'm sure you have a lot to ask on this panel. So without further ado, we can start introducing our panelists. In a brief sentence, you can introduce yourselves.
My name is Kelvin Shani. I am a visual development artist, and I'm happy to be here, and thank you for coming.
Ah, come on. No, that's not an introduction. This guy is being too humble. Shani is what I call a beast. Yeah. When I grew up, I want to understand color like this guy. I want to understand images like this guy. He is. He's where we want to go. Yeah. He's just spent an entire. How long was that? Was that 2 years or 1 year? In France, he was in Gobelin and learning. And I remember when we were together in 2023, I visited in Paris thanks to Creation Africa, and he was telling me that this place has disrupted how he thinks about animation, that you know how you can be a big fish in a small pond in Kenya. When he goes there, he's like our best is like an intern in first year. So I'd love to hear more about that experience. Yeah. And also Sanare Studios as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah?
It was a great experience just being among the best animators in the world, and you realize there's so many gaps in your pipeline and the things you don't know. So learning from people, learning from the teachers, getting inspired by everything that is around you, it blew my mind, to be honest. And I think before I went there, I didn't really put much interest in like getting more knowledge for school, but now after that I'm like, being a life learner is the best way to go.
Awesome. Shadi.
Hi everyone, Shadi is my name, or Shadrach in full. I represent JR Animation Studio. I consider myself a creative Swiss Army knife, inspired by guys like Shani, aspiring to be a beast.
And you are a beast. Reason why Shadi is on this panel is that he is actively working on how to create a twin of the animation pipeline that we have in the form of agents, like he's training agents for every element of the pipeline, and we are very curious to hear about how your experiments in AI are going. Danu?
Yes. Hi everyone, my name is Anne Danu. I come in two capacities today. So first one is Nikon, which we are also the creators of the Nairobi Comic Con, but we have also done a lot in the space to ensure creators get to showcase, enhance what they do, and collaborate in order to reach a global audience. But very importantly, and for me, in terms of the topic of discussion today, disrupting, we have an all-in-one creator platform, which I'm going to be talking about, which is enabling creators to be able to make money.
Please repeat the name of the creator platform.
So it's a multiverse. What it is, it's an all-in-one creator solution platform where as an animator, as a filmmaker, as a digital storyteller, as a comic creator, you are able to find all the tools in one. You know, a lot of the times as creators, you're wasting a lot of time juggling multiple tools. You know, you're trying to schedule meetings, you're trying to crowdfund, you're trying to sell your content out there, get to be able to be commissioned for your work. A lot of time is wasted on that. And a lot of the times when you're distribution is a major challenge for us in animation and film. So we are actually decentralizing that and making it much easier and accessible to people to be able to put out their works there and actually earn their money in full control of what they are doing.
Awesome. Could you also say one line about the She Creates program that you're working on?
Yeah. So what She Creates, so Nikon, as I said, we came into the picture back in 2014, and our focus, we've been very intentional in why we exist, why Nikon exists. And it's not Nikon, the camera, guys. It's N-A-I-C-C-O-N. We get a lot of confusion sometimes. It was for three main reasons, and we were very intentional about it. Number one was showcase, to be able to allow creators to be able to tell their stories, amplify their voices, talent to be seen and showcased. So as somebody who loves esports or gaming, you know, we give you a platform and you are able to, you know, put it out there. As an animator and a filmmaker, you are able to come into our animation and film festival, showcase. You know, we've been able to collaborate with a lot of people in the West, in the East, and to be able to, for creators to be able to pitch and get money for their projects. So showcase is very big. You know, as a brand, you want to have your story told out there. So showcase is very big for us as Nikon. And that's the reason why we came up with the Nairobi Comic Con, which is the first in East and Central of Africa back in 2014. Number two reason for existence, and the reason that I'm actually coming back to answer your question, is enhancing of creative skills and talents, where we've, over the years, 10, 11 years, we've been able to put together a lot of master classes and panel discussions, trainings, because we believe in pushing, you know, we're constantly pushing, constantly challenging the creative possibilities in Africa and in Kenya. And so that's the reason. So She Creates is a product of is one of the things that is a project by Nikon. And why we did the She Creates program is because a lot of the times, and if you look in the room right now, you'll realize that there are more men than women. And it's not just a Kenyan, I don't know whether to call it a challenge, but it's a phenomenon all across, not in Kenya, only in Kenya, but all across, I'd say globally. And every time we did a call, the biggest percentage, 80-70%, would be men. I was just talking to a friend of mine who's a lecturer in one of the colleges in school. And this year, after 25 years of he's been a professional within the space, he's gotten the biggest class. And you won't even guess how many girls there are in the class. Just give it a guess. 50, yes. That should tell you the need. There's talent there. There are women who actually, who are very skilled at what they do, who are amazing at what they do. But this was just for a challenge for us to be able to call them out, to give them a platform where we are fully focusing on them, to be able to provide them what we never got when you are getting to the space, A lot of us are self-taught in very many ways, whether it's in business entrepreneurship, whether it's in program management and things like that. It's passion that has really pushed us to get to where we are. So for me, this is a way for Nikon to give back to a space where I'd say has been neglected for a while, and let me put this disclaimer. Our focus in projects has not only been for the women. This is just a project that we've done for the young women in that particular space. All along, it's been for both genders, for the men and for the women. But this is really to be able to provide them with the right tools, the right skills, mentorship, guidance to be able to for them to be able to thrive into becoming, the next OGs and what did you call you? The beasts, and the next beast, basically. Yeah. So that's She Creates as a program that is run by Nikon. But the creation of what they're going to be putting together is now going to be launched on Multiverse as a platform.
Awesome. Yeah. Oli?
Hi. My name is Manal Omer. I also go by Oli. I am an art director, part of Pungulupa Studios for Uli and Tata. And I'm also an animation lecturer at ADMI, and I have also held a few workshops as a part of Cartoon Safari.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. So the reason why we have this panel is because I realize all the time when we come for International Animation Day, we talk a lot about business, distribution, all these other things, but we are animators at the end of the day, we are creators. And this is it's basically the meat of it. There's all this talk about, I didn't even want the name of the panel to be AI and the future of animation. I was thinking more about disruption and disruption of the pipeline, but that's the title that stuck. So I would like to know from your perspective as practitioners, as an art director, making animations, how much of what we read about is hype and how much is real, based on your experience?
I think it's kind of split in the middle. So most Western animation companies are still stuck in doing the traditional way, whereby everything is done by paper or rather by hand, human hand. But the new age animation is using AI tools. So it's a matter of you as an animator, wherever you are, is deciding which tools can I actually use to make things much better for me. And by learning the pipeline from start to finish, instead of imagining what the pipeline is, you can then use it as a magic wand or like a fork to kind of forge your way through the pipeline. Yeah.
Weren't you telling me once when we spoke that you were quite shocked when you were in France that 70% is still hand-drawn, and that you got disappointed with the education that we get in Kenya, which is so software-centric, that emphasizes the importance of software so much, and that there are even some animation schools in Kenya, without naming names, that have scrapped their drawing for animation because of the software centricism. What comment do you have on this?
It's really sad because if you miss the fundamental of animation, it becomes very hard to create authentic or animations that have spirit. I don't know how to explain that, but there's a way you see a character moving or emotion, and then you go like, I really like what I'm seeing. But if it's very mechanical, if it's very software-based, it feels static and stiff. So what they try and push is like doing live drawing so that you understand like how the body moves, drawing from life, like knowing if you're doing backgrounds, how do people and environments interact. So without having that base, it's very hard to recreate that, even if you have AI. For example, if you do a prompt and say, I want a character standing in front of this building, or I want a character walking in front of this building. If you don't understand weight, if you don't understand how to do a walk cycle, the animation will kind of look very floaty. But if you understand how to do it...
Like a moonwalk.
Yeah, like a moonwalk. But if you understand how to do it, then you can be able to pinpoint and say, I don't like this frame, and adjust the frame. So that way, you're actually using the best of both worlds. And I think that's really good.
Based on your 2 years at Gobilan, what would you say would be the one thing that you would change about how we teach animation in Kenya, based on versus what you saw, and also vice versa? Maybe there's something that we do better. I don't know. Well, from your experience,
I'd say a lot more emphasis on hand drawing. Even if it's like if you have 5 days, maybe 1 day just spent for getting to learn like anatomy, getting to learn drawing from life, even studying art. We were really told or emphasized to go to the museums, look at the paintings, because those people didn't have computers or anything. And if you look at the work, it's amazing. It's very inspiring, because in a way, I feel like you'll also learn by seeing someone doing stuff. There's a way that spirit kind of goes towards you, and it just makes your artwork better. And that will also make the animations more unique as well, because if, for example, most of the artwork that we see is westernized and we don't have a lot of African artwork, like access to African artwork, it means there's an opportunity for us as animators to actually get more stuff out in the international library. So we have our authentic stories, and we have our authentic way of doing things. So schools can just help us now understand how can we make these authentic stories work in an international market. I think that's a good bridge for schools. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if you have time, check out an artist by the name of Taco Universe out of South Africa, Joburg. There's our own Salim Busuru, who sadly could not be here today because he's in Germany. They are really at the forefront of doing exactly what you're seeing, which is creating that African identity in visual development. Yeah. Shadi.
Yes, so to respond to your initial questions, I would say the hype is real. It's the shiny new toy. You say AI in anything, it's a buzzword, and everyone gets excited. I would say there's a lot that AI can do, but as Shani is saying, and also from my own personal experience, there's still a gap missing when we can say AI can actually now take over the production aspects. So at the moment, I would say it's more of like collaboration between human and machine, where the humans are slowly becoming supervisors or art directors for the machines, where the machines are basically helping to streamline the processes and take over the menial tasks that we find exhausting.
In terms of time management, the time that you take training an agent for each new task, would it be faster if you simply just collaborated with a real human being versus the time that you take training, because you remember when we tried to do the experiment with, doing something as simple as storyboarding, yeah? I got frustrated at some point because I found that training it to storyboard the way I do, it was much faster if I just picked up a pencil and scribbled, So how far away is, say, just a storyboarding agent being from scribbling as fast as a good storyboard artist can with pencil and paper? How far is it from that?
I believe this is a safe space. So in the past, it was a bit difficult because this AI tools or agents, they're still learning. But as we speak, this is becoming an easier thing to do. And the skill that maybe we might need to harness is the prompt engineering, or how to talk to the different tools. Because if you ask someone, a good example I like to give when talking about working with AI tools, it's like if you tell someone, we want to make tea, the assumption is that everyone knows how to make tea, and so they'll make tea.
And there's different types of tea.
Exactly, and different types of milk. But then the person will be like, we want to make tea for 10 people, and you have to go to the supermarket, it's still kind of good instruction, but not enough. Because if the person goes to the supermarket, what kind of milk do they get? Is it cow milk? Is it almond milk? Is it Tuzo? There's still too much vagueness in that. But if you're very explicit with your instructions, that's the prompt engineering aspect of it, then you end up getting a lot more juice from the agents. So right now, what guys like us were doing, we understand how these machines communicate, and you have to speak their language. Then you are able to extract the most out of them, and you're able to get that sequential kind of prompting, and results. And the advantage to that is the concept of failing fast. So when you're doing the storyboard, you're limited to your own speed, and you can get tired. If you do storyboards for a whole day, your wrist will get tired. If you understand prompts very well, you give it one system prompt, and you can get the same concept several times within about an hour. And so you're able to explore different outputs in very limited time.
I think your perspective is unique because you are a skilled, visual development concept artist, so you do have that skill. But don't you find that translating your ideas into text and then from text into the prompts, doesn't it create a short circuit in the flow of your creativity?
Definitely, especially in the beginning, because this, like I said, this is, you're having to train this, should I call it like an agent would be, an AI tool would be like a highly trained Harvard graduate, but they're also autistic. So the way you approach it is different. How you communicate to them, they'll be like, no, that's not what I meant. You have to have some patience and a lot of back and forth. And so this highly skilled autistic agent is your intern. How would you actually work with this intern? So you need to develop those creative direction and art direction skills to nurture and draw out the best out of this intern, because they are really good and you know that, but you can't fault them if they don't give you the results you want. Garbage in, garbage out.
So that includes saying please, thank you, sorry.
That's a personal preference. When the machines take over, I'll be among the ones who are saying please. Thank you.
Okay, Danu, same question.
So the first question, what's real, what's not real? I think we are getting to a point where we can't quite tell what is real and what's not real. I was listening to a story by somebody. It was a photography competition in the UK just recently. And so, they did that submission, and funny enough, they actually won without any of the judges getting to know that it was an AI-generated image. Of course, for them it was an experiment, and they of course give back the money. But for them it was creating an awareness and letting people know that we are actually getting there. Where now, with the improvement of AI and all, you can't quite tell. The thing about technology, it has a way of evolving and getting better as we go. It becomes faster, more efficient, more accessible to more people, cheaper as well. Within the She Creates program, I'm just seeing somebody that is part of it.
You can wave, it's okay.
Yeah.
She Creates.
Yeah, so the girls are actually doing a project which they're supposed to pick up and go with. And I'm looking at a scenario where these are young graduates, some of them still in school, who might not have the financial capability of being able to employ people to do certain things within the pipeline, employ a writer, employ a storyboard artist, employ a music composer. So it makes it so much easier when you're having AI, and especially when you're starting off. And it's very important what they said, you cannot fully rely on AI to be able to create for you as it is right now. You never know about tomorrow. You fully need to be in control of it. So you're it's a co-pilot where you're actually prompting it right. You can take it and do the edits beyond what it's given you. And so, just the other day in the last session that we had, we actually created a song, okay, that we're actually thinking of picking up and using for for the
Song,
project.
did you say?
A whole song, you know. So now that takes away from our headache in looking for a studio, you know, recording the music, paying somebody to write for us the lyrics, and that is what I'm trying to, you know, looking at it. It's disrupting everything that we know in terms of the time of the pipeline, where now we don't necessarily need everybody and anybody we initially needed. Now we do not have to waste too much time. You asked the question about time in putting together a project. You know, when you look at it in terms of advertising, what the industry in advertising is currently going through is not majorly output anymore. It's in time. You know, initially they would charge for the output, and you know they were in full control of how things are done, in what timelines. Now it's not really that, because AI has completely disrupted everything that they've originally done and traditionally done. So now, in terms of, for me, I'm pro AI, ethically, you know, used in a, because AI has its good and its bad. You know, it's gonna take away jobs, but that is how it is in every disruptive space, you know. But there are always opportunities if you look at it. With the loss of jobs, there's more opportunities that are going to be. Look at him, you know, he's already found an opportunity where now he's actually training, yeah? Opportunities that were not there before. So it's not about, don't look at AI as it taking away your job. Look at it as, how am I going to use AI to be better at what I'm actually doing?
The example that you gave of advertising, one could also argue that advertising was always time focused, and that they were more than happy to cut their creative teams in bias of that, because also if they had to compete between quality and time, they would pick time over quality. But would the same apply for films, which are a bit more competitive, where you're trying to appeal to someone's heart? Like you made a song. Would the song make you emote the same way a human-made song would? So I feel like advertising already was primed for that. They never cared about quality. Sorry if there's anyone in advertising, but they never cared about quality the same way a filmmaker, say, would have been. I don't know. It's controversial.
I think both ways, actually. If you look at it, even in advertising, the soul bit, the emotional bit has to be there. Because for me to be able to sell you a product, I have to touch your soul in a way that you'd want to buy it. Okay? So they are also storytellers. Advertisers are also storytellers, and they know how to tell the story for a particular brand in a very good way.
I guess I'm thinking more about like a lot of the billboards that we see, you know, those ones that are just trying to churn, you know, and it's very obvious when you look at, you know. Ollie, same question.
Okay, so for me, I'm a strong believer that as much as AI can keep advancing, one of the things that it can't replace is emotion, taste, culture, especially emphasis on culture and the kind of projects that you're working on. It will be very hard to emulate that. I feel like the ways in which I've found AI to be effective is maybe through automizing maybe some production processes. But in terms of the creative side of things, I haven't really found going towards that direction where they ask AI for permission, like, can we use your art to help develop this? And you can opt in, which is good. But for now, for the purpose of like art generation, especially because I'm in the storytelling aspect of it, and the projects that I work on, like Uli and Tata, it's very much deep into like culture and history and respecting the people, the songs. So it hasn't been something that I have felt like I needed to use. I don't feel like it's something I'm lacking either. I still look for references the same way. Pinterest, using color palettes, it's still the same. So from that perspective, at least from the art side, it hasn't been really as effective. On the production automation side of things, I've noticed like I have learned a few things, maybe like how to set up funding systems, what people expect in proposals that I have to make sure that I put in, yes. Yeah.
So it's very useful with language-related tasks. You're not using it so much for image generation.
Yes, I have tried to explore it because, you know, we all have to adapt. Like whether we like it or not, AI is here.
What about scripts, if you'd say?
For scripts, I have tried to experiment it. I've tried to experiment in terms of scripts, but from what I've seen, it hasn't given me the same like emotional beats like that a real human would make. Like I kind of like the imperfections that a human can like write a script, and you can sort of tell like this is not a joke that AI is gonna like come up with. Like AI is gonna write something that's very like general, like, okay, this is a stereotypical funny person. This is how we write the stereotypical funny person. So perhaps in terms of polishing, I can agree. It can help maybe in terms of maybe arranging things properly. But I feel like for you to make sure that your taste stays there, you have to feed it something that you already have, and then it can help you polish it. I like to think of it as a sandwich method. You give it like something that you've already started, something you've already created, you ask it to help you polish for you, and then you clean it up a bit more. Yes.
More, like what Shadi was saying, more collaborative.
Yes,
Yeah.
more collaborative. But the initial like idea, conception, all of that needs to be very much rooted in you, because one thing AI does not have, it's your life experience. And your life experience is what makes every story unique. Yes.
Man, there's a movie that I watched last night at Unseen. It's called The Shadow Scholars. It's about Kenya and the whole industry of people doing test papers, taking tests, all tests, chemistry, everything, medicine. It's so insane. There's like 70,000 Kenyans who are involved in this industry, and it's like a billion-dollar industry. And now it's kind of being disrupted with AI. And they were saying that there's losses in that because all the biases that we have, you know, like the entire internet is like an amalgamation of all our human imperfections and our biases. So when you prompt in, you know, like just try it, prompt in questions about Kenya, like about Kenyan society, whatnot, and you'll get a regurgitation of all the prejudices about Kenya. And it can be very offensive if you're not prepared for it. So that's also something to be aware of, that when we rely on these tools, we'll not be advancing in a way, we'll be recycling some of the biases that we're trying to get away from. You know? So yeah, I don't want to hog, I know we are short for time. So please, when you ask a question, please ask a question, not a statement. Or if you make a statement, do it in a clever way that there's still a question inside there, okay? Cool, so I'll open it up now. And say also the person.
Hi, my question is to you. Since you're saying that you're training agents, I actually thought you were talking about people for a minute, and I was like, oh wait, agents. Are you comfortable with the effects AI is having on the environment? And this actually can be for everyone, because I know we're excited about it, but it's not doing well to them. It's not doing, you get what I'm saying? It's not doing good things to the environment, and I know the more we use, like even small prompts need so much like computing power, we need to be cooled and all that. So how do you deal with that? And that's such a simple answer.
Okay, you all got that question? Yeah? Just to be sure, when I was using it for storyboarding, I was doing the equivalent of boiling a kettle of water per hour. And that really frightened me. The amount of energy that you'd use to boil a kettle of water, that's how much I was burning through in making an hour's worth of storyboards. And carbon credits, that's another.
I know it's not a satisfactory answer, and it's something that we're struggling with globally. It's not like a Kenyan thing. And out there, the usage on these models is extremely high, and it's going to become even more severe, if I can use that. But on the innovation side of things, they're developing systems that are consuming less power and less cooling to at least mitigate that. But it's a slow process, because also manufacturing that is going to be expensive. So in time, it's going to reduce the cost per token.
For people who would like to experiment, can you recommend some tools that you would say are more ethical and that burn less?
I can't name any at the moment, but one way is to maybe try it yourself if you can run the systems locally on your own machines. There are some open source models that are relatively lighter to use, and so that way it mitigates, it addresses the issue of ethics because you get to control the data that you have, and because it's also running on your machine, you get to determine when it's on and when it's off. So you kind of mitigate that.
That was a good question. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jeremy, and I'd like to ask, through your experience of using AI, how far have you gone into understanding the law, both regionally and locally, in how it affects the use of AI and its ethics in terms of IP?
Are you directing it to a specific person?
More specifically because Shani, because he's been out abroad and maybe understands a lot of context outside, and maybe also others locally, they can pitch in.
So what I try and do is if I'm generating an image, I do a sketch first, and then I feed it to the AI engine, tell it this is what I want, this is the lighting I want, this is pretty much like the parameters I want. It gives me an image. Of course, it's not going to be exactly what I want, so I might trace over it and then feed it back in until I kind of get the idea of it. If it works as is, I can use it. But if not, I can just use it as a base. And then now, using the skills I have in lighting and color, I can use that as an inspiration.
Maybe I can also add on to that. So I think that also touches on the issue of ethics. I think it was brought up as well. So there has been a lot of back and forth and controversies here and there about the training data and how AI actually gets to output this work. And so most creatives, even studios abroad, what they're doing is that they're training their own models with their own data to sort of circumvent that issue of ethics. Because if you, as a creative or an artist, already have a very distinct style, you can't train, they're very good at learning from even just a few images. They understand your approach to things and your style, and that way you're able to create work in your own style. And so that takes away the issue of ethics. Yeah, I think that covers that.
Any others? Yes.
Thank you. My question is more for, specific to Kenya. Of course, these models are developed abroad and they have bigger implications. But for the animation industry in Kenya and in Africa, where you have a lot of individual artists working commercially, do you think AI is going to help develop the industry, or will it lead to more isolation here?
Yeah. As the statistics were being said, Pixar is 3,000 plus people, not counting their outsourcing teams. The average studio size in Kenya is 1 or 2 people. Can it be used to kind of close that gap?
I think I can say this. The way we work is I'm still learning it. I find it strange. I haven't fully understood it, but the ideal outcome would be that by leveraging these AI tools, we can now pull those resources and actually work together remotely. Because now the studio costs and production costs, it's really expensive to do that. But if each of us can actually have your own studio, then there'll be more collaborations, in my opinion.
Just a curious poll, just to know who's in the room. How many people have never used these image generation tools? How many people have never? Uh-huh. How many others? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, 8, 9, 10. Wow, okay, there's more than 10 people. Honestly, I didn't expect. Oh, wow. And how many people are actively using it in their work? Wow. Something to think about. Is there another question?
Okay. Ask again. Yeah, ask again.
Will AI encourage collaboration or individual? Because I feel like it's
Okay. Yeah, so AI is here. AI is here to stay. And I think the soonest you can adapt it in the way that you want to work with it, the better. You do not want to be left behind. Whether you would want to use AI to be able to help you schedule your meetings, or help you with answering of emails. I'm not talking about taking away your creativity in terms of, the drawing, she's smiling, the drawing and all, but to help you work efficiently, maybe faster. But I see, for me, this is my perspective, I see a future where it's gonna be leaner, where you expected to have a whole team, like blockbuster movie, Marvel, DC anime thing coming out, has 50, 100 people who created it. It's gonna be a bit more leaner. So it's more individualized, where you're relying on certain tools to help you do certain things in a more affordable way, okay? But still keeping your creativity and soul and emotion to what you're creating. So that's how I think I would look at it. And I think maybe that you're talking about this, I'd also like to bring in Multiverse. It's a platform for creatives where we are really disrupting how things are done. And that's what AI has done. Completely disrupted how the flow of everything has been done previously. So Multiverse is also a disruptor in the sense of we are actually, like when you look at distribution, when you're looking at content going out there, it's very centralized. You have to talk to a certain group of distributors who might not even like your work and might even offer you what you don't think is worth your work. So what Multiverse is allowing you to do is giving you full control of your content, allowing you to put it out there to the masses, and not just within the region, but globally, allowing you to get the money right into your pocket, whether it's digital money, M-Pesa, or into your account. And those are some of the things that I think I love about the particular platform that we are putting together, we've put together, because it's a solution to the creatives and giving a solution to the many challenges that we've had before, from distribution to publication, to getting your content to be out there globally. For some of these platforms, for you to be able to earn from them, you have to have thousands of views. With Multiverse, all you need is put your content there. You could even start earning from day one, as long as people are willing to buy, to pay to see your content. You can actually crowdfund. A majority of these crowdfunding platforms, you have to open an account where a majority of us don't even have the logins into, So what Multiverse is allowing you to do is, get tipped, have you get tipped, I'll go to your page and I'll see, what's your name? Kayana. K, I'll call you K, yeah? I like what K is doing, and here's a tip for what you're doing. You're able to crowdfund, not just locally, but globally, and the money comes directly to you, through local currency. So these are some of the disruptive solutions that Multiverse is addressing.
Yeah, I'm told we have only 5 minutes, so Ollie, if you can respond to the same question Kanya asked. Do you see us isolating even more all the worst parts about our industry being amplified, or do you see it being a tool for making us catch up?
Yeah, I think it depends how we do approach it, because I don't like when we constantly compare ourselves to what are the people outside doing? We have to catch up. I feel like we can still do things our way. Personally, I think if we were to just isolate, I don't think that would be as effective as approaching it through a collaboration point of view. Yeah, there isn't as much merit. I feel like we generally do lift each other up, and our teamwork, it's always going to be better. So I hope not. Yeah.
Wow, that's what I hope as well. Gado said it in the morning, every other panel has said it, collaboration. If there's a way that we can use these things to amplify our collaboration, make it easier to collaborate, get over the silos, to be powerful. I've been so disappointed to see that all the disruption happening is just disrupting the pipeline, disrupting the things before, but it's not really disrupting the market. It's not really disrupting distribution. Most of our media is still controlled by GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple. And Disney inside there somewhere. They are not getting as disrupted, but they're disrupting all the things that are happening downstream. So for me, these tools will become super powerful when they can change the power dynamic, not just disrupting downstream. So.
Can I add something to that? Yeah. And the reason why I think as much as it's going to be lean, collaboration is key. Because you see, as a creator, you have the control. What you're able to do is completely different from what I am able to do. by use of the particular tools, together we're able to create something more powerful, a better story, something that masses can be able to put money into. So as much as you're going leaner, collaboration is very key because you're very strong at one thing, and you can use an AI tool to help you, your production to be better, faster, whatever, however you want to be able to do it. But collaboratively then becomes a better, stronger output.
Amen. A big hand for our panel. Time has not allowed us to discuss everything we want to, so please look for them after this. We're going to have, after the film screening at 6 p.m., 6 to 7, there'll still be a networking cocktail. That one, Ernest has been misleading people a bit, saying free this, free that, free t-shirt. That one will be free, the networking cocktail. So catch these people, and let's continue the conversation. Thank you.
I'm going to take over the role of the MC because I can't see him, and I think he is trying to find my fellow panelists. How is everybody feeling? Wow, this place is packed. Like there's people without seats. Are there any seats available where people can sit? Okay, if you have a free seat next to you, just put up your hand because there are some people standing at the back. There are some seats there. A seat at the back, there's one seat in the front over here. And I'm going to call some people to the stage so you can also take their seats. Awesome! What before? You're a joker. All right, so this is now part 2 of the panel that we were having this morning. For those of you that were here. We kind of ended up on 2 interesting topics, which is distribution, right? And Brian spoke about business. How do we produce alternative business models that work for us? So this is what I want to delve into now. But before I do, allow me to invite my panel onto the stage. So the first person wears 2 hats today. Actually, he's wearing like 5, but let's say in everyday life he wears 2 hats. He is a very important official of the Animation Association of Kenya. He's also, he runs a studio, one of the most well-known studios in Kenya, actually, who have been around for quite a long time, I believe. Today he's running 5 hats because he's running the schedule, he's doubling up as an MC sometimes. I want to invite Ernest onto the stage. Karibu sana. Imagine he's even no, it's 6 because you're even a panelist.
I was saving mine.
The second person I want to bring onto the stage is also a good friend, a collaborator. He is the CEO of Buni Media, Ross Franks. Karibu, karibu. With your hat, please, yes. Then today we decided to bring some distributors onto the stage because, again, I think cracking distribution on the continent, monetization, business, and distribution go together, right? We only monetize by distributing our content. We can distribute our content in many different ways, but I thought it would be really interesting to have local distributors attend this talk. So there's Chloe Njenga from Big Emotions. Is she here? Are you here? I was at Big Emotions launch a few days ago, and I'm so proud of these guys because it's an offshoot of Lightbox. If I say anything incorrect, please correct me. Okay. And I know Lightbox from over 10 years ago. They're a studio in Nairobi. We used to work together at Power 254. And as soon as I met those guys, I'm like, these guys are going places. And a few days ago, they launched their distribution company, Big Emotions, which I will allow Chloe to speak a little bit more about. I think our fourth panelist is still on the way, Chief. She's been messaging me. So as soon as she arrives, you can invite her onto the stage. And that is Trushna from Crimson Media. She's also involved in Yakwetu, right? Yakwetu and My Movies Africa. She has a platform. So as soon as she comes, we can invite her onto the stage. You've gone far. Should I come? Yes. It's a bit better. You're all over. You have to leave in 10 minutes. 10 to 4. What time is it now, everybody? So I know. No problem. I can give one of you. It's fine. We'll manage. All right. So let's get into the business of animation and trying to kind of unpack what the business of animation in Kenya looks like. I'm not sure that anybody has a straight answer, but I think the 3 and soon to be 4 people on this panel will definitely shed some light into that. Ernest.
Yes.
I am going for you here.
Okay, bring it on.
Chomoka Studios.
Yeah.
Chomoka Studios has been around for quite a long time. I think longer than possibly Pungulupa Productions and Freehand.
15 years.
15 years.
No, 16 years.
Wow, that's great. Now, I wanted to have you on the stage because you wear 2 hats. You run an animation studio, but you've been involved in the association for a very long time. How many years?
I think 7, 8 years. Can't remember.
That's very long. So, from your perspective, wearing these hats, what is the biggest challenge that studios in Kenya, animation studios in particular, face in making their business sustainable?
I think the major challenge that we have for businesses in Kenya is, especially animation studios, understanding the dynamics of how a business works, which will now inform how the products that you're going to work with. So it's important for you to understand how the business model works. Most animation studios, they look for the wow factor, the crazy good animations. They hide in the good works, but they don't want to learn how an animation business works. So if I just put myself on that perspective, I had to learn how to...
Lots of people don't understand, I have to be honest.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, I had to learn how to run a business. There are important things to do with... The important things to do with, the boring stuff, accounting, the boring stuff about balancing books, the boring stuff about knowing your profit margin, knowing if you are going through a high expense, if you are having a high turnover or low turnover. It's just important to know your numbers. And always go back to the numbers. Don't hide behind the art. It's important for you to just go to get the dynamics of the numbers. So I think that's the challenge why many businesses don't work. They have a very good business model, but again, we fear looking at the administrative side. And I'd just like to say this as I close. Don't hire people. Also learn how those things work. You could be having a good accountant and you don't understand how maths work. It will be a pain to you. If an accountant wants to steal for you, they'll steal. So go learn some maths, learn how their books are done, learn how profits, expenses, learn your numbers. In Chomoka Studios, I know how many tissue papers we use in a month. It sounds funny, but 1 10-pack tissue paper is, the cheapest one is 300, the expensive one is 600. Yeah. So if you just go on the shopping list and you take the 700-pack one, within a year you are spending, within 10 months you're actually spending 7,000 on tissue papers. If you have 20 employees, that is 14,000 on tissue papers. They actually cut on the bottom line. I'm not saying you don't use tissue papers, but Msiende gazeti, no. But understand where those maths are. So if you want to use the 7,000 tissue paper or 14,000 tissue paper, now you change your product offering so that you're able to afford the 7,000 tissue paper. Your pricing needs to change and how you operate. So yeah, that's what I mean. I needed to make it sound gruesome like that. Yeah, it's softer for you. No pun intended.
Ernest, I have a quick question for you before I move to the next question. Where can people learn these things? Because do animators who want to become producers, for example, learn the business of animation or the business of film, because animation is film? Where does one access this knowledge? I have to be honest, I come from a non-profit background. And Chief always laughs at me. He's like, "Heh, you thought you weren't a businesswoman." But I had to learn on the job, and I've made mistakes. I've had KRA call me a few times because I didn't know, right? I didn't know what withholding tax was. I didn't know, when I had to file. I didn't know what a balance sheet was. Like what can we do also as an association to offer these very important skills that are sometimes overlooked? Because as Chief said before, when you think about animation, we think about software.
That's a very good question, Sarah. For me, I had to start reading books, boring books like Psychology of Money. Another book like, I think, The Four Quadrants or Crossing the Chasm. Such boring books is what you need to go. Just go Apple Textbook Center, get those books, start with why, read them. Read the self-help group books as a business person. That's where to start. And then your YouTube subscription also, just watch people who talk about business. And when you come across, like, there's a buzzword Sarah's just thrown in the room, balance sheet. Go and learn about them. Go and just learn about them. Even if your accountant does that for you, learn how it looks like. Year in, year out financials. Learn how they work. Learn when your financial year is closing and your financial year is opening. And just get the trends. And as an association, I think we normally have workshops. You just need to follow us, be on the lookout. I don't know how many are in the 3K channel group. Our Instagram is very sad. It has 500 followers. We do workshops, by the way. We've done several workshops with Triggerfish. There's one workshop we did last week with Heva Fund. They were teaching about profits, how to know if you're making a profitable business, how to access funds. Do you know how many people attended that workshop? 20. So sad. And these are Triggerfish people who wametoka all the way from South Africa wameleta workshop. 20 people, or were they 22? And they were talking about money, how to apply for funds, how to apply for grants. And I post this thing every day for WhatsApp group, nobody. Yani, ama, what they do, they go and apply, they say, yes, I will attend. 118 application, 20 people show up for the workshop. That is sad. So
those 20 will become good producers.
Will become good producers. Yes. But now the other 380, they're the ones who now will destroy the industry because they don't know how the business works. Let's just be proactive and show up for these workshops. As a 3K will struggle to bring the workshops, but show up. Okay? Like the way you've shown up today.
Awesome.
Sorry I was harsh. Sorry.
He's not that harsh in real life.
Okay.
Amazing, thank you. So we now know that A3K are offering masterclasses and workshops over the business of animation. That is incredibly helpful. Ross, I'm going to go to you next. I'm looking at the studio owners first because you know the gritty depths of the struggles of this industry of ours. You're a pioneer, Ross. You are a veteran. You've been in the animation space for a very long time. What business models to date have worked for you with Buni currently and in the past as well?
Okay, I've been fortunate enough to be, I've been working in the industry for 25 plus years. I'm an Australian citizen, lived most of my life in Germany, and 12 years here in Kenya. So I've seen different models of how things work across the world, as well as living in Canada for a couple of years. The challenge is that at Buni, we've also been in existence, I think, for 15 years. And I always wake up in the morning thinking, this is a startup every single day for all of those years. Why? I create my product, or the product that the XYZ show, for example, which was 100% funded by donors. Without the donor funding, we were not able to find anybody to give us money. Political satire, obviously, being a tough one to go into anywhere.
XYZ, this is, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So that show kind of finished. We're now concentrating on children's television programs with an idea to create something that's for an international audience, with the background, again, unfortunately being the way that our broadcasters are set up, that I create my product, I go to the broadcaster, he says, I really love your show, which I don't think they actually do, and then they go, I'll only charge you $5,000 to put this on air. Then you go, okay, so now I've paid for the product, and I have to pay for the airtime. Where in that model am I getting my money back? And the unfortunate thing there, you don't. So we're actually 100% reliant on donor funding. As I'm sure the other panelists know, yes, you can earn a little bit of money from YouTube, you can get money from VOD platforms, but if I'm running a company like with even 6 employees like we have, and a studio that I have to pay rent for, the $70 that I get from having 800,000 followers on my YouTube channel doesn't really go very, very far. So that you come back again to the thing, okay, now I have to apply for a grant. I'm always looking for grants, I'm always applying for grants. You get a grant, you're really happy, but that runs for 1 or 2 years, and then you have to always keep looking and always keep applying. It sounds harsh, it actually is harsh, but it's the way you survive and the way you have to have the passion to thrive. Otherwise, and again, I think it comes down again to what we were saying before, collaborate, try and do that connections within your community, within Kenya, but also don't be shy to look overseas. Try and connect with people on LinkedIn, for example, where you find lots of very good animators, you find lots of people who are actually from Kenya, from Africa, and they don't mind connecting to you. I attended a summit not long ago run by the American Embassy where they were telling us people, Afro-Americans who have lived in the States for many years and don't really know where they, due to the historical things, they don't really know where they come from, but they want to connect back to their roots. So that is also a market that we're trying to tap in. There's a congress or a thing that's coming in November where a group is bringing Afro-American investors. So that's also a very big opportunity for studios and for the animation industry.
Great. Thank you so much. I mean, just to reflect what Ross has just said, I also run a studio, so I understand what you are talking about completely. When we look at business models in animation on the continent, for the most part, we are all pioneers. We've heard Triggerfish being mentioned a lot today, but even Triggerfish have pioneered, they've made mistakes, and they have learned. And I know that. They always tell me, we look one way on the outside, but on the inside, So I think this is something that's really important to accept, the fact that we don't have the answers yet, and we are testing things out. I'll give you, I know I'm the moderator, but I'm going to become a panelist for just a few minutes. I'd like to speak a little bit about, different ways that you can monetize animation, right? So you can either own your IP, right, and try and quote unquote exploit your IP. I don't really like that word. I wish there was another one. But if you have an IP like Uli and Tata, right, how can you monetize from it? You can either, like Ross mentioned, go to a broadcaster, sell it to a broadcaster, but unfortunately, on the continent, that is not easy. Locally, broadcasters don't pay a lot of money, and internationally, the prices still aren't that great. So I said, okay, let's us try and go into events. I'm not sure if some of you have seen Pungulu Party, which we are just trying at the moment. We signed a book deal, we're trying to license it to different people. Have we broke even? Far from it, but we are just trying. So this is just to say that we are all pioneers, and it's okay to be a pioneer and to try different things. We have 3 other productions in development at the moment. With that, we're looking into co-productions. So yes, it's just testing out to see what works, and this is why we are here today. Okay, so now I want to move away from the studio owners. And actually, I'm very happy to have not one, but 2 distributors in the audience today. Chloe, I'll start with you. Like I mentioned, I was at the launch of Big Emotions a few days ago, which was really exciting because I know a little bit about the history. What is Big Emotions, and what gap is Big Emotions trying to fill?
Cool, thank you so much. That's a good question. So Big Emotion is the baby of LBX Africa. So we initially started as a production house, so we were filmmakers first. And so we had the opportunity to apply for these grants. You do the whole donor thing, the streets are rough. And then we got the opportunity to create these films and then take them to all these festivals around the globe. You get an international sales agent. You do everything the way you're supposed to do it. But the thing was, a lot of these distributors and international sales agents outside of the continent don't really see Africa as a market. And so our films were so accessible abroad, but they weren't accessible here locally. Which was such a big external project. And then that's how Big Emotion was born, just to bring stories home and also build local audiences. And then just back to the issue of funding, because you're constantly fundraising, and even now, funds are getting fewer and fewer. And so we wanted to change the narrative where people are getting funds, but we have local audiences who are willing to pay for local content. And so not only are we bringing stories home and building audiences, we're trying to create a film ecosystem that works, that's sustainable in the long run. Yeah.
That's amazing. Have you had any success stories that you can share with the audience? I know you're very new, like literally launched a week ago. But are there, not even that you, like, are there any success stories on the continent where a film has managed to leverage local audiences and at the very least break even? Or if you have, or let's not even say break even, but make money.
You just said we were all pioneers again.
I did.
No, so it's still a process. I think, yes, we've been able to break even. So the thing is, I'm seeing it from, not just from a theatrical perspective, because yes, the cinema, there's prestige in, like, yes, people came and they watched the film, but the real money is with the streamers and the broadcasters, at least right now for our market. They're the ones who pay enough money for you to break even. we're still building the cinema culture, and so you can't really break even
Through ticket sales in
yes,
theaters.
Yes, as of now. But that's the narrative that we're hoping to change. So as much as we did launch last week, we have been operating as a department since
Of LBX.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, for like 2 years now, and then doing external projects for like a year now. And so one of the projects that we distributed was Battle for Laikipia, and we were able to do 9 weeks, which was the longest for any local film continuously, and it was a documentary. So that was a good achievement that we were able to do. And we did make some money, but we did break even from that, of course. Yeah.
But it's step by step, right? Yeah, step by step. Okay, I'm really interested in this topic about building local audiences, and I think that's why I'm going to go to you, Trishna, because, wow, I mean, again, you wear two hats, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've even worked with you in the past. I know you have a distribution company called Crimson Entertainment. Multimedia, yes. But also you're involved in My Movies Africa as well, which is actually now a platform that addresses local audiences, that is meant for local audiences. In the context of this conversation today, what has been your experience with regards to distributing our African content and the monetization of it?
Thanks, Sarah. My apologies first for stepping in late. Just to give you a little bit of background, Crimson Multimedia is a film distribution company. We have been in operation for the last 14 years. I have experience in that for about 25 years now. My Movies Africa is also our startup project, which is now called Yakwetu Online. Yes. We're evolving with, the knowledge that we gain as startups go begging for money. We learn a lot from that process, obviously, and one of the things we've learned when we started the journey was to run everything under the sun, and we realized that doesn't really work. We don't have deep pockets like the other bigger streamers do. And how are we different if we were just to kind of, set up a different platform, offer the same thing? So over time, we've evolved to focus on African, Kenyan films, documentaries, and shorts. Nobody amortizes shorts. And there are so many and so interesting. So that's how the whole concept has developed to where we are today. We're working on very interesting elements of this platform that are to tackle piracy, which I can't really speak for now too much because we're at a development and testing state. When it does happen, this will be a game changer for the industry because we would like to legitimize the piracy sales, which is what we're working on. Going back to your question around making money on local content. This is the hardest bit. I do wear one more hat. We have a cinema in Donholm. Chloe is quite aware. We've worked with LBX Africa very well. We started with Softie. I don't know if Chloe knows that, but I can tell you one thing, that I think Softie was well placed in the market. We got a chance to distribute the film in cinemas across Kenya. And it was COVID time, so there was screen time available, and due to that, the film got the placement that it should have, and it did generate some level of sales. It was a controversial documentary, obviously, so some like, some don't, but there was interest. Thereafter, it was also on our platform. The one good thing, again, that LBX did is that they did not work on exclusivity, which is, I think, a real killer in our industry. The biggest streamers would look at exclusive deals that block you out for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years in some cases. And that's a dead end for your content, right? This opportunity we got, there were other local streamers who also ran the film. I believe it also went on to YouTube thereafter. It did it did the national TV premiere as well, which was a good placement. So You know, it's a whole cake, and everybody's got a piece of the pie. And for startups like us, we also get the crumbs. That's what we're reliant on. So it did work, and I think that was a good start. The one challenge we face is we don't have a proper ecosystem, as you mentioned. I work with Hollywood studios, Walt Disney and Warner, and we represent across East Africa, across through cinemas. We have a very sturdy ecosystem that we follow. All these films are based on numbers. When the studio is looking at releasing a new film, they're looking at some kind of estimation on what that film can generate. As a partner, for example, a partner for Warner Brothers in East Africa, they can rely on us to give them projections of what an X film could generate, and they collate it across the globe, and they know that theatrically they can generate so much business. The global percentage of theatrical business is generally 60%. 40% is generated by all other platforms, be it satellite TV, airlines, OTT platforms, and all other non-cinema related screenings. In Kenya, we, I think, do maybe 2% as theatrical, and the rest, we have to rely on the other platforms. As you know, the big global streamers are not, I mean, they don't pay the price. It is tough. If you're blocking yourself for a film that is going to generate you maybe 20%, you're left on your own to generate 80%, which you're never going to get back. The pirates are enjoying their life as well while they're busy showing the content. So that equation to change, we need to have an ecosystem, a sturdy ecosystem where, you know, we're LBX's partners, right? So if they've got a film, they will come to us and say, theatrical, if you can assist us to distribute. They will then look at another distributor for another platform. We are not that big that we have access to all these platforms. So working with different distributors to try and get the different pieces of the pie is the way to go, but it's still very far. There are trust issues, there are issues around we can do it all. As Ernest clearly mentioned, it's not about filmmaking, it's the money matters. And where the money matters come, you know, filmmakers don't want to pay the commission to the experts in distribution or other arms that can then generate the revenue for you. Of course, we're also trying to earn a living, so we want a percentage of that. However, since they wish to jump the boat, what then happens is this ecosystem does not fully exploit, and unfortunately, is lost out. We already are in a very difficult market. Kenyans don't want to support Kenyan films. I'm sorry to say it, but that's the reality. You know, we have a film festival that was ongoing just recently. How many people from here have watched a movie at that festival? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 8, 9. There you go. How many people are in this auditorium right now? 100? Yeah, let's say 100, 10%. If you say 200, 5%. There you go. You're in the industry, you're developing content that you want other Kenyans to watch. Look at your neighbor and ask, why are you not watching this content? That's the challenge we have faced. Let's not go to the money matters yet. Everybody's keen to know when Tom Cruise's Top Gun is coming out or when the next Avatar is releasing in cinema. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining because it's revenue for us. However, I would also like the Kenyan ecosystem to generate us revenue, because I'll give you an example. Nigeria is a very unique case in this scenario. During COVID, most markets struggled that didn't have their own homegrown content as a primary source of entertainment. Nigeria went through COVID. There was no content coming out. But when the cinemas were ready to open, there was content ready. They had films ready to release back on one after the other. There was no international content available. As a result, they continued to support the ecosystem and everybody survived. What happened in Kenya? We were struggling. We brought repeats back. We brought Dunkirk. We looked at, blockbuster films as a re-release, but nobody would come and watch them. I mean, things were thick at that time. People didn't have money to use this. Entertainment in cinema wasn't the priority. But then the content was also just all repeats. You could watch it on TV. You could pirate it. So cinema struggled. As a distributor, we struggled 2 years in a row. I had thoughts about maybe we should change lanes, or I should close the company down and look for employment, because we cannot sustain this. We have evolved out of it. We had to kind of, re-strategize, start distributing for streamer platforms, look at alternative sort of content, and everything under the sun. But if we had the local content in a stream, at least one film should be releasing in cinema, and there should be enough audience excited to watch it. I do understand that the films being made as well, there's a big issue around marketing. There's no marketing fund. Even if you're looking at funded projects, the fund is literally used for production, and once the content is ready, there's no money for marketing, there's no money for release, and sadly, therefore, the awareness is also not adequate enough. But why I gave you this sample case study of how many 10% that are seated here watching a film in a festival, the festival marketed to people in the industry as primary marketers, right? They also don't have large budgets to go ahead and spend on billboards and radio, etc. So the industry was aware these films are playing, but the industry, how much of it supports? That's where the challenge is. If they did, this festival would not be running in one cinema, it would be across the country. So that's the challenge I'm facing more than even stepping into the financials. Financials is obviously a major role player. For us as a distributor, everything we evolve on, for example, how I place my price as a consultant if somebody wanted advice, is looking at the balance sheet and P&Ls and seeing what revenue do we generate, and then I divide it by the number of hours and I say, okay, this is what I'm worth. So this is what you pay me if you want my advice. Yeah? Yeah. So everything is a numbers game. I hold a sales degree, but I learned finance over time, and I can say I think I've done PhD in just simply running a company and going through all the hardship. And looking at these P&Ls and balance sheets and knocking on the auditor's door and saying, listen, I need advice and I pay you, so you have to. And so I've learned along the lines. But that element also is important. You need to know your money matters if you want to survive and make the right decisions.
My mic stopped working, but it's fine. Amazing. I had a closing question, but I think I've changed it. And I would just like everybody on this panel to maybe let me know, what does a thriving local ecosystem look like for you? From Big Emotion's perspective or LBX's perspective, from Buni Media's perspective, from Chomoka's perspective, and also from Crimson multimedia perspective.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think what thriving looks like, just what I spoke about before in terms of just an ecosystem that's sustainable. Because yes, when it's so donor heavy, sometimes that even changes how stories are told. And so that changes even the perspective, and a lot of local audiences may not necessarily relate with the story because it doesn't represent them. So we always say that distribution starts with the story. It's not like an end factor. We have to make stories that audiences are gonna be proud of, that they're gonna want to watch, that they're going to want to share. So those are, I think a thriving industry is where we're creating stories that people are like, I can pay money to come see this. Even thinking about Thames concert. tickets were, I think the cheapest ticket was like 5,000, and the tickets were sold out. I know this because I missed a ticket. You know, tickets were sold out. People felt that they could pay for this, and for the longest time, a big narrative in our industry was people can afford to buy a ticket for 750 or 650, but people can pay 50K, can pay 5K to go for a concert. So I think we also have to tell stories that people can resonate with. That should be our core priority so that they can pay for these films. Because for that particular concert, I think 20,000 people were in the audience. And I think the highest grossing Kenyan film made roughly about 20,000. And this is through a long run of screenings. So, and this is something that one person made in one day. So if we can also support our own stories and also make stories that people can just come and watch and escape from. You know, like Kenyans are very escapist, and sometimes we give them these really super deep stories. So we can do something deep, but it can be in a way that people can relate to and watch the film. And also just an industry where we're collaborating. I am really happy there's been a lot of conversation around collaborating. Yes. Our industry is too small to gatekeep, guys.
It's too small.
It doesn't make sense.
So true.
So just collaborating and working together so we can build the ecosystem. Yeah, I think that's what thriving looks for us.
Awesome, thank you.
Thriving. Like when we were doing the XYZ show, we were employing around 50 people for every episode. Thriving would be being able to continue that work as well as obviously growing. I've seen when traveling through Asia that they don't rely on cinemas and actual building. They have like an open lot somewhere where they put up a sheet and that is then projected. They charge you then, I don't know, 50 bob to go and watch the film. Perhaps that's a way of also getting around that problem of I can't afford 700 to go and watch a film in the cinema and it's too far away from where I live. Do it in my backyard and, charge a few people. It could be small money, but it's obviously a start, and it's also about building an ecosystem of people watching our content. So, thank you.
Ernest.
Yeah.
Are you able?
I'm able. Born able. A thriving ecosystem, to me, in the industry is, I think, trying to focus on not paying too much attention on the crime scene. We make mistakes, we fail. They normally say fail forward, fail fast, and then move. But most of us in our ecosystems, we spend too much time on the crime scene, trying to assess, why did I lose that deal? You go and walk in a lonely street, just wondering, why did I talk to the client like that? Just learn. We need to learn from our mistakes, and then become better. That's how we'll thrive. And also, share our mistakes with others so that people can learn, train other people. We hold so much information. Many people always wonder why I'm a very open book, when I teach people, when I get that opportunity. It's not because I like sharing stories, no. I want people to learn from my mistakes. And for the students who have been able to teach, you notice that I normally use myself as an example because I'm the best example someone can ever learn from me. So a thriving ecosystem is when we are able to have real conversations about our businesses, share our mistakes, share our successes, and not just to the close circles, but even to the wider audiences. Another part that I would like to say, I know collaboration has been talked so much. You need just to be also open to try new things. Don't just do the same old. There are people who, I think there was a conversation about AI, there was a conversation about just learning new things. Get to that. That's where we have a thriving ecosystem. I had another train. My village people have woken up.
train of thought. Hey, wait. Yo. Yo imeenda. Yo imeenda.
That is tiredness.
That's it. But if I get another opportunity, I'll talk about it. But that's it. Sarah, thanks.
Awesome. Thanks.
Right, for cinema, I don't know if you would be aware, but cinemas look for animations throughout the year. There is a lot of interest from children coming into cinema, and therefore you'll find some films continue to run in the mornings at 10 o'clock. They could run for 4 or 5 months. I mean, a Disney film generally does that. We are going to be releasing Zootopia 2. I don't know if you've seen the first one. And we anticipate the film to run into January, February as well, until the next big animation comes, which takes over. So that's the appetite for cinemas. Recently, the Demon Slayer released. How many of you watched that? Aye, look at that. Right, so is my point. Anyway, Demon Slayer is not meant for kids. The perception of animation is equal to kids' content is changing. It's evolving. Animation is a form of art that can express a lot of fiction in a easier manner, more acceptable manner. And so we need to evolve. Look at animation content. If it is good enough, you have an ecosystem to start with the cinema. I would really like to see, there's so many amazing stories. If we even look at the mythology in Kenya or the traditional stories, there's so much that can be told. There's so much fiction that can be developed. We need to get to that. There is appetite for it for sure. If we look at Yakwetu, indeed, we have, when we're looking at curating content for other platforms, because we also offer a distribution service where the rights are available, they constantly ask for animations, so there is need, there is hunger and appetite for it. For us, the ecosystem can work if we have non-exclusive rights and the potential to exploit every possible platform that is available. That is the only way we're going to achieve so much. As Yakwetu, we are also just a startup. We're striving, we're pedaling, we're in the deep end, and we're huffing and puffing and pedaling all over to try and stay afloat. But I know we will succeed. We're on the right path. And when we do, all the content that is there as a startup is going to be a fresh to 10x factor audience across the globe, which is what we are trying to work towards, and it will generate the revenue. Don't lose hope now. Don't give up on us. Give us a chance. So don't keep signing exclusive deals. There is a lot more your content can do, and you don't know where these opportunities come about. We're such an infant industry, so these opportunities are coming around that you never knew of. So don't close the doors. That's what I would say.
Nice.
Yeah.
I feel better when I think about my decisions with Uli and Tata and not signing it off to anyone.
Yes, good deed. Also, Buni being supporters. We can't thank you enough, but we will take you to the right direction and we'll make you money. Yeah, eventually.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Great. I don't know, timekeepers, do we have time for questions? Where's my timekeepers? We do. 5 minutes. Okay, cool. Let's take a few questions then, and we can respond. I think let's take like 3 questions at a time for the panelists. You good? So there is someone here. There.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So please do correct me where I get my facts wrong. But just how they had said, for terms, people can pay 5,000 to go for a concert. That's because people have listened to Thames for free, like on TV stations, everywhere, YouTube and all that. So they know her value and can pay that much. So I was thinking, because it has been said that, yes, to get mainstream media like Citizen and TV to air animations is pretty expensive. I have a question, just like, let's say, Kenya Film Commission, cover the films, like it helps in the distribution, in making the films more accessible. So my question is, does animation have such an organization, or is Kenya Film Commission, does it also cover animation? So, because the Kenya Film Commission can talk to the government, they do hold talks and workshops and talk with the government and say, maybe this equipment is expensive, maybe these rights should be like this. Like they can change some things. So does animation have such a commission where they can get access with the government, where the animations as Kenyans we create can be able to be aired on media like Citizen and TV, so that, let's say, Kenyans waone like our content is good, because they don't know Kenyans even have animation. Some of the people, like let's say if you go to where, like Ushago, like up country, some people don't even know that there are Kenya animations that exist because it's not on Citizen and TV, and they won't go on YouTube to search Kenyan animation.
Short question, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Try round up the question.
So that was my question.
Okay.
Does animation have such a commission so that your exposure, that exposure to be, so that even when you say you're charging a festival 5,000 running a whole week, people will attend because they know the value of Kenyan animation. Yeah.
Thank you. So let's take the other two questions and then we'll see who answers what. So, Association Film Commission.
Okay, my question goes to all of the panelists. One of them has said Kenyans don't support Kenyan films or Kenyan animation or Kenyan movies or animations.
Speak into the mic so we can hear you properly. Thank you.
One of the panelists has said that Kenyans don't support Kenyan films or Kenyan animations, which is true. And when you go to these events, even if it's Kenya Film Commission events, even this event, you'll notice that it is the animators who are attending the event, not the audience. Or if it's a film event, it is the filmmakers who are attending the event, not the people who want to see the event. What can we do as people so that the people or the audience care?
I'll answer that one later for you. Okay. That question, and then we can have some responses.
Hi. I just wanted to ask, as studio heads, how do you deal with post-production in the content that you create? And
can you speak into the mic?
I'm asking. Sorry, I'm asking. How do you deal with post-production in the content you create? And in Kenya, why aren't there why isn't there any establishment of render farms to ease that process, and how can it be built? And then, please, just a second one.
Although this is, I love your question. We'll try answer it, but this is not exactly the panel to answer because it's more of a distribution business panel. But we'll try answer it as much as possible.
Okay. And the second question. I'm so sorry to say, but it's terribly disappointing to hear you say that Kenyans don't support Kenyan films. Personally, I believe that the KFC is a bit mediocre in how they run their programs. So you can look at let's say a studio like Marvel Studios, and let's say they have a production, and then after that, when the movie is out, they have several trailers. They have several the actors going to promote the thing. And they serve their movies in various cinemas around the country for a significant amount of time. And it seems that in the KFC, they don't even, I've heard what you've mentioned about money, but KFC don't seem to even follow that model particularly. And I think of something like AnimeCon, the Nairobi Con that happens here, which is more inclusive, it's more expansive in its inclusion of all the different sectors of animation, rather than, and you can tell that it's doing better because of its growth rather.
Short questions, please. Short questions. That's another skill we need to learn, how to ask short questions.
And basically, how do you just, the same question the lady asked, how do you would intend to work with the government to improve that situation? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no, 3 questions. Sorry, 3 questions, and then we'll do another quick round, okay? Who wants to answer the question about, wow, I'm so lost. You see now when your questions are like an essay, how am I to remember? The woman's question there,
Yeah.
I think you can answer that.
Yeah.
Ernest.
What's your name? Oh, Lisa. Thanks, Lisa. Your question about, is there an association or society that, takes care of animators? Actually, this event is made for village people, but they have not had lunch.
And he's like the main guy running this event, by the way. It was a bit cheeky to put you on the panel, but Paule.
Yeah, so we do have, this event has been made possible by Association of Animators Artists Kenya, A3K. How many people know A3K? That's nice. How many people have joined A3K? Not the WhatsApp group of 480.
The members that you pay a fee.
You see, for us to have more events and more opportunities, like, A3K has funded most of this event that we see here. This venue that we are sitting here, we had to pay for it. So many things we have paid for. And that was because of the membership fee and the good partnerships that we have with schools like ADMI. They come in and chip in. Now, if we want to move further so that we have voices, we need to have bigger numbers in membership. I repeat, we need to have bigger numbers in membership. I normally file something called annual filings at Sheria House as a secretary of A3K. And damn, we have 33 members on the roster, and we are 200 and something here. 33 registered members. Even though our registered membership has 69 WhatsApp group registered members, it's because wanasema tu watalipa, but we don't kick people out. 33. So if you were to run an event, that is 30 times 3K, 90,000. 90,000, if you run an event, it's gone. So we won't do another event another year. What I'll challenge you is, be part of the association. Now you've known the association exists, pass by the door there, register. Now when you go to the government and push them for policies, they'll see we have a voice. The film industry has grown because they are unified. For us animators, we are normally working in silos. Now there's a question there that came from KFC. Let me just correct that. Now, Kenya Film Commission is a commission, not a fund. Its work is to come up with policies, not come up with money. It's just like KRA, Kenya Revenue Authority. We had NHIF, National Health Insurance Fund, and we could go to the hospital and we get matibabu instant. Now it was transferred into Social Health Authority. It's not no longer a fund, it's an authority. It cannot give out money.
It does give out funds. They're film empowered, yes.
Yes, it does give us funds, but very limited.
It's not their OD. It's not their OD mandate.
They give out money, but very little, and that's not their mandate. Their mandate is for you to push policies to them so that they can represent you to the government. But if we have big numbers, then KFC can now go to get those tax incentives for you people and stuff like that. We cannot go 6 of us. If we go to a parliamentary commission telling them they want to reduce prices of softwares or have a render farm established, and then they look at your roster, you are 33 animators, they'll say, you guys are jokers. Where are the votes? That's the question they'll ask. Over and out, E. Thanks.
There was the second question, sorry, that was asked. Who asked the second question? Yes. Oh, and I wanted to answer that. So it was about audience. Can you repeat your question? Sorry, they were very long questions. It was very difficult. Yours wasn't so long. How can we make the audience care? Oh, yes. Okay. So I'm going to speak about Uli and Tata now. Uli and Tata gets 5 million views a week on Akili Kids TV. 5 million views a week. So Kenyans know about Uli and Tata. Okay, we get about 1,000 to 2,000 views a day on YouTube. So we are building audience, right? And this is why we've not broken even, because we made a decision not to go with an exclusive deal, right? And instead said, no, we made this show for Kenyan and African children and children in the diaspora. Let us spend the first few years struggling and building our audience. So now, when I have an Uli and Tata themed event called Pungulu Party, people are going to buy tickets, right? We launched Pungulu Party 6 days ago. We already have 100 tickets have already been bought, right? And people keep buying the tickets. Why? Because we've taken the time, the sweat, and the tears to build that audience. So now, a yogurt company is going to come to us and say, oh, can we license, or give you royalties, for example, on every yogurt that we sell that has Uli and Tata branding. So building audiences is possible. We did make Uli and Tata through grants, even though we self-funded 25%. And Uli and Tata was not a cheap production. So we also put in, money that we make from service work, mostly, right? Or we take a percentage of our salaries and we put it into the show. So self-investment, right? If it's sweat equity, if it's equity itself is also quite important. But yes, building audiences is key, and I think that's one of the main, points that came out today. Yeah.
Sorry, just.
We self-funded Uli and Tata, like 25% was self-funded. Yeah.
Just like Sarah mentioned, the key issue here is, why is it that you know all about the Hollywood movies? They are, even it could be a small film, and it gets the traction is because the way they are marketed. Obviously, they have much more marketing fund, and they're spending lots of money in, over-the-top medias. However, the issue is, for Kenyan films, we don't have the exposure. People don't know much about them. They could be really good stories, really good, well-made, but not a lot of people know, and therefore there is no interest. Sadly, I don't have real statistics, but I know that they're not also as heavily pirated, sadly. Pirated stuff is what's more on demand. So we've got to build that culture with, I don't know. These days, the Gen Zs, Gen Alphas are onto TikTok and all these videos that go viral over nothing. And they make it so big. So why can't that, strategy be adopted for your content? For, if you're making short animations, like Sarah said, build a brand. That one day, people will come to them asking to pay royalties, to pay for licenses. They've held the license, now their IP will grow. And that's how, Walt Disney is 100 years old. Where do you think it started? With that little Mickey Mouse whistling and, on the boat? That's how a small idea started. And look where it is today. Warner Brothers started with Looney Tunes. Who doesn't know about Looney Tunes? It is over years and years of building a brand. Netflix is 25 years old. It took 25 years to get to where they are today. It was a video library concept. So it takes time. But you need to constantly nurture. At some stage, we'll get there. We need to all work very hard to build the IP. That's the hardest part.
And maybe also, like you had mentioned, how do we get... Like if you think of the TV show called Sesame Street, I'm sure you all know that. They spend $500,000 per episode on creating the episode, and another $500,000 on marketing. Yeah. So that's half.
Marketing.
$1 million per episode, which is roughly 30 minutes long.
Marketing. Okay, can we? Kahenia?
Oh, thank you so much. So my name is Henry, and I have a question. So when it comes to the film industry, there is a local word that I'm missing. When in Kenya, the informal side is bigger as compared to the local side. When you go to the informal Nairobi, for instance, cinemas are referred to as movie dens. Here is where you'll find kids, adults will come, pay 20 shillings, pay 30 shillings, pay 50 shillings to pay. But when it comes to the marketing, I'm seeing a lot of the marketing is focused on the cinemas. And we're saying that there is a big gap in Kenyan audience failing to follow Kenyan film. So isn't this a gap in how we are targeting Kenyans? I'm a chartered marketer actually, and will be really interested to pursue this in case this is an opportunity, because the informal side is the biggest side and where the market is. So possibly we should tilt our marketing and also give the informal Kenya a chance, because in these movie dens, when you go, all you'll see is content from Netflix, content from, all these sites, not from the Kenyan side. So for instance, if Yakwetu targets the informal Kenya and goes to these movie dens, pitches the idea to these movie dens owners, let me tell you, we can move the numbers. Yeah.
I think Boris spoke about that yesterday, looking at the informal sector as well. Go ahead, y'all.
He's actually said my question better than I have, because I was going to ask, what are Kenyans watching? You know, is it an issue of we're not making the correct content for Kenyans? Or is it that Kenyans are actually not seeing what we're making? Like, you know what I mean? Is it an issue of the creator or the audience? Clearly, they're watching something because people have, you know, most people want entertainment. So what are they watching? He's talking about movie dens and the informal sector. I would love to know if there's any study on what that media looks like. Yeah.
Shall I answer? Right, so to answer your question, movie dens. As Yakwetu, we are working on something. As I mentioned, I can't say much at this stage, but that is the idea. But it's about legislation also. You know, and I don't want to name names or say anything negative at this point, but they officially get a license to run a movie den. Then they pirate the content, run it on screen, pocket the money. Nobody else shares that revenue with them. Okay? I understand they have to exist, they have to survive, they have, you know, expenses to kill. But the ecosystem is not being legislated correctly. We talked about the authorities here. These are all legislative issues that I think they need to address. But it's a long journey that we have. What we are trying to do as Yakwetu is first coming up with a solution. Once we get the solution, we will then fight the legislation and force them to streamline, because we don't want to disrupt an ecosystem. The beauty about these pirate shops and stuff, if you look at the study that we've done, they have a robust distribution channel. Why disrupt it? Right? So we've got to find a solution to work with them, build the economy, because they already have a structure which will take us hundreds of years to get to. So we've got to think smart now, which we are trying to. Of course, we need money. We are constantly looking for that. And once we need marketing, we need tech support. There's several things to put in place in order to now target that entire industry. Yeah? So to answer your question then on the content, Sarah made a very clever point here about compress your question. The audience also have very few minutes, especially the Gen Alphas and Zs. You are flicking on TikToks. You're not going to sit through 1.5 hours. That's a bigger challenge we are currently facing, okay? Your content has to be good. Hollywood is established for many, many years, and the stories that they're churning is what is more of interest to all of you, right? Even in the rural areas, there are video shops where you have a local translator who's showing a Hollywood film, and he is giving his own translations, and people are enjoying it.
In Uganda, it's very big.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Supermoto was the concept there, right? But it's the story now. and how you package it and how you market it. When there is a culture built, when you become, when your content now falls in the category of FOMO, that you have to watch it because your fellow Gen Alphas and Zs have watched it and you're left out. That's the day we're going to get to where we are. Demon Slayer right now, it's shocking how it is doing so well among that youth audience because they all don't want to be left out. That's it, nothing else. Yeah? So it's how you're going to generate that content. And the more, what Sarah is talking about in her content is a start to a journey. It's a brilliant journey that you've started. And you are heading to a direction where you want these kids to learn about all these cultural and amazing things that the parents are so happy to share because it's age appropriate. It is right content for their kids. They're not worried about anything that will be offensive. And you've got that section of audience covered. Now you're developing the journey. So you're on the right path. Maybe you need to use her as a case study, I believe.
Well, Chifto, how many people here have worked on Uli and Tata? There are quite a few, huh? Put up your hand. Yeah, there are quite a few. Awesome. So we're a little army. Amazing. I think we need to come to a close. I know that you also saw the presentation about Cartoon Safari earlier on. A3K have been running a program this whole year in partnership with us, Pungulupa Productions, because we co-funded the program where we are taking Kenyan animations to the satellite lower income areas around Nairobi, and it's been really successful. I don't know the numbers, but I think they've reached a lot of people. Thank you to my panelists. Chloe excused herself. She had a call at 4 and we ran a little bit late. But I'm thanking her for her contribution as well. This was a really interesting conversation. I know this conversation can go on for hours, and it can go on for hours because we haven't quite broken it yet. But I think we're all trying different things. And I really love events like this because it brings us together. And it forms connections, and it allows us to share information and case studies. Bas, thank you.
Thank you.
Another round of applause. That's one conversation that really, I almost didn't stop them. You know, at times you want to use veto power and say, I'm the MC, I'll let them go on. But I realize you guys also need to stretch a bit. The shawarmas are still there and fries, it's $3.50. Okay, $3.50, all right. So go get some, and also for 5 minutes. And also the t-shirts are out there. They are going for about, is it 2,000? Yeah, 2,000 shillings. But if you are a registered member, if you register, it goes for 1,800, okay? But the one I'm wearing now, we can discuss, but I cannot see anybody whose size will, I don't know whether it will fit any of you. But yeah, so. All right, so yeah, so go for the shawarma over there, $3.50. Get the t-shirts as well. You can ask out there, okay? And you'll be fine. Now, we need about 5 minutes. Oh, you're saying something?
Before Benja goes, now the shawarma were going for 500. We've reduced them. That's $3.50 plus fries. Support your own people. We start from home, eh? And also support us with the t-shirts. So $3.50, fries and shawarma. So I would like us to do this because the next session is going to take around 20 minutes. Just go stretch, make your order so that they can prepare for you. And then we finish the 20 minutes, then mwende mkule shawarma. Sindio? Yeah, thanks.
All right, as we do that, please, I hope...
This project is close to my heart because I'm very keen on hearing the stories of the people. You know, Kenya is going through a very intense time right now, as I'm sure we're all experiencing. And it's good for especially young people to have many avenues of self-expression.
We must plant trees.
I think what makes animation exciting as a medium, particularly a medium that can be used by African storytellers, is the breadth and depth that you can get in how you represent the stories, the kinds of stories you can tell, and how you can present them visually.
The moment I realized wow, that gave meaning to training is when I walked into this room. Storyboards are images, quick images that show you everything you need, and found willing participants. I mean, just that alone shows there's something worth giving. Yeah. So I just want you to do that, and then we see.
The program was of help because I got to understand a lot of things about animation, because animation is a very big field. For me, it was very helpful because I got to understand the choice of colors, the shapes, so that I can consider which, for a specific project, which selection of a shape should I take, the color should I choose. Yeah, it was of help.
I joined Cartoon Safari because I've had passion in terms of teaching, and as much as I've been teaching in college, ADMI, I also wanted the opportunity to teach in more remote areas where education might not be as accessible, especially when it comes to animation.
So we are going to come up with short stories today, and then we are going to animate just 2 or 3 seconds of them using sticky notes. So hizi ni pages 6.
That's a cartoon version.
That's a cartoon version of him. If you were...
You can give us a very short story.
Do it look like you? Is it you? I think this project is changing minds, lives, and futures, because one small step goes a very long way. And even if 2 people leave the workshop feeling like they've seen something they've never seen before, that is great progress. During the screenings, it reaches so many more people, and a lot didn't even know animation is in this country. So it's one conversation leads to 10 conversations, and there have been thousands so far. So I believe this is quite a ripple effect that will be seen in the years to come.
Anyway, so we've talked about all this stuff, and we've even showcased whatever works we have. And I think by now, we have a clear picture. We may not have discussed every constraints, and especially in terms of challenges and maybe solutions that might come our way. But before we jump into that, I would want to invite Ernest one more time. There's something he needs to present over here. Where is Ernest? Where is Ernest? I've not seen Ernest. So I need to bring in Ernest. I don't even think we are clapping because we've clapped so many. He's been a panelist, we clapped. He came again, we clapped. So do we need to clap again? Yeah, we need to. Okay. Clearly the ground is with you, Ernest. So let's welcome Ernest so that we look at some competitions that are coming in. This is very exciting. This is actually exciting for me. We're going to have competitions, and not for now, for a few months, where you guys are going to register. He'll come and say all the things. I'm trying to be very economical because I also want to be a participant there. So I hope he forgets something so that I'm the only one registered in that thing. But so far, welcome, Ernest, please. Round of applause. Round of applause. Mr. Ernest, thank you very much. So welcome. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yes, I've been given 10 minutes to rush through this thing. Hello, everybody. I was to show you a short film, but now you decided to eat more shawarma. Yeah, so I have 10 minutes here. My name is Ernest. You all know me by now. I have not eaten lunch. Hata shawarma bado. Na after hii film, by the way, chwani pale mbele, si ndio? Question is, I want to introduce something to us. A3K Post IAD 2025. Woo! We normally just forget about IAD the moment we walk out those gates. And it was working. Next slide. So, are you ready? Are you ready? I know there is something called drum rolls, right? We're going to do foot rolls. All right? We're going to do foot rolls. So, are we ready? Okay, let's try. Foot rolls. You guys, kwani mmekula shawarma ama mjakula? Foot rolls. Good. Next slide. Now this is gonna be hectic. Introducing next. The A3K 2025-2026 animation competition. Woo! Yeah. This is not an idea born by me alone, but I'll not take the entire credit. I've had support from and talks with my colleague there, Tom. He inspired me and said we need to have something. And I brought it to the committee, and we tried to have a competition, this IAD but haingewezekana. So we are going to do an IAD, the A3K 2025-2026 competition. Next slide, please. I don't know why it's not working. So the setting for this. What's the setting for this particular competition? So thanks so much, Tom, for inspiring the idea. And other people who also helped me, get the courage to push to the A3K committee. So the setting for this idea itself. Number one, we all know that animation is the fastest growing business in creative industry in Africa. Look at all these people filling this room. And next. The world is taking watch. We've seen that there are some Malaysians that came first. Then we had the Japanese who visited. Right now, I think we've just started talks with the Philippines, Who knows? Maybe the Russians. They're looking for collaboration. But what are we doing to ourselves? Next. So we need a new launch, a wave of opportunity and opportunity through creativity. We need to launch a wave of opportunity through creativity. Hence, we want to understand why we are doing this competition. Why do we need this competition? Yes, while we want to create a wave of opportunity, a new wave of opportunity, that people can actually get jobs, that people can actually collaborate. But we need to understand why we need this competition. First thing I noticed that there's need for us to nurture local content, local talent, showcase African stories, which build towards ownership of IP. We honestly need to nurture our talent. Let's forget about the client jobs for a while. Okay? If you're going to sacrifice only 2 minutes to take part in this competition, forget about the client job for a while, the commissioned work, but create your own original talent. And I'll show you how this will work. The reason why we want for this is to bridge the gap. We have a huge gap between collabs, collaboration. There is a lot of fragmented collaboration. As much as we are collaborating, we don't collaborate enough. We only collaborate for small projects, and then that's it. And even if we are collaborating, we don't learn from each other because we fear someone might steal my client or steal my idea. Education as well, our schools. Some schools are better than others. How about a competition whereby schools are competing under one project? Production and opportunity. There is a gap on production. We have very few producers and there is very few opportunities. So this is the reason why we are doing this competition. The next slide, please. Another thing is to continue the spirit of International Animation Day. We want a competition, looking at this competition as the committee, we want a competition whereby we continue the spirit of IAD. What is our theme this year? Crisis, and opportunities in animation. But we start with a rising tide. Last year we had a theme called the business of animation. The other year was bridging the gap. But we normally forget about the theme the moment we step out of IAD 28th October. So we want something that brings us together, that reminds us of the theme. And that's why we have this animation. Next slide, please. And this is the exciting part. After we've done animations on the theme, it will prepare us for 2026 A3K Awards and beyond. So we want to have this competition whereby everyone participates in their own nature and they are recognized through an award ceremony. We've seen the Kalasha, we've seen the Oscars. Why should we not have our own awards? Like, honestly. You want to be recognized by a Riga, as a Riga, Sindio? Best Riga, best storyboarder, best pencil art sharpener. I don't know. We have those awards if you want them. Unajua kuchonga kalamu. So, I just want to skip this because of time. Just go next. So the key survey insights. First of all, there's growth in the Kenyan animation sector. That's for sure. We filled this auditorium, people even lacked seats, and we were able to move forward with the day's program, despite the challenges. Because there is growth, people are resilient, they are moving. Next. But we face two major things. The first thing is limited funding and mentorship. This is because we don't have the time to work on our craft, to tell someone, can you fund my stuff? We don't have proof of concept. Day in, day out, we are living on projects because there is someone somewhere who has given you money to do something. Most of us, that's what we do. commissioned work is what we are surviving on. And so, when we want to apply for that funding for a job, we don't have a proof of concept as an animation community. Maybe one company will get or two, but not the majority, because we don't have a proof of concept. And also mentorship. Students, there's someone who came to me and it really pained me. They said, I am a student and I don't know where to start. That really hit home. And I asked myself, where did I start when I was a student? So, as much as our industry is growing, there is lack of mentorship on those who are coming up. We need to give them that opportunity, that baseline, to be mentored. Have you ever asked yourself a question, how did you manage if you are currently doing 10 years or 5, not in prison, 10 years in animation, okay? Next slide. There's fragmented collaboration, what I've spoke about. We have very small bits of fragmented collaboration. I will only give Tom character rigging for hands, and then I forget about it. Then I say I've collaborated. Is that collaboration? I should give Tom the entire character. Or I tell somebody, just animate a few leaves, and then you go and say proudly that you collaborated, and yet you did 90% of the work. So there's very, very small bits of collaboration. You don't do full-fledged collaboration as much as we need to do. So that's the challenge that is affecting us. That's why there's opportunity in our particular animations. We are looking at global partnership. This is very normal. If we start collaborating and mean to mentor each other, build on resources, we'll have global partnership, not just local. Do you know the Japanese, and I'll say this a fact, the Japanese, the Malaysians, and now the guys from Philippines, which talks have begun, they skipped Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Sudan. They came to Kenya. It's because we have an association. We are together. But more global opportunities and partnerships will come to us if we prove that we can do something as a unit, not in silos. Next. Digital tools, we can share digital tools. We learn new tools. We can learn how to work with pipelines. And the next slide, the storytelling power. If we collaborate, if we work together on competitions, not to compete, but to become better, we will improve our collaboration, our storytelling skills. And that's why we have our competition here. The wave. We're going to rise and ride the wave. Yeah? Yes. We're going to surf the wave together as a community. Because, next, the theme of the animation is a rising tide. And I thought about it. What does this rising tide mean? It actually speaks to the resilience and the creativity in times of crisis. If you've ever gone to the ocean, okay, I think sasa winners wa hii award wapelekwe Mombasa on the tide, sindio? Yeah, we'll be taken to the tide. So if you ever see how a tide rises, as much as there is a lot of resistance, it will still push through and become the tallest. And when it falls back, it does what? Rises. It never gives up. That's the rising tide. Right now, we have a lot of crises. Honestly, for now, even at Chomoka, we are on a downtime. We don't have as much work as we did. I know many freelancers here, they are barely surviving. Even studios are barely surviving. The year is not good. We have a lot of crises. But when we use this crisis as a tide to rise, remember, when one creative rises, what happens? We all rise. That's why we need to come together and pull that tide and rise with it. Because even if one creative rises, we all rise. Because we'll have risen together. So it's about shared growth. Right now is not a time to work in silos. Right now is not a time to work independently. Right now, I feel like it's time for us to work together and come together. And animation can turn these crises that you have into an opportunity. And when art works like that, it becomes impact. If you're able to do something together under one cause, knowing that there is a prize at the end of the day, will make the animation industry in Kenya very impactful. Hence, I'm introducing you to this competition. What will it be about? Next slide. It will be previous. The duration for this competition starts in November 2025 and ends in May 2026. Some people are asking, hey, can we do it for 1 month? Can we do it 2 months? Let's do a hackathon. I know you have bills to pay. I don't want to push you into a competition that you are not ready to put all your time. Now, if you have about 7 months, just previous, you can decide to put yourself into a team of 7 or 8 and animate a short story for 7 months. It does not matter. You can even decide to cross into another company. So long as this is a colleague, this is someone that you know. This is someone that you've ever dreamt to work with. If you have ever dreamt to work with Ernest, you can say, Ernest, can we do a collaborative production? I am a script writer. I have these minutes that we can animate. Can we do it in 6 months? Can you do it in 7 months? So you have time to plan. Then you can be disciplined and say, every week, let's just do 10 seconds. No rush, perfecting it. So if, let's say, the committee sits down and says the maximum duration that we want is 2 minutes, can you imagine the quality that you can produce of 2 minutes in 6 months? Let's just put a benchmark of 2 minutes. 3D, 2D, we want 2 minutes of animation within the next 7 months. Can you imagine the quality? Sitaki kuambia 10 minutes, sitaki kuambia 30 minutes, because mutafanya vitu zenye hata ziko half-baked. And that's what Pixar does. They come to South Africa, they go to Triggerfish, they give them just a few minutes to do within a very long time. That's the model that is working abroad. So if we can prove a concept like that, then I'm sure the international market can actually focus on us, because they know these people have been put into units and they have a working concept. So we will focus on various places. Categories is 2D, 3D, motion design, short films, experimental, that is AI. We are not refusing people to do AI, gaming, etc. Stop motion. Let's have the whole lot. But you have to put yourself in groups. When you're going tonight to network during cocktail, can you start that conversation? But we're going to carry this conversation on our socials. Next. So the judging criteria, we look at creativity, storytelling, technical quality, and impact. How was your team able to improve? Can we see that? Technical quality. And creativity as well. Are you creative? Were you creative in doing your story? However, I'm not going to be the judge, guys. It's the judge, the jury will come amongst you. The committee to decide the rules will come from you. Those people who want to volunteer to be part of logistics will come from you, not me. I don't want to own this. This is our own animation. No one else. Next. So this will culminate to something very interesting. Woo! That one. That one. So, can you imagine if we've done something for 7 months and we have a gala awards? Now you'll be wearing those tuxedos, not t-shirts. Those ladies will be wearing the dresses they've ever craved to wear, but they never found the time. The guys will be doing tuxedos or even just Crocs. Who cares? It's our show. Okay? And we can have our own awards. But these awards will be dictated by you, what we want there at the end of the day. So we have the 26 Gala Awards. Next. However, I don't like that name. We need to think of a name. You know, Oscars. I don't know. whichever name. Smochas Awards. Ipo Siku Awards. Ipo Siku Awards. So you have to think of the word. You know, this name is it's not catchy. It does not give that vibe at all. So also you guys will think of a name. We want to own this. Next. It's important inspiration that benchmark this. I want you to just to jump that. I think I'll share this. Just go next. Oh, yeah. So, I just go back. I think that one is important. Go back again. So, yes, collaboration will be key. Don't judge. Don't judge the person you're working with. If I don't know how to draw and yet you used to see my IG with good drawings, don't judge me. I want to improve myself. So collaboration, open collaboration. So we'll require people like to sit down and do open collaborations on projects. Mentorship will build longevity. Remember, when you mentor your next person who you're working with, there'll be a very progressive and successful industry because we are open to share our tools and information. That will be something that will be riding on the IAD. And then visibility will fuel what? Opportunity. Do you know how the Kenya Rugby became so famous? It's because as a union, they built their visibility. They did not wait for Gava. They did not wait for sponsors. You remember when they were doing the unknowings? Ilikuwa zinaitwaje? Macha Fest. Ilikuwa Macha? Masaku 7, sijui wapi, wanaenda wapi, watu wanalala kwa traffic. That was actually the organization doing it. And then now sponsors started identifying them. We cannot sit with our good reels or good skills and our keyboards and then expect that sponsors will come or people who are going to fund us. We need to create visibility and make noise about it. Next. So, A3K will bring all these three things together, but it requires your input at the end of the day. Next. The call to action. This is what I love, and I want to see if people will really take this up. By the way, if you refuse, I have my life. Let me just give you a disclaimer. I have my life. I can decide to retire to the village, take care of a few chickens. I just need 2 eggs, and I'm good. So, participants, those who want to participate, we'll provide a link where you can submit your stories. Now, a story here is not a script. It's an animation that you'll have finished, a storyboard, an idea. We'll provide a link. But again, this link will be developed by the committee, not me. Next, sponsors. Sponsors. Now, there'll be a committee which will be fully responsible for sponsorship. We want to bring Wacom in the house, right? We want to bring NVIDIA. You don't want to go home with just a dummy check, but the latest graphics card. How will that be? Or the latest screen. You want to go and do your next project because you are working from somewhere else, because someone has sponsored you. You want to get into a university, scholarships, things like that. Those are the kind of sponsorships we're looking at. Sponsorship to improve our community, from small things as graphics card to huge things as going to learn in Massachusetts. Huko. Yes. So bringing sponsors like that. Because you're calling up for sponsors to fuel the next wave of African animators. And then volunteers. This is where the rubber meets the road. This program won't be successful if we don't have volunteers. Now, a volunteer can still be part of the committee. Well, this is their final justification that the committee might have. Can still be part of the committee, but still participate in the competition. So we need to create that wave. And I believe that every IAD, we should be launching a new competition. And then we'll have the seasoned people and even the upcoming ones taking part into jurying, into ensuring that everybody is accommodated. People learn from each other. People share. I'm envisioning it to have like, you know, we have such a forum in a just an afternoon to just review what people have done. We are not waiting for the actual submission, then we come and see the final script. But how can we be doing even reviews, online or physical? That will be possible from the volunteers to organize such. Next slide, please. And now, Mr. Nyamoya, with your powers, allow me. Hey, foot rolls! Next. Thank you. Scan the QR code if you want to participate. There is a form there which you'll require to fill. And then we hit the roads. I hope that's okay. Watu wanachukua QR. I will also share the QR code or the link on our various WhatsApp group. Do you believe this is a good idea? Yeah? Great. So, kuna watu watakuwa task kutafuta jina hiyo gala. Sijui kama itaitwa post-IAD competition. We have to think about it. There are creative minds here. Nimesikia Kiboko Awards. All right? That's all I had. Thank you.
Another round of applause. So before you leave, Ernest, I had a question. Yes, you said collaborative and you talked about groups. So, you know, in this country we have what we call self-help group, where you are alone and you are helping yourself as a group. So what do you mean when you say collaborative group? Do you have a number, or it can be 2 people, 10 people?
So this is a scenario. Let's say you have that burning script or burning story that you wanted to produce, and you are incapacitated in a way that maybe you cannot do storyboards, you cannot do character rigs, but you're a very good character animator. So you can scout and scavenge for a script writer, a storyboarder, a character animator. And what do you have? You have a team of already 5 people or 6 people to do that production. So you agree on how to do it. Someone even can come in and learn about production management. Then they just manage the project. So that's a whole company, like a small company that can just do their own stuff. That's what I mean by groups. Working in groups. You don't have to work in the same company. You can decide, because you are from Freehand and you want to work with Ernest, you can work on that project with Ernest. And then you agree with Ernest and the entire crew. We can be animating 10 minutes or doing 5 minutes of animation or 5 seconds of animation every month. Perfecting it, learning from each other. Yes, I hope I've answered the question.
Yes, you have. So it has to be a group. One way or the other, it has to be a group. So how many people? How many people? If we say group, let's just get a number. Minimum.
We cannot do the minimum, but this is to foster collaboration. Remember, that is the key. If you submit a solo project, hiyo imetoka nje. Hiyo nimeshasema. Committee watapatiana rules zingine. We want collaboration. So a group can be, depending on how you look at it, can be more than 2 to 3 people and above. It can be 20 people. What we are looking at, remember, yes, I'll come back to you. What you're looking at is quality, not quantity. Okay? So you have to think it through. And we are not competing. As much as kuna hiyo jina inaitwa competition, hata hiyo tunaweza toa. Kuna hiyo jina inaitwa competition. We are collaborating. We want to have a library of works. Every 6 months, we have a library of works done by Kenyans, curated by Kenyans. Mmenotice kitu moja, hatujakuwa na showreel pale nje. You've noticed, we did not have. That's the sad state of our industry right now. Yeah.
I was trying to find, is that, it's Kisielo? No, it's not him. Okay. Yes.
Good evening. I wanted to ask if you could be a participant of multiple groups then.
Those are good questions. Now there is, in that form when you are filling out, kuna kitu kwa committee inaitwa logistics and administration. So that will be the first entry point. So those are the people who will now come up with the rules. So if you want like to come up with the way how you see this animation, you can join the administration part of the competition and give you ideas at the end of the day. But remember, when you're getting into these committees, it is not your committee. It's the association committee. Put your ego aside. Put your, your bigness or whateverness, bossiness and stuff aside. You're working with a team. And if that committee fails, the entire of IAD fails. So those check boxes are so many. It will feel very nice when you're ticking them. But please think before you tick them. Because the entire of IAD, the success of IAD Awards 2026 lies on you making that decision. So it's not a joke that you just go and tick, select. Because we need serious committee members, we need serious participants. We'd rather have 2 or 3 groups, but at the end of the day, we have something good. Okay? I hope I've answered your question. So take part on that. If you're looking to give it so many groups, you now put them there. You put an idea. We can decide to work groups by groups. Now, the question about how many groups will be involved will arise when the committee gives an idea of how the awards will be given. There'll be the best group collaboration awards, for example. Now, in that survey, there are things that you're being asked about. How do you want the awards to look like? Everybody needs to answer that. That's your vision. And the committee handling administration and logistics will look at that and try the best way to incorporate it. So the committee is not going to think outside the box. You are going to give them ideas, and now they are going to shape up how this thing is going to look like at the end of the day. Yeah. So your ideas, you can share them there, and then once those committees have been selected, they're able to work out. Yes?
Should they all be registered members of A3K? One person is okay.
Yeah, they're registered. Now, guys, we emphasize on registration, right? We just request you to register because it helps us run a few programs. If you can't register. But these events, these awards that we have here, it's not just going to be registered members for everyone. We want to give each and everyone an opportunity to participate. All right? And even a committee member, you don't have to be registered. But please, if you are seeing such things are happening, I hope it will encourage you to register. Okay? Now, some sponsorships, we've missed meeting with them because we don't have enough funds to meet with them. Because there's no membership fee. There's no membership fee. We don't have enough funds to do other activities because there's no membership fee. So please register, and then it can help us. But it's open for everyone. Okay? Yeah, thank you. One last question, then we go to the program.
My question is, so do I need to have my team ready so that we can sign up, or do we individually sign up? Yeah.
Right now what we are doing, we are collecting data of people who are going to agree. Then we can meet. And people can now start exchanging ideas. You can still say, by the way, let's sign up. But then when we are contacted, we're already in this game. All right? But again, you can still sign up. Then when we are doing that meeting, or when you are doing that call out, if someone is looking for a certain person, they can now introduce themselves to you, and then they join your team. Or someone can still come to you and say, hey, have you applied for the IAD? Can I collaborate with you? Where can I help? You are the person who needs to push yourself to go to that other person that you want to work with, and challenge them to take part in this competition. You've noticed one thing. We are not going to review work done previously. It has to be within 6 months. This is fresh work. So that we put the playing field level. So Chomoka hizi kuja imefanya production fulani sijui 2 years ago, alafu inaweka inapata vikombe zote. Tumefanya commercial kali, ilikuwa na budget ya hapa, wewe una budget. Then unapata Chomoka inachukua best animation, best lighting, best shadows. Hatutaki kufanya hivyo. We want to be on a playing field, zero budget awards. Yeah. So, thanks. I think we're done. Any other question? Tupatane huko networking.
All right, give it up for Ernest over there. So, I hope that has been well understood. We all go there, then we figure out the questions from there. Okay? So please just make sure you register. And these will show the kind of seriousness that is needed for us to be able to move forward. Now, in the next few minutes, I'll be... Oh, I'm the moderator. Now how do I introduce myself? Do I walk out then come back? Okay, so here I am already. So we've already looked at quite a number of things. We've looked at an overview of the industry. We are even having competitions and all that in terms of collaboration. So at this point, we're going to be looking at, this is just an open forum, so I need the mics around. I need the mics to be around so that we can have a discussion. And the discussion I would want us to have is bridging the gap and how we can grow the Kenyan animation industry. We've had so many gaps, okay, from funding, collaboration. Technically, we are there, but we are getting there. But in terms of market as well, how do we improve the Kenyan animation industry? Because that is the main question. And what are the challenges that you guys are facing, okay? Be it whether you're a student, be it you're a studio, be it you're upcoming, what challenges are you facing currently? And maybe because the solutions will come from us right here. The solutions will come from us. And where is that mic? Where is that mic? Oh, and I'm seeing people are leaving. When we want to look at solutions, you see now the problem here. So when we're saying you have challenges and we're looking at how to overcome those challenges, all right? Funding is one of them, all right? Funding. I remember the first time I wanted funding, I actually got a whole team. We went to a bank that I won't name, just across the street somewhere around there. And we had the whole business plan, the whole thing, you know. And they looked at us and the first thing they were asking, do you have a title deed? I mean, we can't give you money for an idea. It's because if your idea, the idea is in your head, right? So if we gave you money for, and you gave us land, in case you don't pay, we do what? We sell the what? We sell the land. Now, if we give you money on an idea and you do not pay, what do we do with that idea as a bank? You see, it became a bit of a... Yeah, I kind of understood them because in terms of risk, how are you able to even mitigate that? But in terms of funding, I think we've come a long way, really. We've come a long way. And there are several things we could do, maybe in a nutshell. I'll ask somebody like Chief. Chief, you've gotten some funding. In one paragraph, I know you tried several times. You know when people hear, oh, you got funds, they think, oh, you walked in there. They looked at you and say, oh, you're here. What? That's the animation. Here's the money. Okay. Is that the way it works? Or what lessons have you learned? Just, there's a mic over there. What lessons? What are the lessons?
Okay, so the most important thing is a pitch deck. And during last year's International Animation Day, we actually had a whole forum on how to build a pitch deck. You remember the one which Nadia showed? How many were there during Nadia's talk? Yes, excellent. So remember all those lessons. A pitch deck is your friend. Yeah, and a pitch deck usually has a few things. It has a bit on your story, a bit on your studio. to be very honest, I'm not the one who draws the pitch decks in our studio. That's usually Sarah. Maybe Sarah is the one who can give us summary. She's not here. Anyway, so there are so many resources. You can go back to the lessons that you learned last year. A3K always provides those lessons. Provide a pitch deck. It will also have a little bit of financial information, which at a glance, somebody can be able to get a sense of your project and how much it would cost, that type of thing. Our seed funding for Uliantata was provided to make the pilot, which was just episode 1, was provided by Kenya Film Commission during the Film Empowerment Grant of 2022. To my knowledge, I don't think they've released another one since then. Yeah, I stand to be corrected. So that one supplied 70% of our budget for making episode 1, and we had to self-fund 30% of that. So using that pilot, we are now able to go for bigger funds because, sometimes people want to see that they want a demonstration that you can make this thing. So they gave us that seed, then we were able to ship around the pilot and then look for something else. So in a summary, you said one paragraph, a pitch deck. Learn how to make pitch decks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a special skill. I don't usually make them myself, but it's a special skill.
All right, so pitch deck. Now, from that paragraph, a lot has come across. It is not Chief who does the pitch decks. What does that mean? You need somebody who knows what they are doing. And that's how come collaboration is coming in. Because if you go alone, you have no idea finances, whatnot. You see, as an artist, and I'll tell you, there's a mistake I made personally a long time ago, young, like you, most of you. The first job I ever got, I got some really good money back then, good money. I ended up buying graphics cards. I had such a powerful graphics card, I could play any game I wanted. Okay? But I can tell you that entire year, I never got any other money. So this graphics card ended up becoming obsolete. And all I did with it was play what? Games. Instead of thinking how I need to kind of reinvest this money into a pipeline or something that will really help. Me, I thought as an artist, every other artist here, like how many are 3D animators over here? Yeah. You see, if you see a very nice shining RTX 5090, you can even hear they're like, yeah. So if I get money for that one, everything else is put aside, okay, and you buy that one, and that's not a very good investment at the time because you're not thinking of everything around it. Because you even heard of marketing, and which is another thing, okay? Well, how many have ever thought of marketing the animations? Before today, actually, when they really rammed it into your heads that we really need to market. How many have ever thought, yeah, I would need a budget? Look at the numbers. I would need a budget. So now, it feels like a sacrifice because you're telling me to sacrifice my 5090 to go market. So I'm using this money to do marketing, and I would have gotten the latest curved screen, okay, so that I could see my lines better. You get what I'm saying? So I think that's another challenge we have. That's a challenge I had personally, whereby the money I got, I didn't use it very well in terms of reinvesting it back and thinking of the 360, okay? Thinking of, the whole issue of taxes. Actually, you figure out taxes later is when you're being told. I was actually called. The good thing is I had a business partner. And then one day he just called me and told me, oh, have you filed? And I said, file what? I have saved all my files. Said, no. There's the whole issue of KRA. And I was wondering, why are we filing? Until you go looking for money and then you ask for a clearance what? Certificate. Have you cleared with KRA? And then you're like, oh, wow. So I'm supposed to do that. Okay? So there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn because most of us are stuck at the artist level. The technicality. How well can I model? How well can I sketch? How well can I ink? I'm not thinking beyond, because I'm thinking of impressing my fellow animator. I'm not thinking of the audience. I'm thinking of my fellow animator. So that when I show them, this work looks really nice. If Chief sees this, he'll love it. But Chief is not my client. He's competition. Okay? He's not my client. He's what? Let me ask you a question. I know you all eat food. Okay, some of you might not, but hopefully we all eat food. How many of you would pay a premium in a restaurant because the chef grows his own wheat? For a chapati, for example. The chef tells you, no, it's 5,000 because I personally grow my own wheat. How many of you are ready to pay that money? Says one guy. Why? So you really don't care whether they grow their own wheat, right? Okay. Why am I bringing this? It's the same as I'm trying to show the client how hard I have worked for them to pay a premium. Trying to teach them the whole production pipeline so that I justify why they need to pay a premium. You get my point? That's not their thinking. Or am I wrong, Chief? Did you tell them I work very hard, so you have to give me more money? There are things they need to look at, okay? And that's why now it needs to have that collaboration with an expert. Now, I don't know what challenges, those are my challenges. Learned the hard way going forward. But what challenges, I want to hear from you. Any challenges that you face, then we try to figure out some things. Anybody? I'm looking for hands. Any challenges? Yes, sir. We have one there, we have another one here. Any challenges? Because we might speak very well up here, and then you are like, no, that...
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ibalai. I work with an organization called Sana Fusion. And not to take you back to what you've already spoke about here, but I'm interested in funding, which is a big challenge for creative projects. And recently I saw for musicians, they got an opportunity to get loans from banks using their masters as, what's the word?
Collateral.
Collateral, right. But for creatives like animators and artists, I'm not really sure if that's an aspect that we can explore if it's open for us. I'd love for us to briefly discuss that.
Okay. All right, that's a good one. And we had another hand here. You? Yeah, just get the mic here.
Hi, I'm a solo stop-motion animator, and the struggle right now, he was saying about 30% putting your own funding in, you're saying investing in yourself. So the struggle that's been happening is that as far as work within the industry is concerned, how do you find that work? Because I'm not finding that work to get that money to put the investment into my productions. It's work that's come outside that helped a little bit, and now the struggle is real. So yeah.
Ah, true. So you need the work to self-fund, but you don't have the work. It's like there's a hole in my bucket, you know. Like, in that cycle, yeah, true. Okay. One more, then we look at these ones, yeah.
Hi, my name is Radhika. I have a quick question, or more like an idea. Because we have a big bridge between the actual film industry and the animation film industry. One of the things we see in this current day and age is when you watch series and movies across the globe, a lot of the intros, a lot of the intro series, endings, or outros, actually, right term, outros, are usually animations. A lot of Korean drama, Japanese drama, all of these kind of things have these. So how can we as a community, as animators and filmmakers, collaborate on that level that makes as a full system working together? So that means both sides are making it work, because some of our openings and outros for some of the stuff we watch here, I'm sorry to say, do need a lot of work. And if we are able to collaborate from both sides, because they're all doing film at the end of the day, is there a way that we can have this conversation with them as well?
Okay. So 3 of those, 3 main ones. Your question, the first question here is in terms of funding. Musicians are giving their masters as collateral, okay? And banks are taking that. How come that is not happening for animators? Any ideas?
Actually, the question on using your IP as collateral, as musicians do, there was a question that banks were starting, Kenya bankers. They wanted to explore that, but they never engaged the animation community on how, if I have my IP, if I have a script, can I approach them? They give me a loan or credit. So probably just maybe if not this office, maybe the next office is something maybe you can engage the bankers. Or even you people, you don't wait for the office to do that. because the conversation had already begun, the Kenya Bankers are privy of it, Kenya Bankers Association of Kenya. Just go to them and then see if it's a conversation they can bring on board. But they were actually looking to work with IP. Thank you.
On the stop motion question, I don't know if you're familiar with Inkspace Bureau. Yeah. They're really good guys to collaborate with. And animation is so multifaceted. Like, we don't have to think of the same linear funding models going to HIVA, bank loans. There's so many things. Like, I just off the top of my head thought stop motion, if you are working in, say, advertising, imagine if, I've seen so many stop motions done using actual products. Imagine you're a margarine brand, for example, and you're doing stop motion with the margarine. You have little animals jumping into the margarine. I don't know, that's just a concept, So there's so many possibilities, and we have to really think out of the box. We have to be creative, not just in the making of the stuff, but also in the selling and the possibilities of partnerships. If we stay with the same traditional route, we'll be stuck. So, like, the biggest funding I ever got was not even anything to do with creativity. The biggest funding we ever got for a graphic novel was crypto. I know it sounds strange. We got like $74,000 from some crypto fund called Algorand, because the story that we made at the time was integrating. This is for comics. The story that we made at the time was integrating, blockchain education. I would never have thought of that. So there are many different approaches. If you think about your art not just as traditional route, how much can I get from a cinema, but also what can I integrate into the story I'm telling? And stop motion is interesting because you're dealing with physical things, so just an idea.
So, any other ideas? I'm hearing very good things. I'm starting to hear good things. And for funding, remember, it's not that like, for example, bankers, they don't look at it in terms of, they're not really helping us. You need to show them how it helps them. See, at the end of the day, we need to do the groundwork. So let me ask, by a show of hands, how many have seriously gone out there and looked for funding? See now, that's what I mean. Problem is we wait for somebody else to get the fund, then they give us the roadmap. That's what we do, true or false. That's one of the problems that we are having. We are waiting for somebody to go get the funds, then they can tell you, oh, I built a highway for you. Here are the funds. So we need to be able to go. If you go to the Bankers Association, okay, for example, when they are doing their research and whatnot, when they ask themselves, has any animator come with an IP looking for funding? They don't know. This is one guy. Do you think they'll even consider? But if you decided, like, for example, let me just give you an idea. Okay, I know we are live streaming, they'll hear about it, but it's an idea. If we all came in here and got ourselves, and then we say, from next month, we have a group of 10 people going to every bank asking for an IP for animation. Every month, 10 guys. Oh, there was a guy. By next year, May, when the banks are doing their whole research, what are they going to say? There's a whole market here. You get my point? But now if it's only one person, it becomes an issue. All right? So you see, just by thinking like that, and where is that mic? Just by thinking like that, then we'll get Chief to say. Just by thinking like that, it still goes back to what Ernest was talking about. How many are members of the association? If today, you remember before lunch, the numbers that were here, with the camera and the lights and everything. If we all walked to Parliament, every news outlet would be there, true or false? Every MP would be there listening, what is wrong? What do these people want? And then what do we tell them? Oh, we want this tax reduced. We don't even know what tax we want reduced. What tax do you want reduced on animation? See my point exactly. Do we even know? Saying, no, engage the government with what? But if we all show up there and tell them, no, all these TV stations, before they show anything foreign, they must come through animators. Then it starts becoming a conversation. But it is not, because we are here. We are here. Okay? We are not engaging. The marketing aspect. How many marketing outlets do we have? Very many, isn't it? TikTok, whatnot. We can really market, but do we market? No. The key thing is we need to stop waiting And we need to go ahead, okay, and ask for this thing. Because if you ask most people, they'll tell you we don't have many animators. Apart from the association, we know we are many. And that's why you're told all those people jumped all over, came here because there's an association, okay? And what is an association? What is the meaning of associate? English dictionary. It means what? Come together. Hey, kushirikiana. That's all. So you hit me, you have hit us. You see the way Matatu circles behave? You hit one side mirror of one circle, you've messed with the entire circle. That's what an association is. So if we work towards that, I think we can be able to talk to even the Bankers Association, okay? But we also have to look on their side, okay? They are taking on a risk. And even before, we've had issues, even with funding. I'm sure, Chief, you've come across this, and all those who've had funding. There are places I had gone, and I'm being told, oh, you're an animator. We cannot talk to any animator. Then you tell me, why? There is somebody who came here as an animator, took our money, and took off. That becomes a major problem. But you see, now we have an association. So if you are a member, we can say, I'm a member of a professional association. They can hold me accountable. So it is very easy for them to deal with you. So the funding issue is not going away. It's going to take time. And until even ourselves, we crowdfund ourselves. If we ourselves crowdfunded, are you telling me we cannot fund at least 5 minutes of animation? I saw how you hogged down the shawarma over there. Surely, we can crowdfund ourselves. We can do it. But as we were told earlier, we are not fans of our own stuff. So we need to start owning that. We need to be able to start owning that. Okay? So, you had something.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Gloria Cather. I'm not an animator, I'm a film critic, very much from the film side. And when he asked the question of funding, I thought about it. I also do film marketing, should have mentioned, film critic and marketer. So I was thinking about the ways that we raise money in film when you have a film and I'm invited as a marketer. And mostly it's during the pre-production process. So you're given a script, I go through your story and I see, okay, so here, this person is eating lunch at this restaurant, or they're eating KFC, or as he mentioned, margarine, Blue Band, it's there. So in animation, how can we do that? So when you're creating your story, you can look for the pieces that you can put in together. If there's margarine, then have a marketer, or you can do it yourself, yeah? Go and have the conversation with them, tell them, I'm making this film, can you fund up to this amount? Because for them it's free advertisement. So product placement is also a really big thing in film, and I think it can work the same way in animation. So whatever script you have, just think of the stories, how many brands can fit into what I have? How many people can I engage? And then you can be able to raise even the entire amount of money from collaborating with different brands. And that's where you make your animation. And then, of course, then now market your work. Not working in silos, as still filmmakers still do that. And when I say filmmakers, I just don't mean people who deal with humans, even animators. Don't work in silos. Look for a marketer who will give you a proper strategy. Okay, you're done with your project, you need to release. What is your strategy of release? How many people have you engaged? Because yes, there's social media, but you cannot ignore the power of traditional marketing. How many outlets are you reaching out to? How many podcasts are you reaching out to? We listen to these things, mic check and whatever. Reach out to them, see whether you can have a conversation with them. Your audience listens to that stuff. So are you doing enough audience research in terms of what you're releasing into the market? That these people are here and here and here, then how do I target all these areas to get to listen to them? So I think there are very many ways that you can collaborate with a full marketer or even just a marketer to find ways to raise the money and get your work to the audience. Thank you.
Awesome. You see, you can do all that, or you can find her. I mean, just find a professional, you see. All right, thank you very much. You had something you're adding there, Chief?
I was just wanting to comment on the giving banks your IP question. I don't think currently they are where they would need to be in order to even handle that or even be able to value that myself. We still have a lot of work to do before we can demonstrate the value of IP. We might know the value of IP, but I'm not sure that they have the metrics. They have the data. we ourselves struggle as an association to have data about how many users there are, how many viewers there are, all those things. Yeah. So my suggestion would be cautious when handing over your IP. We are not yet there yet in terms of data and as an industry. Build your IP, see how you can demonstrate value by yourself before you start engaging third parties in that way. Just a word of caution.
All right. So in terms of funding, that's where we are. And we can self-fund. And also, this collaboration also means if I have something I can help you with, and you something else, we might end up slashing our budget. Okay? We end up slashing our budget. Because I find out that maybe she has a render farm that she's not using. And I'm rendering at the time. Why don't I talk to her? Okay? Instead of trying to buy, get a render farm. Okay? So you want to do some work, whatnot, talk to a studio, ask them, okay, how can we collaborate? Okay? So that way it slashes down on most of what you need done, all right? Now, in terms of intros and outros, I think we need to talk more to the film guys. We need to market, because if we don't even have a proof of concept, how do we even approach them? Okay? So they're having a film event, and you as an animator, you're not even showing up. Okay? And you expect them to see that. All right? So you need to show up in most of these places.
You've mentioned something that we need to talk to film guys. My question to everyone, do you just have phone numbers of animators, or do you have a phone number of a photographer, a DJ, a sound guy? You know, it's interesting how life happens. Yesterday there was someone who reached out and they wanted me to do a job of filming in Kilifi, Samburu, sijui wapi wapi. But I have a crew, by the way. Friends. So I'll just connect them to the job, and then probably if that job comes through, they'll give me something. Sometimes you have to have those contacts. They'll really help you survive when times are bad. Don't just have animators and graphic designers contacts. Build your phone book so that a filmmaker knows you. They can give you lower thirds, they can give you title cards to animate. They can give you VFX to do. And a sound guy can give you SFX. Or you can look for a sound guy to give them SFX job. And then when they remember you, they'll give you an animation job. And you see these clients, funny enough, just said, by the way, bro, I really trust you on this job, even though he knows I'm not a filmmaker. I'm an animator, for crying out loud. But because he knows the contacts I have, if I send him those people, they're actually going to do very good job. And when you get the contacts, don't just get a shoddy contacts, okay? Vet the person. Vet the person. If it's a researcher, a marketer, influencer, someone on legal, vet them. Because those are the people now that are going to give you, you know, a bigger headway in the job. And you're going to cross-collaborate in industries. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So basically, we need to be able to collaborate like that. All right. Some of the jobs, like intros, outros, okay, it's not film. There's somebody over there. It's not film, but I did one for an architectural firm. They were just doing live. Until somebody asked me, "Oh, by the way, we saw something you had done," and you know, they saw it at it's called. There's an event for builders and whatever that happens at KICC. Where they have people in the real estate sector. So I tend to show up and just pitch myself, just pitch what I do, all right? And then a call comes out of the blue, and the call is coming 2 years later, not even the same year, no, 2 years later is when somebody is asking me, "Oh, do you still do animation these days?" Tell them, "Yes, I still do. Can you do something small?" Tell them, "Okay, yes, I can." Ask them, "Okay, are you still the same company?" They told me, "No, I'm not even in that company. It is another company they are looking for. ABC." Okay? But if you do not now market yourself, because most animators, and the mistake I also made when I was starting, was I thought I could stay in a cocoon, okay? Whereby I'm just doing animation, I don't want to talk to anybody else. Until I realized I need to go, even when doctors' associations are meeting, I am there. As long as it's free, and chances are there might be food. But And at times you spend money, okay? You show up. And they're usually very intrigued, okay? Oh, this is some neurosurgeons meeting. You are Doctor Who? No, I'm an animator. What are you doing here? So animation can be able to do ABCD. Oh, yeah, we've always wanted to do something like that. You get? But now if you only stick in the lane of animators, essentially you're sticking with people who cannot be your clients. 90% of these people cannot be your clients because they can animate. So why am I buying Phoebe? Why am I buying your animation? I can do mine. So we need to look for clients, not stick within ourselves, right, together. So we need to look for clients so that we don't stick here. So please go and network. It helps. So for the film guys, we need a proof of concept. And unless they see it, okay, they think it can only be done out there, okay? Not here. They think it can only be done out there. There's a time I did some microphone that was good. All they needed was a microphone, you know, for a certain event I won't mention. Just in the air like this as a motion graphic. Imagine they had decided to go to South Africa. Until somebody called me and asked me, how? We want to go to South Africa because we want to... I asked him, what do you mean? These things can be done here. He asked me how. I had to do a concept very fast. I did something, a previs. Then when they saw it, they called me immediately and said, where have you been? So we think people are seeing. They are not. They are not. So we have to put ourselves out there. Okay? We have to properly put ourselves out there so that with these gaps that we're having, because currently as we are right now, the technical bit is not the problem. People are learning animation, right? You can go to ADMI and get all the skills you want. But now from there, so that's not really a gap. So from there now, it is how are we selling? How are we reaching these people? Are we just sitting back and expecting them to come to us? Until we show them it is possible. Until you go to the last agricultural show in Nairobi ended, I think, is it 2-3 weeks ago? Most of you don't even know there was an agricultural show. Okay? So it was there. Okay? So had we gone and met the committee that is planning and we told them, now, why don't we just do an animation explaining what this is, right, together? These days we even have counties. Go to your county, tell your county ICT person, we can teach people how to do ABCD. Okay? Oh, the government is broke, but at least you'll have some contract somewhere going. Okay? So there are things you can do. There are things you can do. You have to take yourself there. Because believe me, your clients don't know what they don't know. They don't even know they need it until you yourself go there and tell them it is possible. Okay? It is possible. And then they can see proof of concept. Okay? Proofs of concept. And that's why even the competitions are, I'm loving this idea. Loving this idea. Because we are going to prove a lot of things. This is a place where you test out all those things. Test them out. So that now it can be a proof of concept. So that they look at it, you don't have to prove yourself again. You know, here it is done. Okay? So we need to put ourselves out there. So the gaps are there. The challenges are there, and they won't end anytime soon. Okay? I know I'm short of time, so I have to really time myself again, and I'm the one who is supposed to be timing people. So these challenges are there. But at the end of the day, it is us to do the groundwork. We cannot wait for somebody else to do what? To do the same. And believe me, when we start doing the groundwork, things are going to unravel and things are going to become clear moving forward. As artists, collaboration has been mentioned a million times because I know the psychology of artists is that everything I do is mine. In fact, your art is like your baby, true or false? You feel like, no, this, I cannot sell this, I cannot, you know, why am I sharing it with the world? It's like your child, okay? And believe me, it is not easy, but at some point you'll have to let go. At some point, especially when you begin, at some point, you'll have to talk to people. You'll have to work with them. You'll stop competing with people, okay? Stop competing, because you're not competing with the person next to you, you're competing with the entire world, okay? So if you're competing, do you want to be alone, or do you want to be a huge number of people? It is better when you're many. When you're alone, it's quite painful. When you're many, at least the risk is shared, isn't it? And there's this animator who said, I don't remember his name, he said, one thing he loves about animation is that it's a team sport. And everything we do is pure imagination. That's fun. isn't it? It's a team sport, and everything we do is imagination, pure imagination. So let us learn how to collaborate. Let us learn to take the initiative. Join the association, all right? Because I've been asked so many questions at times, why am I joining the association? Does the association give us jobs? No. You come, you associate. It's not about the association giving you jobs. It is what you need to do for the association. It's not the other way around. Okay? What are you going to bring to the association? All those people you're seeing in front here, including a whole committee, they have so many behind the scenes, none of them is paid. These people are volunteers. They are volunteers. At times we use out of pocket for these things to be done. And then now you wait there for this opportunity, and then you ask yourself, why, how come the paid one, they are getting this? Of course. Okay? Please join. Okay? Let's work together. Let's look for solutions together. Because, as they say, when one creative rises, we all rise. When one animation from Kenya hits the global stage, they'll say Kenyan animation. And you will proudly say, oh, Kenyan animation. Okay? Right now, every Kenyan going out there always says Kipchoge, isn't it? As if they run themselves. So they're taking credit. Okay? So let us help each other rise. Let's do the work. Let us do the work. Remember, it's a product, as Brian said. Okay? Brian told us here from Black Rhino, it's a product. So remember, it's a product you're selling. All right? And as I asked you about the chapo, it's not about how hard you worked. No. People are not going to pay money because you worked hard. No. It's because they want the product, right, together. And most of these products, and for us, there's somebody I told something, and they were very shocked, but it is true. Okay? Animation is not an essential service. And I repeat that. Animation is not a what? When things become bad, are people going to think, oh, what animation will I watch? No. The most essential service on earth is a farmer, all right? Food we must eat. That's why there is no advert anywhere for Sukuma Wiki, and they still sell. That is essential. But for us, that's why we have to actually be very proactive, so that people can be able to do what? To be able to consume what we are giving them, all right? Okay. So this is a conversation that can never end, and I see my time is far much gone. So I would want to welcome Chief for the closing comments over there. So we'll continue on the socials with these conversations. So please join our socials so that we can continue these conversations. Thank you very much. So I want Chief to come and just give his closing comments. Thank you.
Asante sana Benza. We are badly over time, and I know I'm the only thing standing between you and the film, which is, I think, what we are all excited about. How many excited to see Alanepa? Super. So very quickly, I would ask the entire committee of ILE 2025 to please come to the stage. If you were involved in any way, if you designed, if you did any design work, if you were on this stage today, any team that was preparing. You know, we started preparing almost, how many months ago? 4 months ago? It was a long time. Hilda, you must come. Hilda, we cannot do this without you. Everybody, Kina Collins, everybody who was there. Jeff, Legishon, all of you, this is your time. Jeff would have been here, but he had a medical emergency today. Yeah, AI. We'll crop him with AI. Make sure you get a nice photo of these guys. There's a nice light in your face. I would especially like to recognize Hilda. Are we all here? Oh man, this looks like we are too few. We are too few. Jose, where is Jose? Yeah. Hey, mko wapi brother? There were at least 10 people who went into organizing, yeah. Okay. All right. Sure. Ni sawa, sionekane tu. Haina shida. Okay. Jose, please, everybody who was involved. I know there's more than this. There were at least 10 people involved, yeah? Okay, so IAD 2025 did not make itself. Oh, Sarah, surely. Sarah, photographer. Which photographer? Ansel. Ah, yes, Ansel. Ah, super. Are we good now? Is this everybody? Yeah. So I would like to, on behalf of the association, say thank you to all of you, especially the ones who are not visible. You know, there are those of us who are on the stage. Dennis. Yes. Dennis. Shout out to Dennis. Imagine Dennis has been one of our most active committee members, and he's not even in the country. He's in Sweden studying game development, but he has been so active. Anything that involves like files, preparing documents, like what you were scanning on the QR, Dennis is involved, and he's not in the country. So how much more can you be involved who is in Kenya? Yeah. I had mentioned especially Hilda, because Hilda, you never get seen. Yeah. Everybody sees the people who come to the stage, but they don't see the person who handles finances. Like today, there are people who have registered, I'm sure, for A3K. Hilda will be the person who is processing you, who is handling all the payments, all these grants that we get, etc. Selling T-shirts. Buy a T-shirt, 2,000 shillings. Hilda is who you talk to. Jose has been fantastic, managing the volunteers, making sure everything is organized. Hansel volunteered to do photography. Benja, you have been great with the ADMI connection. Thanks to you, I met ADMI's head of school, Sila. That was amazing. I'm glad that we have friends in ADMI. Kila mtu mwenye, just say a word. Let people hear your voice.
How are you? My name is Victor Juang. I'm currently a teacher of animation, and I was very much happy to be allowed to join the committee to help create the animation in IAD competition and also the IAD event.
By the way, Hilda came from Migori today. Sorry, not Hilda. Victor came from Migori today. He climbed on a matatu to be here for IAD 25, so thank you. Hilda, let them hear your voice.
Hi. Habari zenu? Hai, siwasikii vizuri. Si mshakula. Okay, my name is Hilda Oinoi. I am the treasurer of A3K and part of this beautiful committee. Thank you for making this very possible and for seeing your beautiful faces. Maybe this one is kuongea mbele ya watu. Simama vile mlikimbia hapa. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. And then we can just pass like this.
Hi everyone, my name is Collins Kasomani. I am a creative strategist working with the media, and I'm so glad nyote mmekuja hapa. It's such a great event. Kuna so much information that the panels hapa and everybody, the team, A3K wametoa. It was such insightful, even for me myself. So ningependa mchukue what everyone has said here home, and also the most important thing is never work alone. You are never the graphic designer, you are never the editor, you are never the rigger, you are never the color corrector. Choose one lane, stick to it. That's how you're going to grow yourself. Don't burn yourself out because you are trying to do everything. That's a hard lesson I think I've learned recently. I think Benjamin, Rose, even Chief Hapa has said so. Yeah, I'm so glad to be part of this committee, and I'm so glad that every one of you has come. Now, register. Yeah, join the association. Asanteni.
Habari yenu. Bwana asifiwe. Yeah. Okay, this is Luke Taksema. I don't know what to say in front here, but I just want to say thank you for all showing up. We had to stand in the back because you guys are so many, and it's exciting to see what thronging coming here for such events. Because what walifanya kazi with a lot of passion, we drove ourselves to do this, and as Benja said, we are all volunteering. So we also want you guys to come join the committees, register. There are also packs. I think, Benja, I hope you mentioned, but there are also packs too. There's info, there are competitions. If you're registered, you're privy to more information, better information than the other group where the other guys are. So there's always a lot of info going around. All the same, we're looking forward to the movie. So wacha nisongee sana. Hi.
I believe in.
Umeongea sana.
I wanted to give special. Hello, hey guys. Simnanijua. All I want to do is eat. Yes. Goodbye. Thank you. Bye bye. Thanks guys. You've been amazing.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My name is Hansel Oyango. I'm a techno creative. I love technology and creations. I work at Animations, that's my company. And through that, I'm here today. Today I'm here as a photographer. But I do sound, I do video, I do live stream, I do coding, gaming ndio bado najaribu lakini bado sijafika. Besides that, there's something that was said about marketing. And sometimes we have to just think out of the box a bit. Like for me, I do events. And I realized that my marketing was not very good. So what I've done is I pay my marketer per event. Because I can't afford to employ a full-time marketer. So sometimes we just have to step back, rethink of how we do things. And that has really worked for me. So it is up to you to go sit down and think, what do I want to achieve? Where am I at? Because I know most of us can't employ an extra person, right? But per event, per project, you can bring in people, right? So maybe that's the direction you need to take, or think of something that might add value to your company. Some of you have scanned my QR code. You see my pages are up to date. It's not me doing the job. I've had to employ someone. So every event we go for, they post. And that's how I've hacked it. Because I'm a bit spread thin. I can't be everywhere. So I've had to think out of the box. So maybe just sit back and think, how can I do it differently? Above all, join the association. Lipeni hiyo pesa. Hizi teachers tumevaa, they've cost money. Yeah, kusimama hapa. We've all volunteered, by the way. Yeah, I've had to come with my own equipment to do this. Yeah, so you can also add more value to the association, right? Thank you.
Woza. Volunteers basi jubuko na mimi. Woza. Yes. The whole team. Woza. Oh, madam. Woza. Hello everyone. My name is Joseph Reina. I'm the Vice Secretary of A3K. I'm also the event coordinator for International Animation Day 2025. And furthermore, I'm the senior animator at Jose Animation Studios. Very happy to be here. I would love you guys to help me in appreciating the volunteers with the amazing work they've done today. Thank you so much, guys. You've been awesome. You've been very disciplined, and you've given all you can. And as we've talked, we have something for you. You see the whole team, hiyo ni hao. And volunteer ndo ujue hiyo ni nini tunawapea. Volunteer next time. Sawa. But I just want to thank everyone for coming for IAD 2025. It's such a great honor to see that the hall ilikuwa very occupied, that other people are actually going to the library to come with extra seats to put there, but we didn't allow that. So next time we will try and get a bigger space. Chief is in charge of that. And you should encourage the team also to do bigger. Because this team here, nobody here is paid by A3K. Nobody, actually niseme hivyo tu. Nobody is being paid. All of them, starting with Chief, Sarah, Ernest, the whole team that is here, all volunteering to be here. They slept. I was talking with some of them at 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh, sorry. Hey, my head is still not here yet. No. We were talking at 2 a.m. just to ensure that you have an amazing event today. Did you have an amazing time? Did you love the discussions? That was an effort that was done in like a month's planning. We actually started planning for this like a month ago. Yeah? 4 months ago. My head is still not here, sorry. But we collaborate to put our heads together. Through the collaboration and the leading of our chair, we ensure that activities that we do in the day and in the office zinaenda vizuri, and then we get such things. So I would encourage each and every one of you, try as much as possible to become a member of A3K. Kama unaona hiyo 3K ni expensive, so andike petition basi. Yeah, useme siziongelea kasongo hapa. Okay. But thank you guys, you've been awesome, and looking forward to watch the film.
All right. So I just wanted to privilege the people whose voices we had not heard. As we know, we have a film ahead of us. Thank you very much again. And mengine tutaongea after the cocktail. Oh yes, and thank you to Shani. Shani was very important. Shani was on the panel with me about AI. He was sitting next to me, but he's not in the hall, unfortunately. So thank you to Shani as well. So, Yakwetu. Oh yes, and thank you a lot to Yakwetu. Yakwetu was on the panel with Sarah. That was Trishna, and Yakwetu have been doing all the registration in front. It's been seamless at the front, ADMI, and anybody else we've forgotten? No one else. Okay, sawa. So take a very quick bathroom break. We're going to come back for the film. I'm trying to summarize. Quick bathroom break. We come back, we watch movie, then cocktail. Santeni.
Karibu.